Want to become an elite level athlete? Well, look no further. The Reclaim Your Throne Elite D1 training course is all you need to take your performance from subpar to the creme de la creme of athletes all around the world. The purpose of this course is to give you a comprehensive weight training, speed, flexibility, recovery, and endurance program that is meant to prepare young athletes for collegiate and professional sports. This course is packed with over 2 hours of creative, action-packed lifts narrated and coached by yours truly to assure increased strength, speed, flexibility, recovery, and endurance. Hey, I get it. Training alone can be tough and can even make you feel misguided or somewhat unmotivated. But with this course, I walk you step by step through each and every lift to make sure you're using the proper form to prevent injuries and that you're hitting the correct muscle groups to render maximum results. So what are you waiting for? It's now or never. So go ahead and get the training course today so you too can reclaim your throne.
When I was younger, I definitely felt like I needed, just somebody. I wanted a dope boy, little princess that was with a dope boy. Yeah. But
So you hear what she's saying, and this is a sister, okay? This is very telling of how a lot of these sisters maneuver nowadays. And she said that she wanted a dope boy, okay? She said that she wanted a dope boy, and she wanted to be a princess and get chose by a street dude. This is what a lot of brothers have been talking about, okay? If you are a sane individual, if you are not down with the criminal lifestyle as a black man, a lot of the sisters will look down upon you. And obviously it's not fair. And that's why a lot of black men are dating outside of their race, okay? Because other women do not look at this. They may look at a bad boy complex in a sense of, oh, he doesn't treat me the way I want to be treated. But they're not, they don't have this desire for bad boys in the context of, oh, he's got to be gun toting, sagging his pants and, in the streets. So, and that's what a lot of sisters look to black men to be in their youth. And then later on, they want the good guy to come, clean it up. But, the good guys have caught on, especially with social media. There are a lot of simps, but there are becoming less cleanup men to cuff these women and marry these women at the end of their promiscuous youth.
As I get older, I'm like, damn, where the lame ones at?
The lame ones?
The regular smuggler. That's what she means.
The 9-to-5 guys.
Hey, guys, they are asking, hey, where the lame guys at?
No.
Yeah, no man should ever come up behind. If a woman is willing to deal with the criminal element of the world, the worst of the worst, the guys who are doing horrible things, taking from others, stealing from others, violently assaulting others, and whatnot. If a woman is willing to deal with that type of man, she cannot be trusted. She's already been corrupted. So as a man, you cannot deal with these types of women.
That's not true.
It is true.
No, we're not asking that though.
She didn't have a better word.
Was the dope boy lifestyle? What you felt like you playing Grand Theft Auto or something? Like, was it exhilarating? Like,
that's just exciting.
Yeah,
that's
just
exciting.
what you felt
No,
like?
it was like, oh, the cute little girl with the dimples. Why is she with this guy?
I have his block in my purse.
She was. As I get older, my preferences have changed a lot.
As she gets older and as she gets less attractive, okay, you can see that she might have been that cute little girl back in the day, but she is not little, y'all. Okay, she is very big, overweight. You can see the stomach bulging out. Guys, do not come and be the cleanup men to these women. I know that y'all might be lonely, but dude. I would rather be dolo than to be a cleanup man to a woman who gave her youth to the street thugs. I really would. It's definitely not worth it. And that comes with a whole bag of trauma as well. So you don't want to deal with that baggage as a man. You want your life to go smooth and you can't plan for everything, but throwing a woman like this in the mix will bring so much confusion and chaos that it's not even worth it. Even if you're getting consistent sex, which she's going to withhold from you because why? She thinks that you're lame.
But like just logically thinking now at 32, it's like
32. So she hit the wall. I mean, it's an old tale, y'all. It is. You cannot make this stuff up. Like this is literally every woman. Damn near. It's literally everyone.
And you want the nice guy. Them nice guys been in the DM since you was 23.
Literally.
Hoping for a chance. And you looked at that shit like, ew.
Delete.
Yo, they say nice guys finish last.
They really do though. Listen, I'm all for a nice guy, but my thing is
I knew that butt was coming.
Don't be too much of a nice guy where you're a simp.
So y'all heard it there. Don't be too much of a nice guy to where you're a simp. As a matter of fact, we're going to get into this next video where we're going to be talking about simping and how OnlyFans women lie to the simps that are subscribed to them. So let's get it.
You seen like any other type of like, I guess, misleading things that they try to do, or like maybe OnlyFans people try to do?
Yeah, these girls are so scandalous. They fucking lie about everything. They make up jobs. They'll tell you that.
And this is Adam22. This guy, he's basically a adult film actor and podcast host of No Jumper. So, you know, he's dealing with a lot of adult film actresses and smashing them with his girl and whatnot, which, you know, me personally, I don't really, you know, that ain't my estilo, but it is what it is. He's smashing a lot of these adult film stars, okay? But he sees the dark side, okay? He sees how they're keeping these men hooked on some type of fantasy that this woman is attainable, okay? These women are using a man's lust in order to enrich themselves. And what people don't really understand is lust is definitely one of the 7 deadly sins. Like these guys, they are so engulfed and so addicted to this lust factor that they're, you know, pretty much perverting themselves sexually in order to get off to these women, and they're hooked financially as well. So it can be a huge detriment to a man's mental health being hooked on these adult films, especially when they're not getting them for free. It's different when you're going to the hub or something like that. But the fact that you're paying for it, and there's plenty of different girls all over the place, but you want to see this specific girl naked when you can pretty much see what you need to see on Instagram. It's crazy.
That they're something that they're not.
Okay.
I mean, girls have like fake interests, you know, like a girl will be a nurse. You're not a nurse. She'll be a lawyer. She's not a lawyer, but she's.
See, and a lot of women are tricking y'all, thinking that they're getting these certifications and thinking that they're trying to make you think that they're educated when they're not. They're lying about their education. They went to nursing school, dropped out, then started the OnlyFans. Like, this is not, oh, I completed my nurse. No, they're not studying anything. Okay.
She's saying she's a lawyer, you know, like girls will act like they're really into, you know, there's like fake gamer girls, you know, like
fake gamer girls, fake readers. You'll have women who post on social media that they're reading something. You know, they open up a book, you know, graze over one page, and then they're you know for a fact they're not reading, because then they're posting a story twerking like the next 5 minutes. Like, damn, you read, you must have a photographic memory, because you just damn read the whole book in 5 minutes. Like, it's crazy.
dye their hair pink and they act like they like playing video games and stuff, and they don't. They're just like, some of them just sit around and like dream up shit because they pay these blogs to write articles about them. So like my girl went viral back in the day for I'm going to do a sex tape at 1 million subscribers as a YouTuber. People thought that was super viral.
Yeah.
All these girls now just come up with the craziest shit to try to imitate that. They're like, you know, I'm fucking dudes from my OnlyFans if they get vaccinated, was one that Kazumi did. No, you didn't. But
dang, and she didn't. And I seen when Kazumi came out fresh and fit, she lied talking about she smashed a fan because of the COVID joint. Oh, damn, I said it. I might have to blank that out. But she said she smashed the fan over that. And So I guess she was lying. She has to continue to lie. It's crazy.
But you know, they got people to write articles about it. So I mean, because the girls just anything they can do to get attention, you know.
All right, guys. So this time we have Brittany Renner spiraling at Rolling Loud. She, you know, is just going insane. This woman is bonkers, okay? And she is spazzing out at a fan at Rolling Loud. She's getting all up in his face, and she ends up throwing a drink at her at the man because he was telling her about himself. And this is not how a mother should conduct herself. A lot of women think that they can buck up at men, but in all actuality, you know, she was very lucky that this guy didn't really smack the shit out of her. Honestly, you know, some guys will really put their hands on a woman, and you never know. You're at a concert where a guy can smack the shit out you and pretty much get away with it. So, you know, it's sad. It's sad that she is a mother and letting people's words get to her and getting up in a man's face and stuff like that. Whatever he was saying, you can't conduct yourself in this way. Okay, so let's get into it.
Top Brittany Renner getting into it at Rolling Loud.
So he said Fantastic Four. I guess he's saying that she is a 4. I guess he's saying that on a scale of 1 to 10, she's a 4. Now, we've rated Brittany Renner before. Her body, obviously, you can't dispute the body. But I think the first time I rated her back on my old channel, Quarantino to God, I think I gave her a 5 to a 6. But, you know, she's a cute girl. And, you know, that's average. That's good, though. I think, you know, definitely a 6 with the makeup, 5 without it. You know, we've seen her pictures with the makeup, but it seems like she's spiraling. It seems like she's melting and the pressure is getting to her. And that's why she reacted violently first. Okay, you can see she reacted violently, but he was kicked out. So let's watch. They were jaw jacking. Let's run it right back. She's all in her face. She's all in his face like she was going to kiss him. Or what was she going to spit in his mouth or something? This is how you can tell that she was kind of attracted to him. Because she got all in his face when he's talking shit. Watch.
Top Brittany Renner getting into it at Rolling Loud.
So she threw the drink at him first. Watch it again. She is out of control. Watch. She throws the drink at him. But you can tell it really affected her because she was attracted to him. Let's go back. This is how you can tell she's attracted to him, because a woman does not get that close to a man that she's not attracted to. So she got all in her face and tried to use her sex appeal to shut him up or quote unquote prove him wrong and whatnot. And it didn't work. He still said that she's a Fantastic Four. All right. These are the types of guys that a lot of these women look twice at, you know, tall guy with a beard, light skinned like her. Okay. And you can tell that she wanted the approval. That's why what he said to her really stuck and triggered her. And that's why she reacted violently towards him. Let's watch it again. Because she looks like the aggressor. Okay.
Top Brittany Renner getting into it at Rolling Loud.
So you see now her her pit bulls are coming in, and or shout out to Minister Jap, her German shepherds are coming into her defense, and security comes, gets him up out of there. But this is unbecoming of a mother. You know, she lost her cool. She didn't have to respond to him. There's so much space. She could have walked away and chilled in the corner, collected herself, but she wanted to, you know, she wanted to cause a scene. And honestly, that might be a lawsuit, but you know, men aren't going to pursue lawsuits. Now, if this was a woman, she would sue, but men aren't going to pursue a lawsuit against a woman like that. You're just going to take it on the chin And you know, he probably got the satisfaction of getting under her skin. Am I saying that it's right? No, I'm not saying that it's right to antagonize her. But he got her attention and it worked. And she pretty much was not able to keep her cool. And this situation reflects poorly on her, I think. So we'll watch it one more time and then we'll get up out of here.
Top Brittany Renner getting into it at Rolling Loud.
So you already know what it is, man. I hope y'all enjoyed that video. Hey, Brittany Renner is bonkers, dog. But anyways, it's your boy Reclaim Your Throne. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Send your relationship question to the email down below with a screenshot of your Cash App. So I know you paying your tithes, man. Y'all need to be on your mom freaking ding with the BS. And you already know. Reclaim your throne. What's good, cyberspace? It's your boy Reclaim Your Throne coming at you with another crazy video. But first, my goal is to get to 5,000 subscribers by the end of the month. So make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, subscribe. You already know. Reclaim your throne. All right, so guys, we're going to get into it. We have to break down this Brittany Renner, just pearly things and Andrew Tate debate. Andrew Tate absolutely destroyed all of the women on the panel. It was not even close. It was a landslide. It was a straight blowout, okay? Kind of like how the Broncos got blown out this weekend. So let's get into it. Okay, hold on. Let me share the screen. All right. Let's do this like that. All right, let's go.
Okay, so my first question is, what is the #1 problem facing men today, and what is the #1 problem facing women today?
I can say something.
Come on, ladies.
Everybody's going to say,
educate me.
The #1 problem.
Answer all the questions. Come on, tell
The
me.
#1 problem with men is that they don't tell women the truth, and the #1 problem with women is that they can't handle the truth. Simple.
I like that from Auntie or Auntie. I like that one. Okay, she cooking.
That's a good paradigm to start from, because it's actually very interesting you say that. A lot of women say, I just want a man who's honest. And then the second you're honest, she's like, what? You did what? It's like, well, then don't ask me for honesty. Of course I fucking lie.
Thank you.
So that's a good point. I agree with that one. I don't think it's the biggest problem, but it certainly is a problem in relationships today. That is a problem. The biggest problem with men today is that I think the world is becoming hyper competitive. Most men are not aware and understanding of how quickly there's going to be a genuine shift in between those who have things and those who do not have things.
Facts.
Not just finances, but also female status, everything else. And it's a status game, right? And it's becoming harder and harder for men to play. And that's all women's fault, of course. Because it is, because women choose the winners, right? Women choose who the high status males are. So women pretend to give a shit about men. Of course they don't. They give a shit about themselves.
True.
And a woman,
that's all facts.
A woman, if you ask her what she wants from a man, she's like, I don't want much. I just want to find a nice man who's a millionaire and 6 foot tall and funny and charismatic and interesting and spontaneous and looks after me and doesn't cheat. And
that's literally what they say.
And it's funny and good looking and strong. I don't want much. Like they name all this shit that most dudes are never going to have. And it's becoming harder and harder. And you end up with people, top G's, who own everything on the planet they could ever possibly wish for. And then you got other guys who have nothing. And there's this large divide. There's no longer any middle ground. You have dudes who can't get any pussy. And then you got dudes who are just blocking girls left, right, and center. And that's what the problem with being a man is today.
Yeah.
What about the women?
What about them?
Well, I would say, well, everybody's got a chance to talk.
I'm gonna shut up and have my Clementine.
No, I want to know. I want to learn from you, sir.
You want to learn from me?
Well, I want
So you see, Danelva she was actually choosing on Tate the whole interview, and she always tries to act like some big bad and like, you know, she's this like super feminist, and she is for sure. But like she almost acts like she just eats men for breakfast and all this stuff, and she makes dudes nuts shrivel up, and that it's like further from the truth. Like she tries to make it seem like she's so intimidating to men, especially when she's on the show. But when the top G arrives and she knows a guy, I mean, one of the most famous men on the planet right now, she knows that, you know, he's highly respected. She watches her tone, talking about she want to learn from him.
Well, I wanted to answer. I feel like it goes for both. It's not just one or the other. I feel like it's self-accountability.
Okay, that was a safe answer.
Both themselves. I agree with you there.
Why
0%.
just women though? What
It's
about
both.
men?
It's
Yeah,
both.
It is
definitely both.
It is both. You're right. But society.
It is not both, man. Men are held accountable every single day. Your results hold you accountable. Everything in society holds men accountable. What are they talking about? If you're not getting results in the dating market, in life, financially, you're being held accountable. So, I mean, these women, they really don't understand how difficult it is for a guy to make money. See, when it comes to women, all they got to do is get on social media and show their ass, and now they're making money. But guys, we actually have to find creative ways to make money, especially if you want to make a lot of it. So we're held accountable every single day. I don't know what they're talking about.
Society punishes men for not being self-accountable, but society does not punish women for not being self-accountable. I'll give you an example. If you're a man and you're arrogant and you think you're something when you're not, trust me, society will teach you very quickly that you don't matter when you get laid and you stay a fucking brokey. If you're a chick and think you're something when you're not, you can run around with your ego, still get dates, still get laid, still have a fairly...
You can be a fat ass bitch and still never be held accountable for your weight, your appearance, and unless you have like some type of health issue.
Sensible social life. Society as a whole doesn't come along and slap you in the face with realizations. If you're a man and you think you're something you're not, it is a ticking time bomb until society teaches you a lesson. That's the difference. This is why men in general are more self-accountable, because the men who are not self-accountable get fucked up.
Facts.
So those who are successful are very self-accountable people.
Yeah, I mean, men who are successful are super disciplined. They've got routine. They've got the creativity. They're intelligent. It is not easy out here to make a bag, okay?
They look at themselves and go, okay, the only way I'm going to get and progress further, the reason she left me, the only way I'm going to do better, make more money, et cetera, is I have to change. Most women don't want to do that. They don't sit and think I have to change. They think, oh, he left me because it's him, and I lost my job because my boss, and this is this because of this. No, you women don't look in the mirror and change a fucking thing.
Nope.
Because
They really don't.
What you're forgetting right nowadays, they can't change it because it's all about body positivity.
Are you saying
they look sexy at a size 28?
Are you saying Lizzo's not a 10?
Dude, fuck out of here.
Are you guys trying to get me canceled?
See, I'm not gonna lie, I don't agree with what you just said, because 90% of cosmetic surgery is by women.
And that is insecurity. See, this girl, I don't want to call her stupid, but she's not really that smart, because that point proves Andrew Tate's point. You don't have to be accountable for the way that you look. You just go under the knife and mutilate yourself and put your body at risk in order to change the way that you look to be more attractive to the opposite sex. So women they're not getting plastic surgery to improve. They're not getting plastic surgery to hold themselves accountable. No, they're doing it so that they can have more options with men and different men and rich men. Like, that's literally why they're doing it. Yes, to, like, you know, stay youthful and whatnot, or appear youthful. But the reality is they're doing it to impress maybe a guy in their life, or, you know, just people on Instagram or whatnot, social media. They're trying to get that look, like that Kylie Jenner look, or whatever the hell they're trying to look like, you know, the next it bitch, right? They're trying to look like that woman. So that's why they're getting cosmetic surgery. It has nothing to do with holding themselves accountable, because you know what holding yourself accountable is? As a woman, going to the fucking gym and not taking shortcuts. That's what's holding yourself accountable. Not doing this dumbass, oh, I'm just going to go under the knife and mutilate my face and mutilate my body because I don't feel like, working off those extra pounds that I put on this Christmas. Shout out to Noel D with the $4.99 super trap. He says, keep grinding, king.
Oh, say less.
Yes, sir. You already know we stay working.
Women are trying to change as much as possible. Men don't want to change. They're not accountable for themselves. They think that because they're a man, you're gonna be attracted to them. No, like you can't be fat. You stay at home. You just play.
I don't know what the hell she's talking about because like Shorty is a straight 4, and she's talking all this shit like she's a bad bitch, like she's supposed to just have endless options. It's like Shorty is a straight 4, and it's crazy because I'm looking at this Pearl video and they literally age restricted the video. There was no what the fuck. There was no nudity. No. There was nothing. They rarely even. I mean, yeah, they cursed a few times, but it was not that crazy to age restrict this video. Dude, YouTube, man, look, I'm not even gonna say it. I just got remonetized. I'm gonna keep my damn mouth shut. But oh my God, it is absolutely insane that they would age restrict this video. So we actually are gonna look at these individuals' Instagrams. We already know who Brittany Renner is. We've looked at her Instagram, all that kind of shit. Let's see the reaction. Okay, so people are upset that she actually took a picture with Andrew Tate. They're saying that she is taking L's and they're getting in her comments section and giving her L's. So, wow, a lot of women were not liking that. She took a picture with Andrew Tate on her Instagram. Let me just show you guys really quickly. Whew. Yeah, man, and that's how it's going down. That is how it is going down. All right, let's share it. So Brittany Renner took a picture with Andrew Tate. Academics in there talking about my faves. Someone says, no one likes hearing the truth. Everyone's been brainwashed and converted into not liking the truth, whatever. Someone says, service to humanity, cursing my timeline by. So this individual looks like a feminist, instantly unfollowed and blocked. So you see all the people unfollowing her shows how much a headline or manipulative the media is. This guy says the truth. Wow. So you have a woman agreeing. The most NPC comment section, right? One thing about Tate, he gonna tell it like it is. Yep. So and I mean, I ain't gonna lie, Brittany Renner, she definitely looked really good in this interview. She came and she was on fleek for show. But you have people who were not happy. You have people who were not happy with Brittany Renner collabing with Andrew Tate. So now we're going to talk about Denelva. All right, here she is. This is her Instagram. I guess she felt like that was artistic or whatnot. I mean, if I had to rate her, I'm not gonna lie, she has a really strong face. And it's almost a little too strong. So much to the point where like every picture, it's almost like she's not really, it's hard to even tell what she actually looks like, because this looks like a whole different person. This was her younger, and I guarantee, so this was in 2015. Years ago, as you can see, she was outside. She was in the clubs. She actually looked a lot better when she was younger. But you see the struggle apartment in the background, okay? Them old ass cabinets, this old ass refrigerator. I mean, this is 2014. I mean, they did have stainless steel back there. And honestly, the appliances were cheaper than they are now. But yeah, so you see that chin. She's got a real strong crimson chin. I'm sure she's an eater, you know what I'm saying? She probably gives some good top. But at the end of the day, it's just like, I mean, this is what I'll do. I'll have to bump Brittany Renner up because the way that she looks. So I would put Brittany Renner at 7, and then I would move Denelva to like a 5, because I mean she's average. She's not ugly. She took a picture with Tate as well. So I mean, the crimson chin, very strong chin. She was obviously really into him. Look at her body language. She's leaning into Andrew Tate. He's standing straight up and down. She's leaning into him. Now she's looking directly at him in admiration. This is her looking at him up to him in admiration. The body language is crazy. So you guys have to be aware of that. Oh, now we got the other sister, the dark-skinned sister on the panel. Not cute at all. Oof. Yeah, so that's her. Not very cute. She took picture with him as well, getting really close. I'll give her like a 4 or 5. At least she's in shape, but it's just like her face is not giving what it's supposed to give, But it is what it is. I just kind of wanted to, set a understanding of where they were as far as attractiveness. Now, looking at a body, it looks pretty decent. I don't know. She's really, to me, it's like she's got a weird stomach. I don't know. It just looks kind of weird to me for some reason. And then, so there you have it. The flapjack titties. This is not what you want to see in some titties. I'm going to tell you that right now. There's a lot of separation in the chest. And they're small too. I mean, eesh. Oh, man. I mean, look, bro. This is what it is. I'm just looking at it for what it is. I'm not trying to be mean, but she's not cute at all. I'm trying to find a favorable picture, but this one's giving auntie vibes. Like auntie trying to get back outside and show that she still got it, and she's not even that old. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Oof, and especially without makeup. Wow, holy shit. That makeup does wonders, bro, because... And she was defending Jada Pinkett. I don't even want to listen to what she was saying. But, dude, I guess she bought her first car. Twerking on the car. Jesus Christ. She is not cute. Yeah, I'm going to have to put her at a 4, maybe even, Might even have to bring her down to a 4. So this is just a frame of reference. The only one who is, as far as physical attractiveness, the only one who's really in Tate's league in that room is probably Brittany Renner. But unfortunately, she wasted her best years. She let satanic wicked men fall up inside her, as we broke down in the last one with Kevin Gates and Lil Uzi Vert, who all were able to relinquish their seed inside of her in many ways, orally and vaginally. So
playing video games and you expect a woman to want to fuck you. No, she's not going to want to fuck you.
Yeah, but then she won't. This is the point. And
yep.
And
then she won't.
Society will teach them a lesson. They might be able to pull off.
Exactly. That's the accountability. Your results are your accountability. If you're not getting laid, those are the results. You're being held accountable. And you're being held accountable as a loser guy because you're not getting pussy. So that 33% of men who haven't had intercourse or whatnot, what is it? Between the ages of 18 and 31, 33% of men have not had intercourse in the last year or their virgins. Excuse me. These guys, they're being held accountable every day by their results because they're not getting laid.
off a little blag with a girl for a year or so, but in general, they're going to end up lonely. In general, they're going to struggle to find partners. I agree with you with the cosmetic surgery thing. Women are happy to change their appearance and change how they look, but they're not happy to change how they.
And we've broken down many women who have, gone and got these deadly surgeries overseas and actually died from the wounds that they suffered during surgery.
Most of them, they're not happy to change. No, they're not.
The women are changing what the men don't care about. The men don't care about the big old lips.
Yes, they do.
And no, they do it. The women are doing that for.
No, they don't, ma'am. Yes, they do. Yes, they no. No. You know what though? Like what I would say, she definitely could use a tit job because them titties ain't giving what they supposed to give. You dig? So that would probably benefit her. But if she got like lip injections, it would make her look even more ugly. There are only a few types of girls who can really pull off lip injections, and usually they're adult film actresses. Like the regular girls who are getting these lip injections and whatnot, it's looking horrible. It's coming out horrible
for themselves.
Yeah.
Because the men don't care about it. The men would rather a woman change her stinking attitude than put on all that makeup and hair and everything. That's what the men want. But the women are out there like, oh, I'm going to change this, I'm going to change that. If you look at a man and the man said, yeah, he's fat. The man will if he's feeling bad about himself, he wants to make something, he'll go and hit the gym. What's the woman going to do? Go and do? Get a BBL, get her lips done.
Exactly. And that's the accountability that the women are skirting. Instead of getting all this cosmetic surgery and turning yourself into a manufactured bitch, then go to the gym and work on your physique. Get the Reclaim Your Throne Elite D1 training course and get your body right.
On her makeup, put on her hair, and stay the big old fat person that she is and say, oh, it's body positivity. The men don't even want that. And the women are not getting all this
Tate's like base.
cosmetic surgery for the men. They're getting it for themselves. You can't turn around. What man wants a woman that's going to turn around, go and have an operation, and can't sit on a plane because her ass has been injected?
Exactly.
They've been interfered with. She got to lie there on her stomach. You think the men want that? Or wake up in the morning before
Auntie snapping.
She's got to put on. I'm sure I worried about some of the men because they must go out with a woman. And then when they wake up in the morning, they think, who the hell is she?
The scars,
by the time you take everything off, women need to change their attitudes before they change their makeup.
Yeah, and we just looked at Esther. Like, when she takes all her makeup off, Jesus Christ. It's like oh, God, I got to show you guys this one. I mean, if this what niggas is waking up to, oh my God. And niggas really have to wake up to this shit, bro. Y'all niggas nasty. Y'all niggas are nasty. I don't even know what she's saying. Let's actually listen to what she's saying.
Public announcements. I just want to say to you men that all you know is to be telling women from day to night, what do you bring to the table? Excuse me, Mr. Club Organizer, what do you bring to the table?
I mean, she's not even bringing the main ingredient to the table, which is beauty. So it's like at that point, and then she's got a really bad attitude. She's loud and combative. And like, I actually, I like African women. I've known an African woman who looked very similar to her in the face, but she had like fucking great big tits, right? And a nice ass. And she kept herself in shape, at least momentarily. She's out of shape now, but like at least like halfway through her 20s, she kept herself in shape. And she was actually like attractive, you know what I'm saying? Because her body was in such, it was just, she was young. It wasn't like she was like hitting the gym or keeping up with herself, but she was young. She was blessed with a bodacious, curvy, voluptuous body. And her face literally looked like this woman as well. But her body amplified her and made her average. Whereas with just the face, she would have been below average. Like, it's crazy.
Because I think women need to start asking the same questions. Since you're British,
like literally, she's damn near a 2 with no makeup on. That shit is fucking crazy. With makeup, she's a 4. With no makeup on, 2.
Stinky It's okay to be asking stupid questions. What do you bring to the table? Let us be asking. Like, imagine. So you come and disturb somebody's daughter. You say you like her. And then you now start doing interviews. You bring your chest. They ask you, what do you bring to your stupid wobbly table? Who even wants to come to your table that's shaking?
Well, it looked like you wanted to come to Andrew Tate's table. See, they talking about all this. Oh, we don't want to come to your table, whatever. And it's like, yeah, because you're talking to all these like bum ass dudes. That's really what it is. Like, of course, you're gonna be talking all this shit to guys who ain't worth a damn. But at the end of the day, once you run across a guy who is worth a damn, you're gonna be changing your fucking tone, and that's the reality.
If anybody asks me, you did ask me, what do I bring to the table? I'm gonna tell you what I bring to the table. And you know what that is? A dirty slap, which you can kindly chop. Okay? So please, let's be guided. Let's stop asking stupid questions. Okay?
So that's her take on it. I mean, not cute at all. This picture. Okay, so they're doing a lot. This one. That was probably the best one. Obviously, she's going outside on the slutty vibes. Okay. I don't know why she keeps wearing these open-chested shirts. Like, it's not good because you don't have tits, so it doesn't look good, man. It's flapjack titties, man. Like, it's it's not cute, bruh. Let's keep going.
Even more than that, change your attitude. Because women have got there and they would want to change this, they want to change that. All the things that don't count. If you learn to, the same way how women can go out there and learn to put makeup on, learn to cook, learn to wash by hand, learn to please a man.
That is so outdated,
That's what you need to do.
Oh my God, listen to Brittany Renner. That is so outdated, girl. Like, she's trying to make Auntie seem like she's crazy. Dude, do you know how meaningful it is when a woman can actually cook? I ain't talking about no fucking chicken Alfredo bullshit that y'all be doing. I'm talking about really she can throw down. The value of that is so good. Like, being fed by the hands of your woman trumps being fed at a fucking restaurant, especially if she knows how to throw down in that damn kitchen. So for Brittany Renner to just disregard that as if it's not a viable quality that men look for in women just shows how undateable she is for a high value man.
That's outdated, girl.
She said, girl.
That's outdated.
She's right.
For who?
I'm saying it's like we had literally just talked about this off camera when you guys picked up from the airport, when we were talking about what's the value system or the point system for a woman who cooks versus a woman who can suck good dick and fuck well.
But you can cook and suck dick as well.
No, but I'm saying is that Pearl, if you can correct me if I'm wrong, but quoting her was that when she
TMI auntie talking about you can cook and suck dick. I do it all. Oh, wow. I would not want to imagine that, respectfully.
People on the street, that there was more points given to something like a sexual return as opposed to, oh, wash dishes by hand, there's a dishwasher. Why cook? We can eat out. There's a chef. People don't give a fuck about that.
That's what they think.
Yes, they do. Especially guys who can't hire a fucking chef. Why is she talking like every man can just hire a chef? Most men cannot hire a chef to cook meals on them daily. What the hell is she talking about? If you cannot cook as a woman, I couldn't even see myself. Like, why would I even want to have kids with a woman who can't cook? Because then that gets even more expensive. Now we got to eat out all day. Now we have to hire a chef. You should be the damn chef. You should have a cookbook. You should have family recipes. Like, what the hell? And the worst part about it is me personally, Reclaiming Throne, I'm a fucking master chef. So that's even worse, that I can cook better than you. Like, because I grew up in a big family where I was cooking for siblings because I was one of the older males in the family. So I was cooking. I know how to cook. The fact that my woman does not know how to cook is blasphemy. It's blasphemy. I would never take that type of woman seriously, bro. It's just so crazy. And modern women think that they can just disregard cooking as something that's essential to what a man wants. Okay, the old saying goes, the way to a man's heart is through his fucking stomach. And that's also the same way to a woman's heart.
except, you know, there's just a different avenue of getting to her stomach, if you know what I mean. But that's a reality.
But we literally just talked about this yesterday.
No, it was okay. I did a street interview.
Like Brittany Renner, you're in court fighting to get more child support. You're getting paid $2,500 a month. Ma'am, you can't even afford a chef. So what the fuck are you talking about? And who's going to be cooking for your child? Who's going to be cooking for him? Because you know he's going to play some damn basketball. So who's going to cook for him after them AAU tournaments? Huh? Who's going to cook for him after them YBOA tournaments? Who's gonna cook for your son? I mean, this is crazy.
When I asked the guys, would you rather have a girl that gave good head or a good cook? And most guys
They want this.
But I think that's
For
more,
the
I think-
quick
but I think
satisfaction.
that's more for like a one night stand.
But
Yeah,
what
one
I'm
night
trying to say
stand.
is that if you, all the women out there, and it's
The reality is, I mean, I've always said this, the only way that a woman can show that she's good at sex is by giving head. So that's really all you got, because the rest of it, the man's doing all the damn work. Even when she's riding, the man is still having to do all the damn work. You having to squeeze ass, you having to do core workouts, pumping your damn hips and shit like that, doing hip thrusts. You having to do all this shit. When you're hitting it from the back, you got to be working. When you're doing missionary, you're on top. I mean, there's no intercourse position from a man except like maybe if she's, you know, bouncing on the D or something. But even then, you got to prop your back up on some type of furniture in order to stay parallel to the ground. So, and then you're still going to have to do some hip thrusts as well, because she's going to get tired of bouncing. So then you're going to have to start stroking. So the reality is, that is the only way that a woman can really show that like she's good at intercourse is by giving the top. But if that's all you got, honey, like if that's all you have as a woman and you don't know how to cook, it doesn't even matter, because you're not going to get cuffed. You're just going to be like a fun time girl. You're going to be the head doctor and nothing more.
talking about, well, some of the women want to be settled down. They want a man. Right? And you got to think what the man wants. The man ain't interested in that.
Hey, shout out to my man, why not Spursy McKell. Okay, he got a long ass name, but shout out to bruh. He's very active in the chat. So I'm rocking with that. Get active in the chat, y'all. Let's have a conversation. I read regular chats just as I read super traps if they're good enough. So keep it going.
Look at when you're doing street interviews, you're interviewing.
Okay, he says she leading with sex. That's all she currently has to offer. No homemaking skills. Facts.
Single people. Look at the people there that are happily married and ask them what they do. Because all the things that the women out there are doing, you can be a housewife, you can be going out, you can suck head just as good as any old tramp on the street and keep your man and have a man. And I can say that because I'm 32 years in counting.
Auntie, you can't say attraction's not important though. You can't say attraction is not important though.
It is important.
For you
Oh, yeah.
Initially, exactly. A
The-
man is not gonna find you.
And guess who realizes that attraction is important? The ugliest girls know that attraction is important. That's why she would not dare go outside without her makeup and without revealing as much as she can of her body. And the reality is she's getting out of shape too. As you can see, this little pouch right here on her stomach. Ma'am, you really need to pay attention to that, because if you get fat, it's pretty much over for you. Like, you're not cute enough to get fat. Like, it's some fat bitches who are cute enough in the face to get away with like throwing on a few extra pounds, but that is not you, ma'am. Your face is brick. Your face is what it feels like outside right now. Brick.
Attractive and then think, oh, because you can cook well. It's got a chef.
A man's gonna find you attractive, and he's
Okay,
gonna.
let's ask Andrew.
He's gonna.
Andre,
he-
would you be with a girl that's 5 out of 10 because she can cook?
That ain't what I said.
My thing is, like, I'll be with a girl who's a butterface. Like, as long as she got a really nice body, like, she can be a 5 in the face, and I'm fine with that, even though that's not what I have right now. But you know, as long as she got a nice body, then I'm cool with that. My thing is, cooking is essential, 100%. It's completely a deal breaker if she can't cook. That's just reality. Like, I come from a family where the women cook, and they cook damn good. Okay, grandmama used to cook that turkey stew with the macaroni and cheese. and the okra and the lima beans. Like, come on, y'all. With the fat back in the pot, like, dude, if you can't do that, then I don't want you.
Firstly, that's not what she said, to be fair. And secondly, I'd be with the 10 out of 10 who can.
Shout out to Retro Conservative Swirlers. She says, smash that like button. Yeah, hit that like button. She also says, I love the glider chick, just pearly things. I think, yeah, Pearl is dope. Pearl is dope. I actually had an interview with Pearl. So y'all go back into the archives and check that out.
Because I'm tough G. But to make the point, I think what you have to understand is what men are looking for in a relationship. So you did the street interview, and you're asking single people, probably young people, probably idiots who know they're on camera talking shit about good head, all this garbage.
Yep.
Bullshit. What men are interested
Bullshit.
in life, not just in their relationship, but in their life as a whole, is status. I don't think most people understand, especially women, how competitive the male world is and how competitive it is for status. This is why men do everything they do. Men buy the faster car, not to drive any faster, because of status. It's why we want a bigger house. We don't give a shit where we live. It's because of status. It's why I want to go to the gym and get big and strong, because of status. Everything we do is about status. It's why we want the better jobs. It's why I want more money. It's why I want to be respected.
True.
So what's the number one thing we want our female to give us? Status. That's what we want. So she can give us status by being beautiful. That's one thing she can do.
Oh, yeah.
But another thing she can
Dude.
do is if I turn up home and I come home with my...
Like, I don't think y'all really understand how impactful it is for you as a guy to walk into a room with a bad bitch under your arm. It does wonders for you socially. People start coming up to you. Women start coming up to you. Oh my God, your girl's so beautiful. Da 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 da. Whatever. Like it's an automatic conversation starter. Like I don't know how many times I've been approached when I have a beautiful woman under my arm, I'm gonna get approached way more often. And it is because of status. It's because of pre-selection. It signifies to women that you're a safe bet and that you're a guy who has something together because you were able to pull this beautiful woman.
Boys, and she says, I'll cook you all a steak. That's status. That's all my boys going, Ross, you just been out all night and she's here and she's going to cook for all of us and she'll clean up and tidy up.
So, yeah, shout out to my guy, Cyrus Cherry. He says, I remember your interview with her. Now she debating Tate. Your clout should definitely increase. Yeah, I mean, it should have, but, you know, I'm shadow banned, so I don't expect that. Why Not says, I'll take a 4 as long as the body and attitude are not too out of whack. Yeah, for sure. I mean, as if her body is like a 6, 7, 8 and the face is not really up there, then that's fine as well. But me personally, I do prefer a pretty face, but I'm also willing to make concessions just because I would much rather have somebody I could get along with and who is going to, you know, follow my lead.
That's the kind of girl a man's not going to want to lose because it makes him look good. That's what men want. Status. Suck a dick, blah, blah, blah. Listen, dick can only be sucked in so many ways. I mean,
facts.
Let's be serious about this.
Have you had the Gok 3000?
No, this is...
Dude, come on. I mean, all these women, and look at Denelva. She's like looking at that girl like, are you serious? I mean, I know it was tongue in cheek and it was a joke. Oh, have you had the Gok 3000? Dude, of course you have. Come on. The fuck out of here. With women who look way better than you. How about that?
Actually a serious point, right? This is a very serious point because the Western world has collapsed in real time and it's a failed society. And one of the reasons it's a failed society is because of the over-sexualization, especially of females as a whole.
Facts.
If a woman comes up to me and goes, I'll be the best sex you ever had, I am fucking revolted. I don't want the best sex I've ever had. I want you to be pure and a virgin. You should know what sex is. Cook my fucking dinner. Shut up. Don't come and talk to me about fucking sucking.
Hey.
Dick is vile. It's disgusting. I don't
Yeah.
want that shit.
Can I say something?
She don't like that. Brittany don't like that.
A woman who makes me look good. No woman who's running around talking about sucking dick can make me look good. So I lose interest completely and utterly, and that's the truth. So,
and the reality is, which I've told you guys before, sexual access and sexual variety is essential to a man's mental health. Your sex is not going to be the thing that keeps him because men want sex from damn near. I mean, shit, we want sex from a lot of women. I'm not going to say every girl, but we want sex from a lot of women. So it's like, if y'all heard that Lil Wayne song, I just want to fuck every girl in the world. Like, that's a real thing. And guys have that biological urge to do so. So, you know, we can have intercourse with another woman, but that's not going to keep us there. So you better have some other qualities that's going to keep us, you know, rocking with you.
What she's saying is completely correct. These are old school things, but it's not about the act. Yes, you can order food, of course. It's about the status that comes with it. That's what it's about.
Sagittarius, spoken like a true one. That is true.
My man's a Sagittarius.
Listen, well,
my man's a Sagittarius.
So basically, it's a straight shooting sort of conversation. But I think that sometimes we get distracted and we talk about the bicker between men and women. I think that the problem that men and women have is the consequences of the bad decisions that the 1% of powerful men make on our
Oh
behalf.
my God, dude, get the fuck out of here. You have individual autonomy, and the main ones who are eating up the propagandist bullshit are women. Like, they're the ones who are the major consumer base. They're buying up all the look. She got the designer Ray-Bans on, and you're talking about the 1%, but you're trying to look like the 1%. Dude, get the fuck out of here. Like, these women are so hypocritical. Like, you're, oh, well, the top 1% are these men are the ones who and you're wearing like designer sunglasses. Like, dude, oh my God. And then they'll try and act like there's some like philanthropic socialist who just wants everybody to have like the same income and all this crap. But really and truly, they just want to enrich themselves.
Because our problems are on a societal level, less than between woman and man. That is why there's a lot of competition between men. This chase for status that they will never get. Men.
How will they never get it? The harder you work, the higher your status increases as a man, especially if you're acquiring properties and just increasing your wealth.
Why is that the fault of the 1% of men?
Because they're the ones that drive the machine that runs this.
And then let's also stop this misconception of, okay, if you're 1% man, then you must be evil. Not every 1% man is evil. It's only a few of these people who are evil. The rest of these guys, they just want to do the same thing that every other American wants to do and provide for their family, or anybody, human being in general. It doesn't even have to be American, but they just want to provide for their family. And obviously they're in a pursuit of, finances and power, and they're really good at something. So they are rewarded on this earth with that. So I hate like the demonization of the 1% as a whole, because not every fucking 1%er is like, part of an evil cabal or some shit.
It's always been that way.
Yeah, but then think about the men that are at the top now, the corruption and everything that's going on. And this is why it feels very good to sit next.
Oh, you want to talk about corruption? Look at these women who are getting in power. Janet Yellen, Janet Yellen. She was I think she was like the head of the Fed or whatnot. And then you have who's the woman who's in Germany? The German president or whatever, or what is it? The fucking, what's that woman's name? Let me look it up real quick. I forgot her name. Oh yeah, Angela Merkel. I mean, even if you look at the States with San Francisco, London Breed, you got Lori Lightfoot, trash. I mean, these are all women who suck at their fucking jobs. The woman in New Orleans, LaToya Cantrell. I mean, what are we talking about here? Kamala Harris. Yeah, Kamala Harris is trash too. I mean, look at all these, and she wants to talk about, oh well, the men, dude. Look at look at what happens when the women get power, dude. They're fucking out of their mind. AOC, yep, Cooley dropping names. AOC, who else? The Muslim chick. What's that girl's name? Ilhan Omar or whatever. Yeah, so like it's just crazy for her to talk about, oh well, these men to get it. Look, absolute power corrupts absolutely. A lot of the times, and that's not a man or woman thing. As a matter of fact, when you look at the females in history who have gotten power, like all these queens, and why do you think they called the woman Bloody Mary? Because she was fucking killing everybody when she was on her period, dude. Like, it's just like, she made an excuse to go ham and delete a whole bunch of people. As a matter of fact, comparatively to the men and women that have been in power, the women are probably more responsible. And I'm not saying that men don't commit genocide as well. Obviously, history shows it. But when you see women get in power compared to the men, like the percentages are off, because when these women get empowered, they're committing mass genocide. And there's really not that many men who were able to commit mass genocide in history, even though it's definitely a thing. But there's only a few of these men who are doing this. Okay. Whereas when you group in all the women who were in, these high level positions of power, I mean, they don't give a fuck.
Somebody like you, and just say, do you know what? I appreciate that you say things that are really true. You expose a very toxic truth and a very true truth as well that is out there. But the reality is, on the trenches, when you go to the grassroots, people don't feel the way that you feel. It's not as simple as what you say. They are victims of this system. So my job here is really not to try and make it about men and women, is to make you understand that actually we need to start changing the narrative.
You don't want to make it about men and women because
they're both messed up on either side.
Because then women look bad.
No, because it's about everybody together. Women have their traumas, men have their traumas. I'm not here to fight against men and women. That's small.
I understand what you're saying. But the idea that this 1% of men have created this terrible society. Yeah, I talk about that. I talk about the Matrix. I talk about these things. But it's always been this way. It's always been a small elite group of men who are in charge of the world. And unfortunately now, we're fighting battles in different ways. The days of old, a man proved his worth by going to war. Basically, every man at any point in his life was going to end up going to war, and he came back victorious. He came back with honor. He got himself a wife. That's how it worked, right?
Yeah.
Now men don't have to go to war as much, depending on where you live in the world, and it's slightly different. And we fight our wars in other ways. And one of the true expressions of testosterone and trying to really express your ability and your combative ability now in the modern world is power and influence. So in the olden days, you go to war, you come back with a ribbon. Nowadays, you got X amount of followers, you can move the world with money.
Guys, we got 20 people in the building. We're actually hitting new highs. Obviously, we should have a lot more in the building, but YouTube is playing with my numbers. They playing with my numbers, y'all. So make sure you like that video, hit the subscription. Let's keep going.
I can bend reality with money. Please understand. If I walk into Jimmy Choo, they lock the door. No brokies allowed in. Tate's here, and I buy whatever the fuck I want. There's lines outside because I'm
talk that shit.
I bend the world with money. That's how the wars are now won. So you're talking about high status males, and it's always been that way. Now you have a whole contingent of men who aren't dead. Okay, they didn't die in a ditch, but they're lonely as fuck jerking off. And that's the reality of it. And women don't give a fuck about it.
Ooh, and Why Not drops a devastating stat to the woman's point. He says, and true, over the past 500 years, queens are 28% more likely to start wars than male counterparts. Absolutely. I actually saw a documentary on that a couple months ago, but I forget all the details. But yeah, you're absolutely right, man. And these women keep saying, oh, well, when men get power, dude, no. Have you seen some of these female boss chicks? They're fucking bitches. But all the rich guys that I meet, that I know, they're happy as shit, man. But all the rich women, rich and powerful women, they're fucking bitches. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are.
And why should you? I'm not sitting here actually shitting on women in any way. I think women have a biological instinct to a degree to try and find the best mate they can because it gives them the highest chance of survival in the harsh realities of the world. And if they look at a man who's not capable, they just don't feel an attraction to him. And that's the bottom line of it.
Yeah.
And that's why I actually, I'm largely misunderstood. I don't blame women for a lot of the problems. Women are guilty of certain things, but I have a massive amount of blame to place on men because there's so many men who are genuinely incompetent. If I was a chick, I wouldn't fuck these losers either. Like, they're losers. So,
and that's the problem. They are, though. Like, and ask Brittany Renner if she's fucking around, dude. Just because a guy's rich doesn't mean he's not a fucking loser. Okay, it doesn't mean that he's not a fucking idiot. All right, you got a whole bunch of rich rappers out here, and they don't know jack shit. Okay.
It's hard.
Balance. I love it.
Do you know what I don't understand? Why people always going for the 1%? All the women want to rush for the 1%.
Right.
Why don't you just find a regular 9-to-5 person that's going to look after you? You can be his queen. Why can't you just do that? Why is everybody really rushing? I've got a man. We don't go on social media. If it weren't for Pearl, I want no night about social media. 9 to 5. I've got our own property. 32 years. Happy as Larry. What is the problem? It's not old-fashioned.
Yeah.
It works.
No, Auntie, let me clarify. When I meant 1% is not the 1% of attraction. I mean the actual people that are in charge of the things that run the world the way that
what I'm trying to say is that it's always been an umbrella we've lived under.
But the
and men have
difference
functioned underneath it. So why is it going to affect me?
I'll explain why. Because as Sir Mr. Andrew King Tate said, as he said,
look at Brittany Renner's face. She's like, stop dick riding. See, when a high value man is in the room, everybody competes for his attention. Every woman in there, probably besides Pearl, is competing for Andrew Tate's attention during this conversation. They want to engage with him. And even to the fact where like you'll start to see some of the women even get defensive about Tate, even if they don't agree with him. And I think that, Brittany Renner, she was getting annoyed with Denelva because she probably felt like Denelva was being a pick-me or a pick-misha.
I want to know what she's after.
I'll have this one after this point.
Yeah. Go home and try that now.
Wait, it is. I've been drinking lime juice as well. So, as he very rightly said, society has now evolved. Before men went to war, now men don't go to war. So there's a lot of sense of no purpose that they need to find.
Men don't go to war. What the fuck are you talking about? Men don't go to war. You see what's happening in Afghanistan? Do you see what's happening in Palestine? You see what's happening between Israel and Palestine? Do you see what's happening in Iraq and Iran? Do you see what's happening in Libya? Even Nigeria? Okay, the Nigerians in the building. Men don't go to war. What? What the fuck are you talking about? You see what's happening in the Ukraine? What? And men don't go to war? Shit, war never stopped. War never ended. Men go to war. Maybe not every American goes to war, but we got a hell of a lot of veterans, and a lot of these veterans need help. Okay, they need assistance, and they've basically had the country turn their backs on them. So we got a lot of veterans and guys who went, to war, and you think they're getting a whole bunch of pussy? No, not all of them. Not like they deserve, right? So come on, stop it. Men are still going to war to this day. Just because the nigga that you fucked last weekend has never stepped foot in a combat situation doesn't mean that men don't go to war. Men go to war and fight for your freedom and fight for the sovereignty of their countries every single day. Stop it.
And then on the women's side is that the same way that as society evolved, it made men feel less purpose. They have now had to take on bigger purposes. They have to go to work like they didn't have to do before. They have to take care of the family and work and do all of these things and now deal with the fact that men are feeling a little bit like out of,
the rubbish. That ain't what I'm saying.
No.
You get a 9-to-5 person, right? What is wrong with you going out there, find a regular 9-to-5 person? Right? You can function underneath that, because I'm always hearing the women say, oh, we ain't got enough money. We ain't got enough money. Work with what the man's got.
You're right.
Work with what the man's got. You can make a man your alpha. Everybody wants to go and find these top earning money. Find a 9-to-5, work regular, save your money, learn to cook and not have takeouts, and then save your money as they did before.
Then you should direct this to the men that feel upset because they're not like Andrew Tate.
There's always direct something to the man.
No,
Why?
She's completely right. I'll tell you this. There's not a girl on this panel or on the planet today who couldn't walk outside and find a man who's going to be nice to her, loyal to her, and make her his queen.
Facts.
Women don't.
Even fat bitches can find that.
So
I've literally seen it firsthand with my own 2 eyes.
they'll sit there and go, no, I want Chris Brown. And then they'll go try to get Chris
Yep.
Brown. Then Chris Brown will
You see why Brittany laughing? Because she's one of them. We already broke down. I mean, I broke down in my other live stream how Brittany Renner was running around with Lil Uzi Vert and I think Trey Songz even, and also who else she fucked? Kevin Gates. Multiple men who are wicked, okay? And you see the shit that Trey Songz getting caught up in now. Lil Uzi Vert, obviously, an admitted devil worshiper. Kevin Gates, obviously, an admitted warlock. He practices witchcraft, okay? So, I mean, this is what you guys have to understand. He admitted, I already broke down in the other live stream how he admitted that he was a Freemason. So Brittany Renner, literally, she has no idea who the fuck. Yeah, she smashed Kaepernick too. Shout out to Distance Lights. She really, I think that, yes, she knows who these guys are, but she really does not know who these guys are.
And they'll be like, I can't believe he cheated. I am devastated. Well, what the fuck do you think is going to happen? If I go to the car garage, right, you have to make a decision.
And my question is, was Brittany Renner fucking Kevin Gates when he was with Dreka? Because she talking about, oh, well, this cheating shit. Oh, men shouldn't cheat. But then you're actively having sex with a guy who's in a relationship, who's married. Because I don't know if him and Dreka done finalized that divorce. But she was over there and he was over there talking about he was eating her ass in the last stream that we broke down. So let's stop it right now.
decision what you truly want in your life. If you truly want to just find a man who's going to look after you and take care of you, you're going to be his queen, he's going to be loyal. You can find that all day, but you're going to have to settle to a degree where a lot of women perhaps are not prepared to do that. You see how women act.
Yep.
They'd rather chase a fraction of a real G's time than have 100% of the time of a fucking dude who they don't respect at that level.
Yep.
And it's kind of like going to a car dealership. You walk in there, if you want reliability, you can get a Nissan. But if you want to get a Ferrari, it comes with headaches. It's got problems. So when girls say to me, "Oh, you know what, Andrew, you should be loyal to that," men like me don't have to be.
Nope.
And you know that. So why the fuck are you here trying to tell me what to do? Because you.
Yep. And they're sick that he said that. They're sick that he said that. Look. Andrew Tate claims that he's worth $1 billion. I don't know if he's worth $1 billion, but shit. I mean, Google is saying he's worth $355 million. So yeah, you got to be out your fucking mind if you think a guy like him has to be faithful. Like, that's just a pipe dream. You got a man who's making $500 million. That's, I mean, and you really expect him to be faithful? That's literally insane.
You know I don't have to be loyal, and all the girls I'm fucking don't have to be loyal. So why are you sitting there pretending you expected me to be loyal when everyone knew from ground up day one it was never going to ever fucking happen? And you're still here.
I think
you're still texting.
They're going to be the one that changes you.
Well, no, yeah, of course they are.
That's the biggest mistake that girls make.
Whose fault is this? This is the female decision. They sit there and decide, no, I want this. Cool, then you're going to have to accept. He ain't going to be loyal to you. He's barely going to reply to you. That's the game.
They like being cheated. I swear to God, this show has made me believe. I think women like to be cheated on.
I don't.
I swear to God, no, because all y'all ever talk about is your exes that cheated on you. That's all y'all.
I mean, actually, I kind of agree with Pearl. They want the drama. That's why they go after the bad boy, because they know he has the capability of cheating. And they want that emotional roller coaster, especially these modern women.
Ever talk about, and it's like
only talks about that.
You, Brittany, you, like, literally, if I go to your Instagram right now, it's gonna be a whole bunch of videos about you complaining about your situation with your baby daddy, who you should have stayed with. In discussion.
Regular women that are on here.
The women that come on the show.
Oh, good thing I'm irregular and extraordinaire.
But do you not think it's because we're not holding men accountable? So when a man, because he's a top G, cheats on a woman, it's like, well, what do you expect? When you should actually turn around to him and
Accountable
say,
for what? Accountable for his natural evolutionary biology.
Is cheating morally correct?
Yes.
For a rich nigga, yes. I mean, the reality is they're not going to want to hear this. They don't want to accept this. But like I said earlier, sexual access and sexual variety is essential to a man's mental health. Point blank, period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And every man across the world will confirm that.
Yes.
How can you say that? Are you joking?
Okay with your woman cheating on you?
Uh-oh, Brittany Renner's triggered. How can you say that? Are you joking with your $355 million?
Absolutely not. That's wrong.
No, because
it's a wrap when she cheats on you, but you can cheat on her.
Yep.
There has not been in the history of humanity, across any culture, any book, any story, any fable, there has never been across the history of humanity any respect put on the name of a promiscuous female ever.
Nope. The only ones who try and pull that shit are women. They try and make Marilyn Monroe an icon and all that stuff. And then when you look into it, she was having intercourse with underage boys. So let's be for real here. Nobody respects that.
Ever.
And they wouldn't respect a man either.
Ever. You name the biggest conquerors that you can possibly name from history. Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great, all of them. They all had 100 wives, bunch of children, big G, conquered the world. Normal. That is normal evolutionary biology. That's how men are designed to be. There's never been a single female who's been celebrated for her promiscuity ever in history. It's always been frowned upon and disgusting.
Yep.
So yes, we are completely and utterly different. Yes, it's different if a woman cheats on a man. And if a man is at a complete top level of his life and ticks every single box, and if he decides to be loyal, which some do, and I can be loyal, and I have been loyal, but there's also times in my life where I think, fuck it, I don't want to be, and get a new girlfriend every single day of the week. I can do that, and I can decide to do that. If a woman decides to do the same, purely because her value is high enough to attract so many males, because she's beautiful, for example, it is
and women do that all the time. I mean, how many videos have Brittany Renner talking about, oh, well, I got this dude, I got that side dude. Dude, we've already exposed her. I got this nigga in my DMs. I got more blue check marks in my DMs than Nike. Like, dude. But and when women do it, there's no issue with it. Oh, well, if she's participating in hookup culture, then she's sexually liberated and you go girl and all this stuff. But then when a man does, oh, it's a problem now. See, they always try and make these rules. But the reality is a man has full capability to be able to exercise options and still love his girl the same way. Even Brittany Renner proved that because in her interview with Pearl, she disclosed that PJ Washington had cheated on her that May of, I think it was, I want to say 2020, May of 2020, he had cheated on her. And then she found out 9 months later and she still stuck it out and had a baby with him. Why? Because he was high value, because he had status, because he was a first round draft pick, top 10 first round draft pick. That's why. And the issue with Brittany Renner is she just couldn't stick it out. And that's probably the biggest mistake that she's ever made in her life, because PJ Washington does not care about wife and hoes. As you guys can see, he is literally on to the next one. Let me show you. This nigga already done proposed to another bitch who is obviously a Tatiana. And he is exercising options. He done had a baby with this bitch. He had another child with this woman, y'all. And this woman was like, Instagram model. I already told you about these Instagram models. Any Instagram model that has over 100K followers is selling the pussy. So I guarantee this woman was doing some escorting, just like Anna Montana got exposed for being linked up to the Taz Angels who were doing escorting in Dubai and in South Africa and shit like that. And she's hot for sure. I mean, she's got big tits. Obviously, it looks like she has lip injections. I don't know if her boobs are real. Nice ass, though. Okay. But at the end of the day, I mean, she's taking pictures like this while she's pregnant. She's definitely a thought. Okay. And here she go, courtside at the Hornets game. Dude, I know Brittany Renner was punching air. Brittany Renner was punching air, and she has another child with another man. You know, shout out to Lil Homie. He looks swagged out. So I want to leave Lil Buddy out of this. But she has a child with another man. So PJ Washington, and she was taking pictures like this even before she met PJ Washington. She was taking pictures like this when PJ Washington was with Brittany Renner. And honestly, I think that her and Brittany Renner would have made really good sister wives. But Brittany Renner, you know, she couldn't swallow her pride. She could not swallow her pride. So this girl's pretty hot. I'll give her an 8. I'm going to assume that the boobs are real. I'm not sure. But she's pretty hot. But she is a single mom. Okay. And PJ Washington has no problem playing big stepdaddy. So yes, Brittany Renner definitely should have accepted PJ Washington exercising his options, and she'd probably be a better woman if she just ate that by now. She would probably be put up, you know, and she could have got the ring too. She probably would have got the ring.
Completely different. And I'll explain to you why it's completely different. So buckle up. It's different. It's different. It's different. Well, I'll tell you why. It is impossible for a female to be promiscuous on a long enough.
You see, Denelva, that's a physical indicator of interest, body language, biting the nail, a nervous tick that women do. That, you know, it's a way for them to show interest. Biting the lip, biting the nail. Look at Denelva's body language. She says, go on, Saggy. She's so attracted to Andrew Tate. She's literally like getting wet right now.
Well, I'll tell you why. It is impossible for
Go on, Saggy. Like giving them little nicknames and shit like that. Brittany Renner is like, she's disgusted by that because she sees that Denelva is actively competing for Andrew Tate's attention, and it's driving Brittany Renner insane because she knows that as far as physical attractiveness goes, she's the most physically attractive woman on this panel. And she knows that if anybody's going to have a shot at Andrew Tate, it should have been her. But out of wedlock child, you know, ran through, admitted hoe. Andrew Tate would never take you seriously. He'll just bust you down. but Denelva is actively trying to signal her interest in Andrew Tate. And even on the little recap that Pearl and them had later on, where Denelva was beefing with the dark-skinned chick, Esther, Denelva, every woman on the panel said, "Oh my God, he was a lot more attractive in person than I thought." Cause like, and you got all these bitches on Instagram and on TikTok. Oh my God, Andrew Tate's bald. Da 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 da. Tate's bald. Tate bald. Dude, bruh? Women like bald niggas. I don't know where the fuck these women. Cause like there was a whole trend in 2017, bald nigga with a beard. That's literally what Andrew Tate is. So what the fuck are we talking about?
For a female to be promiscuous on a long enough period of time without devaluing herself, because she is fucking people she shouldn't be fucking. There's no way she is sleeping with endless men, and all of them are either high-value men or treating her the way she should be treated. If you find a woman who slept with 50,
Look at Brittany Renner. She literally talking about her.
100 dudes, she's either fucking dudes which aren't at her level or haven't worked hard enough to try and get the pussy. She was just too drunk to realize he's a loser, plays video games. Or she's fucking a top G who barely texts her back. So either way, she's fucking dudes she shouldn't be fucking, or a guy who's at the level who doesn't give her the right amount of attention. For a woman to find a guy who's truly on a level, who truly treats her the way she should be treated, that's once every couple years, if that. You ain't just gonna go out there fucking a new dude every week and say, yeah, he's worth pussy. Yeah, he treats me good enough to get my pussy. Da da da. And you know what's funny about the universe? It's actually beautiful about the universe because it's equal and opposite forces. When you devalue yourself, it's kind of like men can smell it on you. They can look at a bitch and go, oh. And that's the way it works. So you have to be very careful.
They hated that.
Does this man truly deserve to fuck me? And if you think about it, the answer 99% of the time, especially if you're promiscuous, is no. So when a woman is sleeping around with all these men, she's devaluing herself. She's devaluing herself, and the world knows, God knows, the universe knows. When a man does it, he doesn't devalue himself at all. That's just the way it works.
Can I ask you a question? Wait, Esther, 1 second. Sir, may I ask you a question? What would you say if a woman now is married to 2 men?
That's bullshit.
No, I'll tell you what.
The thing is, in any situation where a woman is married to 2 men, you can guarantee those dudes are fucking pussies. Like, that's just the reality of the situation. No man is going to share his woman. No man worth his salt is going to share his woman unless he's like, I don't know, doing a fucking gangbang or something. And then at that point, it's not going to be his woman. It's going to be a woman who belongs to the streets.
Wait, Esther, 1 second. Sir, may I ask you a question? What would you say if a woman now is married to 2 men?
Haram.
Why?
No, I'll tell you why. Let's talk about this. What is the difference between a man, let's say me, I have 4 wives, right? What's the difference between a man having 4 wives and a woman having 4 men?
You can impregnate the 4 wives at the same time.
So he's about to make a really great point right here. So listen up, guys. Shout out to my guy Alpha Zoe in the building. He says every single one of Tate's points is directed at Brittany. She's the epitome of modern day promiscuous woman. Why not? Says rather die alone. No batteries, no sharing, neither.
You can impregnate the 4 wives at the same time, and we know who the parents are, right? So let's say you had 4 pregnancies, you'd know who the mother is because she's carrying the baby, and you know who the dad is, top G. If you had a woman with 4 men and she gets pregnant, who's the parents?
What about if?
No, I'm asking.
Okay,
you know?
I ask, what if they're different races?
Answer
one white,
the
one black.
question.
You don't know.
Answer the question.
You don't know. Now, modern science.
No, you
can
don't.
come along and maybe fix that for you, but that doesn't.
You seen that goofy ass shit Denelva just tried to do? Well, what if all the men were of different races, dude? Fuck out of here. Even then, at birth, like the baby would still be very light. So if there's one Mexican and one black guy who Denelva fucked, let's just say, and she had a kid, and they had a kid, you know, in the very, let's say she had twins and they were twins from different men, you probably would not be able to tell which one is which, especially if they were of the same skin complexion, because like baby's features are damn near it's like it's almost unidentifiable, or what am I trying to say? It's not differentiable to, like, you can't tell them niggas apart because they're freaking babies, and they're like light bright anyway. That's why a lot of dudes get fooled when it comes to paternity, because like the kid is gonna come out light and they're thinking, okay, so the kid should darken up over throughout the years, and it just doesn't happen that way. That's why you got to get a DNA test.
doesn't mean it's not wrong in the eyes of God. The idea of having a family, the idea of a child being born, one of the baselines for a new life to come onto this planet is for at least to understand who the two people who made it are. At least, if you have a woman fucking 4 dudes, you don't even know who got her pregnant.
So
Yeah.
just say,
disgusting.
Have you seen the twins that had 2 different dads?
Oh, yeah, I saw that. May I just say something then? So if that is the case, yeah, if the one thing that you're meant to have,
And I think that was in Brazil too. So the passport bros, you know, y'all better watch out for them Brazilian women.
you at least you know who the 2 people that put that child on earth are. Then that's why promiscuity for men is also a problem, because they get women pregnant. Sometimes they don't even know they have children. That's around, no?
No, it's completely different. It's different because you have to understand, I'm talking about humans. You look at humans from a societal perspective, but society has changed, right? So let's say 200-300 years ago, if a woman got pregnant, she needed a man to survive.
Facts.
If that man didn't take care of her during pregnancy, she was going to die. She couldn't.
And I mean, there was a high mortality rate when it came to pregnancies before, like modern science and epidurals and all this other shit. Like women were in a very vulnerable state when giving birth before modern science, which men created in order to make women's lives easier. Okay. So a lot of these women talking about like they don't need men, but at the end of the day, when they're giving birth, who are they going to? A male fucking doctor.
Work a job, couldn't hunt, couldn't fish, whatever, right? A woman literally needed that man for survival. So if you were to come to me and say I'm pregnant, but you've been fucked by 4 different dudes, I'd be like, who says it's mine? Why am I looking after you? I don't want to look after her. She will literally perish. This is why in most of the world today, still today, virginity is so coveted, and throughout all of history, it's been so coveted because that's the only way to ensure paternity. She's a virgin. I know it's my baby. She ain't a virgin. Prove it's mine. Outside of this modern science bullshit, Shaitan, the devil we have here in the West, in most of the world today, without virginity or at least a low body count or at least anti-promiscuity.
Exactly. At least a low body count. You can't even get that in the dating market today. At least a low body count. It's your reasonable service as a woman to at least preserve as much of your purity as possible, and they're not even doing that. So it's just like, what the fuck do we even have at this point? What do we have left?
You can't tell that that's your baby. So it's a completely different thing. You're looking at the idea of a woman being pregnant and coming to a group of men and saying, one of you has to take care of me and put up with me when I'm fat and moody and annoying and I need my bills paid. And all the men are going to sit there and go, no, fuck no, prove it's mine. You can't prove it. Bounce.
Facts.
Well, it's different. If I get 4 women pregnant, we know the deal.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. So obviously back then for survival, women needed a man. Otherwise, when they were pregnant, could die and all of these things, they would perish. In today's society, given evolution, given the fact that as women we can go and get.
Men.
Yeah, but
It's not because of evolution. It's because men have manipulated matter in order to ease the lives of, everyone, but specifically women.
I'm not saying that. Isn't there a glitch between what is actually happening and the nature of what we have in our bodies? I think that's probably.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but this ain't no damn computer program. This ain't no software. Fuck are you talking about a glitch?
The conflict that we're having right now.
Glitch in what way?
In the sense that women don't feel like they need men in the most physical sense, perhaps naturally.
And that's bullshit too, dude. Women need men so fucking bad, even for their own emotional stability. Like every single woman who doesn't have a man who truly loves her is literally out of her fucking mind and dying inside every single day. Like these women are so full of shit when they talk about, oh, they don't need men. Dude, you need men. You need men on the most basic level of if you don't have a man, you're just acting sporadic and emotionally unstable and you're going through hella mood swings. Like when men start dating women, men become these women's therapists, bro. That's the reality. Like when you start dating a woman, even if she has a low body count, but damn, imagine if she actually ran it up and got a high body count, nigga. You become that woman's therapist and you're trying to talk her off of the ledge every single day. So you can only imagine how she was on her own, bro. Because I mean, these women, their minds are fucked up oftentimes. Okay. And they're addicted to alcohol. They're addicted to drugs. They're addicted to going out in the fast life and all that kind of stuff. So this is the reality, man. Let's see. Alphazo says low body count women nowadays run up bodies like it's a sport, then make TikToks about it. True. Alvazo says men aren't committing to these women, can't ensure childbearing. The women have been whored out. Half the internet has seen them naked, and half your city has slept with them. Yes. I always say that Generation Z women, modern Generation Z women, have the digital footprint of an adult film actress. Let me repeat that. Modern Generation Z women have the digital footprint of an adult film actress. And if anybody else repeats that on their podcast, you know that they got it from me. Okay. Why Not says, don't need a man till the cold winter or the wall hits. Facts.
Very interesting. Women don't feel like they need men in a physical sense because life is soft, but it's
And they do. Like, I mean, even women who haven't gotten dick in a while, they're always fucking angry and they're always like bitchy and shit. Like, that's why I always say a bad bitch don't go 6 months without dick. And if she has, then you'll very much be able to tell by her demeanor and her attitude.
But it's bullshit. And it's bullshit because you still need men by proxy, one. And two, the second life gets difficult, you very quickly learn how much you need men.
Yep.
But women will go, I'm independent, I don't need no man because I have an OnlyFans and men pay my OnlyFans. And if anyone comes up to me, I'll call a male.
Right. Oh, I don't need no man. I have an OnlyFans, but men literally pay your bills. Yeah, those 2,000 people who are subscribed to you a month for $9.99 to see your butt crack. Yeah, all of those people are men. Shout out to Alphazo. He says, I'm tired of being women's therapists. They are crazy and have no realization about their past decisions. Plus, they lack accountability. It's always someone else's fault for their mistakes. Facts.
Police officer, I don't need men. Shut up, you fucking idiot. Of course you do. You just named your whole life is based on fucking men. The road you're driving on was paved by a man. The house you're living in was built by a man. The car you're driving was designed by a man.
Yeah, like exactly. Their whole lives depend on men. And like, I hate this shit where like a lot of women, oh, well, I don't need a man. I have a rose. Dude, get the fuck out of here. I mean, even if guys feel like shit after we jerk off, imagine what a woman feels like. Yeah, you might get that immediate pleasure, but then you also kind of feel like shit. I don't give a fuck what nobody says. After masturbating, you're going to immediately feel maybe not necessarily regret, but you're going to feel like, ugh, man, like I would much have rather gotten the real deal. Okay. I don't give a fuck what you say. A lot of these women out here playing with toys and and whatnot. And yeah, there are some nympho women who just like clitoral stimulation at all points and times of the day. But like I said, those are the women you don't really want because those are the women who have the digital footprint of an adult film actress. Dude, if a woman has toys, immediately she's disqualified. Point blank. Immediately she's disqualified because she is desensitizing her genitalia to real flesh. Like, it is what it is, man. So if you link up with a chick and she got toys and all this stuff and she telling you about her rose and her little suction shit, no, we're not buying. We're not buying.
Anything bad were to happen to you, the second you were physically threatened, or times were to get hard, or war were to start, or famine, or riots, the first thing you do is find a big, strong man, shit yourself, and throw the feminism out the window.
Yep.
Feminism goes out the fucking window the second that the snow needs shoveling, or there's a fucking broken down car, or the tire needs changing. Then all that crap vanishes. It's garbage. And this is the very interesting thing. I'll make a point here, which is going to get me canceled again, but I don't give a fuck. But this is the point. Feminism in and of itself can't be defended. The point of an idea is that it can be defended by the people who believe in it. This has been the whole point of war since the dawn of time. It doesn't matter if it was the Christians against the Hindus. It doesn't matter if it was the Germans against the French. There were people who had ideas and ideologies, and they're prepared to fight each other to defend their ideology. Feminism is an ideology which cannot be defended by feminists. The only people who can defend feminism are the men who subscribe to the garbage. If all the feminists were to get in a line and say, we want feminism, and the conservative men were to get in a line, you would learn very quickly it's bullshit.
Exactly. Like, you can't defend your ideology. The only people who can defend feminism as an ideology are men. Point blank.
I had a friend in Afghanistan when Taliban kicked America out, and he told me the Americans were telling the girls they could go to school. So they built all these girls' schools, and they put the Afghanistani Defense Forces there, and they funded the Afghanistan Defense Forces to protect these schools.
Yep.
You had American satellites, you had night vision goggles. Taliban were afraid to attack. America leaves. Now you have Afghani Defense Forces.
And guess why America left? Because the president that women voted in, Joe Biden. So now you left all those Afghani women to be beheaded for reading a children's book. And no woman is going back to say, hey, we need to bring troops back to Afghanistan and I'll be the first to sign up. You're not fighting for women who are being brutalized and having their genitalia mutilated over in the Middle East. So stop it right there. You don't give a fuck. All you care about is doing your makeup and your lashes and your nails and buying your Chanel bag and getting fucked by a man who's over 6 feet. That's literally all they care about.
They're basically blind. They don't have satellites anymore. Don't have night vision, whatever. So now it's a real war. The men are standing next to this girls' school. The Taliban are coming. You're some dude. You're standing there and you're looking at this girls' school going, I don't really give a fuck if girls go to school.
Yeah, exactly. You don't give a fuck enough if girls go to school to risk my life, especially if they're not willing to risk their lives, or if I'm not fucking any of them. See, it'd be different if he had a school full of his wife and kids and family, and they were in there. Then he'd be okay. Look, I'm gonna protect this shit. I'm gonna defend this shit. But if it's just some random chicks he don't know, fuck out of here. I'm not defending this shit. The Taliban pulling up. I got one pistol and they got fucking 30 sand niggas with AK-47s. Nah, I'm out, bro.
And you didn't fight. So that's why they all gave up and Taliban took over so quickly. And when I said this, the girl's like, yeah, they should have fought for us.
Yeah, they should have fought for us. No, bitch, you fight for your damn self. How about that? Since you're so strong and independent, you fight the Taliban. I'm good. You fight Al-Qaeda. I'm straight. I'm like, come on now. Come on. What are we talking about?
Feminism. Why don't the women fight?
Can I ask?
Oh, wait, the women can't defend their own fucking idea. You
Yep.
need men to defend feminism. So that's why the whole thing is stupid.
There you go.
Fucking men don't defend it. It just fails as a fucking ideology.
There you go.
May I tell you something now? So this is the thing. This is when we assume that women perhaps don't have the physical or even mental ability to go to.
They don't. They don't have the physical nor mental ability. Dude, when women see any type of crazy shit go down, what are they doing? Screaming at the top of their lungs, ah, 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 ah! Like every single damn time. You can't get their ass to shut the fuck up. Okay? Nigga, have you ever been with a chick and seen a roach? She seen a roach that you ain't see, and she's screaming and you don't even know what happened. And you mean to tell me that this woman is going to be next to her best friend and then and they're shooting a machine gun, right? They're shooting a fucking Sentinel machine gun from the opposite side. The ops are in war and your best friend gets killed. You think that a woman is going to be able to keep her composure? Hell nah. See, my brother went to war. He was in the Navy. He went to war and he saw his best friends die right next to him. And he had to keep fighting. He couldn't shed a tear until the battle was won. Women aren't built for that. Women aren't built for that. Okay? You want to see a dead body? Hell no. These women don't want to see no dead body, bro. Come on. They don't have the guts. They don't have the fucking guts. That's just the reality of the situation. And men, we're conditioned to seeing violence. That's why men like violent television shows. That's why men like action figures and all this kind of stuff, because we're conditioned to understand violence and you know, our mentalities are conditioned to see it. Do niggas come back with PTSD? Yes, for sure. But there are a lot of niggas who come back better men because they understand their own mortality and they understand that they became more courageous running into the face of danger. And this is what builds character, and this is what makes a man attractive to a woman.
Wait, because this is the thing. For example, in Ukraine, a lot of women took up arms, and in fact, I'm Angolan. Wait, I'm Angolan.
She's a fucking lie. Oh, in Ukraine, a lot of women took up arms. Look, there was literally once the Ukrainian war started, and Danelva is just a fucking liar, because why would you even say some dumbass shit like that? Oh, well, dude, that did not fucking happen. There was like maybe two Instagram model bitches who took up arms, and guess what? They were killed within the first 2-3 weeks. And I guarantee they were one of them was like shelled, and I guarantee when that damn shell was coming and she heard that bitch whistling in the air, well, I bet when she heard that she was like screaming like hell. I'm not saying that a man wouldn't scream either, but most likely a man will just brace for that shit and it's like, fuck, I'm dead. But like, dude, come on. She's acting. There was literally when the Ukrainian war started, it basically said women and children are being removed from Ukraine, and all the men, I think 18 to 60 or something, had to stay and fight. Let's see. Women and children. Let's see. Evacuated. That's what it was. Let me pull out that article right quick because she's so full of shit. She's so full of shit. Dude, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Watch this. And this is The Guardian. This is The Guardian. Dude, women didn't take up arms and fight in the Ukrainian war with Russia. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Like, why would she even say that? Oh, you know what? When the Ukraine and women took up arms and fought. No, the fuck they didn't. They were evacuated. Women and children were evacuated from Ukraine. And that's why you had so many people criticizing the African men who were trying to leave Ukraine, because they were benefiting from Ukraine, living in Ukraine, getting a cheaper education in Ukraine. And then when war popped off, all the African men wanted to leave because they're like, oh, this is a white man's war. Well, you came to the white man's country, so shouldn't your ass be fighting too? But they don't want to talk about that. And I'm not saying that they should have fought, but I'm just saying, you know, even the African men were trying to get the fuck up on out of there. So you mean to tell me that, oh, women took up arms? No, the fuck they didn't. All women, children, and elderly evacuated from besieged steel plant in Mariupol. All women, children, and elderly people have been evacuated from Mariupol's besieged steel plant, Ukraine's deputy prime minister has said. Irina Vereshchuk said the current state of the humanitarian operation in Azovstal has been completed. This part of the Mariupol humanitarian operation is over, she wrote on the Telegram. So what Danelva's saying is complete bullshit. Let's see. There was another article, this one, under Russian fire, Ukraine says women and children evacuated from besieged Mariupol plant. So they, and look at the women and children being evacuated. Look at the women and children being evacuated, dog. And this is a very sad thing. So I'm not trying to make light of it, but it's just like to act like women were taking up arms and fighting and all that shit when the war popped off is it's bullshit. Okay. So all they have is this evacuation from the steel mill, but I'm trying to find the article where they were being evacuated from the country. After Russian invasion. So they're really pushing this. Yeah, so they okay, here's the article. I can't breathe. Ukrainian. Okay, I don't know what that was. And this is France 24. So we're just debunking Danelva because that was just a dumbass statement. I can breathe. Oh, I can breathe. Okay, I can breathe. Ukrainian women and children flee Russian troops. Okay, the hordes of exhausted people hurrying through the East Ukraine. I guess there was supposed to be a picture here. Checkpoint towards Red Cross buses were women, children, and the elderly, desperate to flee the horror of life in Russia-controlled territory. So once Russia took that bitch over, all the women want to leave. Why the fuck didn't they take up arms and fight? Aren't they strong and independent? And I did a video on a woman who got shelled. Like, she literally survived being shelled, and she was freaking out. I'll actually show that video. They were crying or had lined faces and harrowed eyes, a testimony to the living hell they had endured in East Ukraine and Russia's invasion in late February. I can breathe more easily now. Anna, a teacher who fled with children aged 13 and 11, told AFP, declining to give her surname as she crossed the checkpoint. But she was grieving for what she left behind as part of the deal with Russian forces to let Ukrainians out. Men under 60 were obliged to remain behind, including Anna's husband. So there you have it. Danelva is a complete fucking liar. She made shit up. She made shit up. There were no women who stayed back. And the ones that were are fucking idiots, and they're dead now. How about that? How about that? Yeah, I said it. The women who stayed back and fought in Ukraine. They're damn idiots and they're dead now. They were trying to prove a point and they thought they were special and they thought that God was going to protect them during the war. And that's not how God works. Okay. It was the only solution with the children, she said, wiping her tears. A steady flow of minibuses and cars delivered from 1,350 people in their luggage on Monday to land held by Ukrainian forces. The convoy carrying children with soft toys and women saddled with luggage crossed a dam cutting through a reservoir that serves as the demarcation line between Russia and Ukrainian troops. So there you have it. It's complete bullshit. Look at these hoes, man. The new arrivals and Russian authorities had confiscated telephones. Genya Savilov. So you see these chicks. You think them hoes was finna fight, bro? Dude, give me a fucking break. Look at them. Peace. We love y'all. Okay. Hope you don't die. See you next lifetime, dude. Oh my God. Such BS. Oh man. So let's keep going. Let me clear my throat.
Wait, I'm Angolan and
don't lie.
Listen,
to the people at home.
Wait, no worries. I'll talk about my personal
you wanna
story.
Go to war? You wanna fight
wait.
Angolan, I'm Angolan, dude. Those Angolans, bruh. You are not fighting with nobody. Stop it.
This is the thing. I think it's also really like silly to assume that, for example, a woman, because she didn't go to school, she'll not be as intelligent as a man. Therefore, naturally, a woman is not intelligent. No, it doesn't make sense. If we're now starting to normalize equality and we want to put everybody in the forefront, give a woman a gun.
Who's normalizing equality?
Well, that's what.
Dude, there were even women who there were even women who were faking that they actually went to war. And they were taking like little fucking sexy, seductive videos in photos and posting on my Instagram. And then people were calling them out saying, hey, that's a fake gun. That's a fake gun. Because this woman posted with an airsoft gun acting like she actually was fighting in the Ukrainian war. And it was fucking bullshit. She literally lied. So not only are these women not going to war, the ones who are going to war die on the first day that they fucking land on Ukrainian soil in occupied Russian territory in Ukraine. And they're lying about, their service. And a lot of these women who even joined the U.S. military get dishonorable discharges because they have bad attitudes. There was this one video that I was watching. This sister was nutting up at basic training. It was so fucking funny. But like she really was like being so disrespectful to her commander, and it was literally crazy. Like if she was a guy, she would have got knocked the fuck out. But here, this is the Brazilian model who went to Ukraine like a fucking idiot and thought that she was special. She thought she was cool. Look, dude, this woman volunteered. Oh my God. Like, and people are saying, well, why don't you respect her? She served her. Dude, she ain't catch no bodies over there. Get the fuck out of here. She probably spazzed and like froze up once she started hearing once she started hearing the damn missile strike and bombshells going off and getting shelled. She probably froze up. A Brazilian bombshell who joined Ukrainian forces as an elite sniper in the fight against Russia was killed during a missile strike, relatives said. Okay, and it's not funny, but I mean, come on. I mean, you got to be a fucking idiot. Thalita du Valle, a 39-year-old ex-model who had been in Ukraine for only 3 weeks, and she got murked, bruh. These hoes suck at surviving in war. She should have just found a Russian nigga to get a pussy up to. I mean, it's ridiculous. Died in a June 30 Russian missile strike in Kharkiv, where she was pinned down and amid heavy explosions. Ooh, so it sounds like to me that they bombed or shelled the structure that she was in, and then the debris pinned her down, and she had a slow, dramatic death. So that doesn't sound good at all. Very painful. So RIP to her, but damn. The volunteer soldier from Sao Paulo died alongside former Brazilian army fighter Douglas Barrigo, 40, who was on his way to evacuate her from a bunker when he was killed. So look, This woman actually got another man killed, and this is another thing when it comes to these women in the military. She done got herself in a situation she couldn't get out, and then he tried to rescue her and got killed. Dude, stop trying to save these hoes. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. She literally got this man killed because he was trying to save her and evacuate her because her dumb ass couldn't get out the fucking bunker. Dude, give me a break. Oh my God. The former model who attended law school had posted videos of her time in Ukraine on her YouTube channel. So she was trying to get clout. She was trying to get clout, dude, and she was trying to fuck all the hot Ukrainian soldiers. Dude, stop it. Oh my God. Which documented her previous experience as a fighter against the Islamic State in Iraq. While in Iraq, Duvalier trained as a sniper with Peshmergas in the independent Kurdistan region. Her brother, Theo Rodrigo Vieira, hailed her as a hero who dedicated her life to helping others in desperate need. I'm trying to figure out how she still has lashes in the face of war. Like, she's literally doing her lashes and taking selfies. And I mean, dude, trying to look cute. Dude, if your hair got caught in this fucking bazooka, dude, oh my God. And you know, she served her country and whatnot, and she fought the Taliban allegedly. So I'm not trying to take anything away from her, but I mean, it's just the fact that, and actually, here's her YouTube channel right here. Let's see. It's just like a lot of these women that go into the military, they just trying to look cute in the fucking uniform. They ain't even really trying to put in no work. See, look at this. Look at this shit. Like, dude, why do you have your tits out in the middle of... Like, what the fuck? You're literally in the middle of the fucking desert or some type of... Okay, it's not a desert. It's some type of grassy terrain with cows, and you got your tits out. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. Oh, man. So... Looked like she didn't really take high quality videos anyway. But yeah, there were a couple women who did rush to the scene to fight in the Ukrainian war, and they are no longer with us. So there you have it. It looked like she was just doing shit for a photo op. I ain't even gonna cap. And I'm not saying she didn't have a good heart and all this stuff, but
what people are wanting, then that's people the case. Like who? Let me tell you, Auntie,
who wants to normalize equality? People like who? Feminists. Who else wants
I want, well, actually, no equality. I want respect. That's really what I want.
Stopping you from getting respect.
No,
I get respect.
I get respect. I get respect.
She said, "Oh, I want respect," and then Auntie challenges her. What's stopping you from getting respect? I get respect. Why aren't you getting respect? And then she backtracks. Oh no, because she has to see. This is why women are a contradiction, because they lie to win arguments. They lie to win arguments. Let me repeat. They lie to win arguments. Just like Denelva had to lie about women rushing to the Ukraine. No, there was like 1 or 2 women who went and they died the first fucking month. Okay. They didn't even last a whole month. So we can stop with that bullshit. And I guarantee the reason why she died was 100% her fault. Okay. I guarantee she was lacking. Otherwise, my man, who the 40-year-old guy wouldn't have had to evacuate her. He would have just knew, you know, I had to gotta chalk it up to the game. It's OV. But she probably was trapped between a rock and a hard place. And, oh, come get me. Oh, I'm trapped. Please help me. They just shelled the building. And then he goes back and tries to save her life because, you know, he's white knighting and he was her friend and whatnot and all that kind of stuff. And maybe he was banging her. So he had that type of loyalty toward her, and it clouded his judgment. And he ran into an active fucking military strike, which was dumb as hell. Okay, it was dumb as hell. She should have just made her stay and waited it out until the bomb ceased, and they started, you know, like there's a period in between where they stop bombing and then they send the ground troops to see, you know, any survivors, and they take them as POWs, prisoners of war. So he should have tried to sneak in between that time and evacuate her. But it would have even been harder because she wouldn't have been able to walk. She would have been bleeding. She would have been dying. Moving her body would have been, you know, a risk to her life because the way that she was pinned, whatnot. Like people don't think about this type of shit.
what I want. That's what I like. What I think is,
you don't even know what you want.
I'll tell you what I
don't
want.
know what you want. You want
But yeah, my point was Denelva has to lie and say, oh, well, she was like, I want to be respected. And then Auntie's like, well, why aren't you being respected? I get respect. And then she's like, well, I do get respected, because she has to keep up the idea that she's some strong, independent woman who everybody fears. And men are just, their nuts are just shriveling up when they walk into a room with her. And that couldn't be further from the truth. Nobody fears you, ma'am. Maybe that big ass forehead, but
woman, I carry myself differently. I actually hold the things that I have done in the fights that I fought. I hold it. That's why when you speak to me, I don't move different. I move different to many of the girls. That's why when you talk to me and you argue with me, I don't take it.
You do not move different than any other girls. You move exactly like a modern woman.
You do sometimes. And I'll tell you something. A lot of women may have the accolades to be somebody, but they are uncomfortable to own that. And the reason why, then I would like to ask you, for example, I do need a man, for example, to, procreate. But other than
you also need a man to stimulate you sexually. Like, dude, why are we acting like you don't feel like shit after masturbating? Like, come on, bro. Come on. Men and women alike. Like, it doesn't feel good to bust nuts on yourself. It doesn't feel good that you're shoving a fucking dildo. At least, like, you don't even want to do the work, right? Like, you don't want to have to be the one shoving the dildo down your freaking, guts and whatnot. Like, you don't want to be the one to have to do that. You want a man to grab you and thrust his hips inside of you, and you want him to be doing the work. You don't want to have to do that work yourself. Dude, stop acting like masturbating is just like some type of, oh, well, I don't need sex from a man because I can just jerk off or I can just flip the bean. Like, dude, fuck out of here. Nobody, you don't feel good, and it makes you depressed if you're masturbating every single fucking day. Stop it.
No, I'm quite strong, and I would find a way to protect myself differently. With that mentality, what would be the man that would be for me then?
Denelva, what would you do if one of these security guards broke into your door?
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'll tell you.
What would you do?
One,
no, seriously, there's no guns here.
She's a feminist.
I'll tell you. No, I'm not a feminist. I'm
Yep.
not a feminist.
You seen what Auntie did? She said, take me. Yep.
I'll tell you. No, I'm not a feminist.
Exactly. And this is exactly what all those women who supposedly rushed to the Ukraine to fight the war, that's exactly what they would do when they got conquered by the Russian troops. While the men would get slaughtered for being against the Russians, the women would open their legs, they'll go face down, ass up, and be like, take it, as long as I get to live. And that's how war works. That's how war works.
I'm not a feminist. I'm a bit smarter. Either I play dead. One.
You'd play dead. Come on. And guess what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna make sure you're fucking dead. Not me, but hypothetically in this scenario. Okay. YouTube, don't say that I'm inciting violence. No, but in a situation like this where a man invaded your home, playing dead's not going to work, honey. Playing possum's not going to work. Dude, that's cowardice. Oh, but you're a strong, independent woman. That's cowardice. How about you take up arms? How about you grab whatever object that you can and square up like Liu Kang and fight for your fucking life? How about that?
Yeah.
Okay, they see you're not dead.
It's okay.
They
No,
see
I'd
you
be like
breathing.
this, and then if not, maybe I would kind of like be very gentle and comply to find.
Oh, if not, I'll be gentle and comply. So yeah, I'm just gonna tell you to bend over, take your clothes off and bend over, because I came into your house to grape and pillage. How about that? Is that cool? Oh yeah, that's the only way that you're gonna fight back is by giving in, acquiescing to the man's demands. Why? Because he's more powerful than you and he can take whatever he wants. In this scenario, I'm not saying that this is right at all. I think it's horrible. But my point is that men, at the end of the day, are more powerful than women. So if two big ass security guards broke into her house and they wanted anything from her, they would get whatever they wanted, and she wouldn't even fight back. And that is the difference between men and women, because a man would fight to the death before he is taken advantage of in a physical, sexual way. Okay. Even in prisons, you see these guys creating, having shanks on them and risking taking 5 more years just so that they don't get graped in the showers.
find a way to get out of it.
so
If they want to come and kill me,
Oh, find a way to get out of it. Yeah, the only way you're getting out of it is you're face down, ass up, and you're giving up some pussy. That's the only, and that's literally what she resorted to. At the end of the day, in the face of danger, women resort to giving up their bodies in order to avoid the consequences of war.
there's not much that many people
But
can
let's
do.
make an important point. You're talking about equality equaling respect. The way you get respect as a woman is by being feminine. There's nothing, we can be equal and very, very different. I'm not saying that there's not equality, but you've confused equality with the same. You can be equal with completely different things. You can have a bishop and a knight on a chessboard. They're equal in terms of points, but they do different things, right? A woman can have equal respect to a man if she is very good at being a woman, and a man gets respect for being very good at being a man. When a woman decides she wants to act like a man or a man wants to act like a woman, that's where all gets fucked up. We try and pretend it's all the same. It's not the same. Men and women are good at different things. We have different strengths, different weaknesses. There's nothing wrong with accepting that. There's nothing wrong with saying, I'm a woman, I'm good at X, he's a man, he's good at Y. Then we work together as a team, we have a beautiful family, we're happy forever. It's only confused where you have women who sit and go, no, because in the name of equality, we can fight and work. There's no fucking women on the front line in Ukraine. That is psyop bullshit. They put some chick there dancing around doing Pokemon dances to try and convince men to go fucking die in a ditch. It's garbage.
Yep.
You go to the front line of Ukraine right now, you do not see women in their makeup and their manicures. You see fucking men in the freezing cold dying. You know where the women are? Dubai, chilling. That's where the women are.
Yep.
So to sit and pretend that women are just as capable physically as men is a fucking lie. It's delusion.
Fuck no.
To say that you're as strong as men is a delusion. You are good at other things. You're better than men at a lot of things, but it's not the physical world. And the unfortunate reality about life, this is what we're saying when I was saying earlier that feminism goes out the window when things get hard. The harder the world gets, the closer it gets to the baseline of humanity. The unfortunate baseline of humanity is violence. That's what happens when if all the electricity were to go out and all the police were to quit. This would become a violent place very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking zero feminists left. Zero.
Yep. And all those immigrants that the UK is letting in, guess what? They're going to be knocking on Denelva's door and she ain't going to do shit about it. So there goes your diversity and inclusivity right there, baby.
You would all need men. That's the bottom line of reality. That's the bottom line. So you have to understand as a woman and say, okay, I need a man who's good at being a man.
But no one's saying that we don't need men in society.
That's literally what they just said.
We're talking about relationships. Yeah, you're strong, but the thing is, I can.
Dude, get the fuck out of here. Women want relationships from men way more than men want relationships from women. Let's just keep that a buck. Men want sex from women. Yeah, the relationship is cool. The relationship is nice. But at the end of the day, if like a guy could just have intercourse and not have to commit, then he would do that 100% until the wheels fall off. But women, they can't do that. They're at the end of the day, they're going to end up wanting to say, hey, what are we? So she's full of shit. You can't even fuck a guy consistently without catching feelings. And you want to tell us that you don't need a relationship from a man? Dude, women crave relationships from a man so bad, it's not even funny. They just crave those relationships from men who are the top 10% or the top 10%. That's why they're so upset when Andrew Tate said that he can cheat, because this is the guy that they fucking want. And he's telling you, bitch, I'm not going to be monogamous to you. And that stings because their reality is fucking broken, because they've never met a $355 million nigga ever in their life. And the only one that they've ever met is telling them that I am not going to be monogamous.
Live my life as a woman and not need a man.
What's a woman?
So Esther got in trouble on the last podcast with Pearl because she couldn't identify what a woman was, just like Ketanji Brown Jackson couldn't identify what a woman was. Actually, it's a sitting, the first Black female Supreme Court justice can't even define what a woman is, or refuse to, at least.
Oh, Pearl, stop
like in my day-to-day life, I don't need a man to fix my car. I'll just go to the mechanic.
But listen, right?
Who's the mechanic? A fucking man. Dude, these women don't make sense. They're literally, I mean, you're literally dumb. Like, I hate to say it, but she's literally fucking retarded.
But is the mechanic a man or a woman? No, I'm saying yes, we need men in society, but in relationships, the only reason I actually need you is because I want you. I don't actually need you.
You know what?
Oh, you need men. Dude, you're so depressed when you're not laying. You know that song Drake made? Because I hate sleeping alone. Dude, these women are so depressed when they go to bed and they're laying down and they have their bed made up and then only half of the bed is full and they're waking up on one side of the bed and like half the bed is leaning toward that side and the other half is just like looks like it's never been touched. Dude, these women are so depressed when they're waking up alone. Don't give me that bullshit.
I need you to procreate. Yes, I agree. But the things I don't need you in my day-to-day life.
What if someone breaks into your house?
I'll just call the police.
Okay.
And the response time for the police, 10-15 minutes. You've already been graped and deleted by then.
What if they don't come? What if the average in the US,
Stupid.
In the US it takes like 15.
And give them everything.
In the US it takes like 15.
Play dead and give them everything. You heard what Denalva said, so she ready to give up that pussy even before the nigga even busts down the door.
That is for them to get there. But that's not realistic. That doesn't happen.
How is that not realistic, dude? UK is fucking violent. There's stabbings all the time. And let's not even talk about the United States, dude. I mean, every major city in the United States is violent as shit. What is she talking about?
Okay. These two guys in your house. What are you doing?
But that's not realistic. I've not had any man break into my house on a.
Oh yeah, and you're lucky. You're lucky because it only takes one time. This is what women don't understand. It only takes one time. It only takes one time. I've had my home broken into by a man, and it only took one time for me to realize that, yo, I'm never going to get caught lacking in this situation ever again. So, and I was able to defend my home. Okay, let's just keep it there. I was able to defend my home. Women, probably not.
The day to day, it doesn't happen.
The point is,
so let's be realistic now.
I know what you're saying, but the point is this. The point is, when we're talking about feminism as a whole demonizes men. And you just sat and said, besides procreation, I don't need a man in my life. I can go to a male mechanic or call a male police officer. They're men. So it's
society. You are needed.
Yep.
I agree.
Okay,
of course, we need you.
Of course.
Oh yeah.
You're talking about being with a man because you want to. So my question to you,
Dude, and that's bullshit too. Dude, these women cannot live without dick, bro. I'm telling you this right now, and she's not even a bad bitch, and I guarantee she's not going 6 months without dick. That is saying something. She's not even a bad bitch, and I guarantee she's not going 6 months without dick. Women they lose their minds when they haven't had sex. And yeah, men lose their minds when they haven't had sex to a certain degree as well. But it's more to the effect of it's not even about intercourse with men. It's more about just like being alone and being a loner and all that kind of stuff. It's not even about, oh, I haven't had intercourse, so I'm depressed. It's more about like I have no companionship, no love, no body in my life, no support system, nobody to fall back on, nobody to talk to. It's just like a state of loneliness, and that's what is dangerous for men.
Is why would you want to be with a man?
Why would a man want to be with you?
Or, heartbreak and whatnot. I mean, there's a lot of things, but anyways.
Because they're sexy.
Like,
I feel like because of the
Yeah, like, dude, get the fuck out of here. Like, she's trying to act like she doesn't need men. Dude, oh my God.
I love men. No, I love dick.
No, she doesn't love men. She says, I love men. Correction, I love dick. That's literally what she said. I love dick. What a disgrace. Oh my God. And we're supposed to cuff this, guys. We are supposed to cuff this.
Any black man who is with a woman who's not an African herself is going to have a difficult time getting respect from me. I believe black men need to be with black women. The black family is under attack. Only 1 out of every 4 black women gets married. The black woman is last likely to get married. She's the last married, the first divorced. We have 2/3 of our children being raised by working class and impoverished single black female led households. The destruction of a nation begins in the home of its families. And if we want to save black people, we have to save the black family. And in order to do that, black men have to commit themselves to black women.
I love men.
No,
I love dick.
Don't sound like it, but it's not all about dick. What I'm trying to say is
there you go, Auntie. It's not all about dick. See, she got to correct these young hoes, man.
In a good relationship, right? One that works. There's blue jobs and there's pink jobs. right? And that's the problem that women have got.
Yep.
They don't want to be doing no pink jobs.
But that's not
Do you know
what
what
we're
I mean?
talking about.
Exactly. And it's like the women don't even want to, like, you tell the women, okay, y'all need to cook, y'all need to clean. Oh, they don't want to do that. Okay, well, let's just switch jobs in. How about you do all the home maintenance? How about you mow the lawn? How about you take out the trash and all that kind of stuff?
We're talking about relationships. Why do you need a man in a relationship? Because you want a partner.
Companionship, friendship, romantic love, things that you can't get by yourself.
Like you want to go on dates with him. It's not about I need
See, Brittany Renner gets it. She's just been fighting it for so long.
someone to fix my car. Like, go to a mechanic. You're
The mechanic is a man.
not safe. Call the police.
Not
Like,
true.
it's not.
The police officers are men. If they send me a female police officer, I'm fucked.
What about a father to your kids? You don't think your kids
Exactly.
need a dad?
I definitely want that. These are the stuff. This is the reason I need a
No, you
man.
need that. You need that to have a productive child in society. Point blank. That's the problem with the black community now, is that these women think that they don't need men, and then they can't even discipline their kids, so much to the point where you got, you know, young kids who are deleting their moms in the black community. It's not just the white community. A lot of folks just think, oh, well, only white people delete they family and they mom. Nope. Y'all heard Woo Wop's new song? I want to kill my mom. I want to kill my dad. I want to kill my grandma. Like, that shit, a lot of little kids are listening to that. And I'm not saying that they're doing that because of that song. I'm just saying, I mean, it's happening in the black community so much so that you have a little nigga making a song about deleting his family.
And I agree.
Wait. It's not that you want it, you need it.
I agree. And these are the stuff that I need in a man. But it's like, at the end of the day, it's not like I completely need you. It's
But
like, I want you.
the whole point is, if the lights went out tomorrow, you would need a man.
In
There's
society, agree.
Why do we
In
act like women are so useless?
It's not that
I
deep.
can change a tire.
I'm saying
I guarantee Denelva cannot change a tire and has never changed a tire in her life. And then, like, when it comes to situations like that, especially mechanical situations, a lot of women just give up. They just start, you know, I'll see women pulled over on the side of the road and they done ran their tires bald, and that joint finally busts. And then they, you know, they're on the shoulder of the road and they just sitting on their car pouting, thinking that, you know, somebody's just supposed to help them. It's bullshit.
I'm saying if the lights went out tomorrow, you would need someone to protect you. You
Yes,
would.
of course. In society, not my boyfriend.
I'll go underground.
Like, half of my exes
Society's gonna protect you? Are you dumb?
can't even do anything.
That's
And,
actually another problem.
and whose fault is that? You heard what she said? Half of my exes can't even do anything. Whose fault is that? You gave your body to them, you idiot.
You
yes,
would.
of course. In society, not my boyfriend.
I'll go underground.
Like, half of my exes can't even do anything.
So you fuck some bum niggas. Thank you for telling us who you are.
That's actually another problem. A lot of men can't do much.
Do you know what I mean?
Not everybody.
Well, that's you. For one, that's not true at all. That's fucking bullshit. I literally have never met one man who can't change a tire. That's absolute bullshit. It's horseshit. It's not even true. They keep talking about, oh, well, men can't change tires. Dude, do you know how simple changing a tire is? That's bullshit. Men definitely can change a tire.
In this day and age, guys can't even fit a tire. You cannot.
Ma'am, you don't fix a tire. You either patch it or you replace it. You don't fix the tire. Either you patch it if you can. If it's unsalvageable, then you replace it. Point blank. Ain't no in between.
Not you, my sister.
But I can cook.
You can cook. All right.
And the thing is,
And you speak to your brothers. They don't know how to do
I'm not
nothing.
even saying.
Guys.
Can I just say
We
something?
have to do one at a time.
Can I just say something? This is why you can't blame all men for your poor choices.
Yep.
You can't say, I'm talking to both of you because you are saying, yeah, my man can't do this, my man can't do that. What? And you want to settle down. Why would you go and choose a man that can't do these things that you wanted them to do?
Shout out to Alpha Zoe. He says the men they giving up the box to can't fix tires. Facts. And then shout out to Auntie, because she's saying, why are you giving it up to men who can't do the things that you want men to do? See, and that's why I fuck with Auntie, because she keeping it real and she's holding these women accountable. And you can't say that she hates women because she's a grown ass woman.
Would you go and choose a man that can't do these things that you want
Yep.
them to do.
Yep.
My man could do all the blue jobs.
I need a man.
Because
Yep.
most men grow up with a PlayStation instead. Most men grow up.
Dude, I mean, and that's bullshit too, because even growing up with a PlayStation, you learn how to fix a tire. If you played Need for Speed, you know how to fix a tire. If you played Midnight Club Dub Edition, you know how to fix a tire. If you played Fast and Furious video games, you know how to fix a tire. If you play Grand Theft Auto, you know how to fix a tire. Dude, stop acting like, oh, well, video games is the reason why men can't do. Dude, video games is teaching niggas how to do shit. Video games is teaching niggas how to go Call of Duty and you know, crash out and shit. Are you dumb? Video games is the reason why niggas are doing GTA, Grand Theft Auto. It's not the reason. It's not the sole reason, but it's an influence for sure. And that's teaching niggas that, hey, this is how you jack a car. This is how you do a heist. This is how you be a scammer. This is how you be a drug dealer. This is how you do this. I mean, video games is teaching niggas shit. So to act like you ain't learning shit from video games is bullshit as well. Because if you're playing any car video game, you're going to know how to fix a fucking tire. Stop it.
Up with a PlayStation
It's the men
and
that you're
porn
choosing.
and things.
It's
No,
not.
that's the truth.
It's not. It's not.
Speak for yourself.
Speak for yourself.
That's the man you
Listen,
pick.
I tell
I'm
you what,
sorry,
right?
I don't need a mechanic
You're
for my
saying-
boyfriend.
You know what?
I need a father to my children. I don't need.
You know something, right? She needs a
police
father. Hang on a minute.
officer.
She needs a father for her children, right? So she's
Yeah.
gonna go out there, right? And you're gonna buy your child an electric car. You're gonna go and buy your child a bicycle. Who the hell's gonna put on the bicycle and fix the electric car? Who's gonna do it?
You got YouTube. I know how to do these
Bro,
things. I fixed the Bentley before.
Why
I
do you
fixed
need
the
a man?
Bentley.
If you can do everything yourself, go and get some sperm donor or something, because you obviously don't need a man.
That's the future, I
And
think,
the thing
you
is,
know.
that's the future for who?
No, of
That's
my
the problem.
society.
Because at the end of the day, right,
What
listen,
year are you
hang
living
on.
in?
The
What
year that
year
you're
are
supposed
you
to be
living
living
in?
Because hang on a
You
minute.
act like
Wait,
you are in the Stone Age.
Let me finish talking. Let me finish talking, right? Now, you got a man, right? And you've been busy all day, right? And you're in your bed at 1 o'clock in the morning. And your man comes in with all of his friends and said, oh, babes, all the friends are here. They're hungry. What are you going to do?
Yeah, I'll cook for my man. I'm a traditional woman in that aspect.
In
I
what
love
aspect?
to cook
Why
for my
is
man.
it that when people start cooking, they think that cooking is traditional? It's everything. It's not just about cooking. They always say, oh, I cook for my man, so I'm traditional.
I have a
No,
question.
no, no,
I have a
no, but the
question.
point is,
Wait.
I don't-
I have a question. Are you virgin? You're traditional. You're virgin.
Are you a virgin?
I
that's
said in that aspect. I'm not gonna comment on me being a virgin or not. But what I'm gonna say is,
She's not.
every human being should be able to cook.
She's a
Man or
hybrid
woman.
of tradition and
I'm a person
modernization.
that survives. You know, I need to cook to
Right.
survive.
Can I ask Mr. Tate something, right? Right, I'm going to ask you something.
Sure.
Right, because I can't. I don't like bullshit, right? And there's certain people that I can't
Why are you
even
so
bear talking
excited,
to, right?
man?
So I'm going to talk to him because so far he's talking sense.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's
You're
giving
welcome.
pick me.
Right. Who said pick me? Listen, who just said pick me?
They want me.
You heard what Danelva said. She called her a pygmisha. Run it back.
I'm a person that survives. You know, I need to cook to
Right,
survive.
Can I ask Mr. Tate something, right? Right, I'm going to ask you something.
Sure.
Right, because I can't. I don't like bullshit, right? And there's certain people that I can't
Why are you
even
so
bear talking
excited,
to, right?
man?
So I'm going to talk to him because so far he's talking sense.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's
You're
giving
welcome.
pick me.
So she said it's giving pick me. Esther said it's giving pick me because she said that Tate was talking sense. Dude, why the fuck would Auntie, for one, Auntie already knows that like Tate's not checking for her. Why the fuck would Auntie have to be a pick me? She's just showing respect to a man who's done more in his life than you'll ever fucking do in yours. So stop it. It's fucking bullshit, bruh. Guys, even, and I can't even say get your passport on this one because these are UK black women.
Right. Who said pick me?
And she's Nigerian, coming from a traditional Nigerian home that was led by a patriarchy, and she's talking all this shit to men. It's fucking bullshit. Like, go to her Instagram, dude. She's literally like has videos of her and her family, and she obviously came from a background where, you know, probably one of those strict Nigerian backgrounds. But she's probably, I ain't gonna lie, she's probably uglier than Viola Davis. She probably uglier than Viola Davis, bro. And that's saying something. Look at this one, bro. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. This is a whole nigga, bruh. This is Akon. But hold up. How did Akon change his Instagram? Yo, what's Akon doing, y'all? What's Akon doing, y'all? Oh, I ain't know Akon could sing. Hold up.
Oloshi, give me my money back. Oloshi, give me my money back. And oh, by the way, you have a small penis.
What?
I faked an orgasm every single time. I can't believe I didn't go for your friends.
Oh my God.
Because they were way buffer than you.
What?
I'm so stupid for believing your lies.
Wow.
Because you're just a brokers and you're just trash.
Emotional fucking damage. And she's paying for views. Look at this. No comments and 6,300 views. Yeah, all right.
Your new girlfriend is ugly.
Your new girlfriend's ugly? Ma'am, I'm sorry, but you have no room to talk about anybody who's ugly. Literally, this is like, I'll say damn near top 10 women without deformities, like top 10 ugliest women who I've ever seen without deformities. Like, she has nothing physically wrong with her, no genetic mutation. She's just not attractive.
But I want my money back. Oloshi, give me my money back. Oloshi, give me my money back. Oloshi, give me. Hi guys. So I made a song for my ex, and I really hope he sees it. So if anybody knows Tyrone_355, someone please send it to him. Thank you. Right, let's go.
So there you have it. That's absolutely insane, man. Woo, shorty is not. Oof, she is doing the most. Lord have mercy.
Listen, who just said pick
They want me. Don't look at me.
I said it. Give it. Pick me. Give it. Because we're having a whole conversation. Listen,
I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to Mr. Tate.
Hang on a minute. I've been with my man for 32 years.
Clap for yourself.
32 years. I don't need to clap for myself because I'm happy. I'm not here. And what I was going to ask him, right, is how would you think a woman? Would you think that woman? Would you think that woman? Just calm down. I'm loud. I'm naturally. You don't want to hear me shout. Anyway, Mr. Tate, like I was saying before we got rudely interrupted, right? Now, is this your idea of a woman that you think deserves a man? I'm here, single, but I'm looking. I'm here. I'm like taking, if you want to hook me up, let me know. And I just want anybody, but choose. How does that make you feel? Is that kind of woman that you think deserves a man?
Well, he's a top G. You can't be asking him this question.
But you're
about us
top
mere
G,
mortals.
isn't it?
We're mere mortals, Auntie.
Speak for yourself. I'm not mere mortal.
I'm a mere mortal in his presence.
Because nobody
Come on now. Which kind of question be that?
Unlike you, we have options.
I'm a mere mortal.
Unlike you, we have options.
You see, they showing the respect. They bowing down.
1.5.
Where's your ring? That is the most stupid thing. Because I actually can choose. I'm not found a man that I want to be with.
Bruh, I can actually choose. Ma'am, you just admitted that you got with several niggas. Most of your exes did not know how to change a tire. Then you're on Instagram dedicating songs to your ex, saying that his next girlfriend is ugly when you're the ugly one.
I know your reality is you gotta beg a man to give you.
Hang on a minute. You said, unlike you, I have options.
We have options. Yeah.
You're out here looking.
You have options? Oh my God. This bitch ugly as fuck talking about she got options. And she trying to make it seem like she looked like Notori Naughton. Oh, hell no. No fucking way. She's saying a lot of people... Oh, God. A lot of people say I look like Notori Naughton, Tasha from Power. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Look at all these filters. Look at all this damn makeup. You do not look like that, honey. Ugh. The bitch is ugly. She talking about she got options. But the bottle, though. What? Y'all niggas are nasty getting in these. Okay, so a lot of it is women. Yeah, it's a lot of women hyping her. LMFAO, you're too funny and very beautiful. These niggas whack. These niggas whack as fuck. This shit crazy, guys. And this is why things will never change, because these niggas keep simping for ugly ass hoes, man.
For a man. You're out here saying that you're looking for a
When
man.
did I say I was looking for a man?
Oh my gosh, you was at the advertising when we done the introductions. That's what you said.
I said I was doing
That is what you
interviews.
said.
I didn't say I was going out looking for a man. I said I'm doing
Hang on a
interviews.
minute.
You come to me, I'm gonna decide if I want you.
Mr. Tate, listen to this insult, right? Listen to the outro.
I'm not insulting you.
Hang on, listen. Oh, then what do you call it?
insulting you.
Sign language. What I'm learning.
Yep.
Sign language.
Sign language, shame, insults, guilt, and they need to be right. RIP to the Godfather.
Right? Listen to what she just said to me. Unlike you, I have options. Fucking 32 years. You think I want options? I'm happy with my man.
Giving you don't really have much options though.
And when you get her age, you ain't gonna have no options either. You'll probably still be single. Like, she's really trying to get on a high horse, like she's a bad bitch. Somebody need to tell her, babe, honey, you're not cute. You're fucking ugly. Like, dude, women just need to get told straight up, like, ma'am, maybe you need to work on some other things to attract a man, because physically you are not attractive at all.
Because the way
No, it's not pick me. Auntie, she meant clout. Wait. She meant Esther. I'm sure you didn't mean pick me. You meant clout chaser.
What? The fuck is Denelva talking about, dog?
Is that what it is?
It doesn't matter. We could go with that too.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to clarify your problem. I was just saying.
Okay, wait.
So I've totally lost it. Why would I want to have options when I've been in a happy relationship for 32 years?
No, clout
Exactly.
chases his fans.
It don't make no sense.
Tate was like, good point. Dude, he's being so respectful. These women are, I mean, the most respectful on the panel, obviously, Pearl, Brittany Renner, surprisingly, and Andrew Tate. I mean, I would have much rather just seen a conversation between Tate, Pearl, and Brittany Renner, to be honest.
I just
You can monetize on YouTube with clout.
Why are you calling her a pick me when you were the one advertising at the beginning of the show?
I said I was doing interviews. I wasn't advertising nothing.
Okay,
It's
well,
banter.
Wait.
Do you guys understand what an interview means?
Okay.
What you-
All right.
what you
She's being spicy, guys. Stop it.
Auntie had a question for Andrew.
Oh, yeah.
What was your question?
Oh, she asked already.
He didn't answer because everybody's too busy jumping. Everybody's too busy jumping in. I already asked, but you're not too busy jumping in and being women
He's
to be
patient.
listening. So
He's
now
very
I literally can't believe nobody's ever told Esther that she's ugly. Jesus Christ. And this is why we are getting nowhere. We ain't getting nowhere because this woman really thinks she's a bad bitch. This is fucking insane.
to get
then
married.
we can all shut up and let him answer, innit?
I'll answer. Yeah. So to go back to one of my earlier points, firstly, to make it clear in the disagreement, I agree with, of course, I think everyone knows who I agree with. But I do, because you know what it is, though? You know what's actually funny? The things that she's saying are common knowledge 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I got to show another video of Esther because she is just not cute and doing the most. It says me going through my contact list to find someone to take me out for Valentine's Day. And I know she's trying to be funny, but this woman is just not cute at all. Finding out that no one wants me, but she said that she had options. And guess what she does? She resorts to masturbating. Nobody, I'm telling you right now, nobody feels good about masturbating in place of, you know, the opposite sex. Nobody. She literally smelled her own dildo. She says, so I take matters into my own hand. Fucking disgusting. For one, women masturbating is just unattractive. Point blank. So that's not even a turn on. And for two, you literally smelled a fucking dildo. Disgusting. That was disgusting. And that is Esther in a nutshell. So she is not a quality woman, guys, at all.
This is how the world functions. This is how the whole world functions. The things I say that somehow people believe are controversial are exactly the way the world functioned in like the 90s, the 80s, the 70s. All of the entire period of human history, men had a role of masculinity, women had a role of femininity. We worked as a team. Now the world's come along and they've destroyed and broken everything. And there's this new progressive think and this new generation of women who seem to believe that if we completely fuck it all up, it's going to end up better. And my argument to that is, listen, we went from walking around in fields in small nomadic groups to building cities, to building the pyramids, to going to the moon. We managed to go from a few thousand to billions of people, populate the entire planet, build canals, build skyscrapers, cities. All of this was done based on the back of man being a man, woman being a woman, working together as a family.
And now it's destroyed.
Now they're going to come along and fuck it up.
If it's not broke, don't
It's
fix it.
destroyed. It's been destroyed. Man has destroyed Earth. What are you talking about? It's been bad decisions from powerful men that got men to go to wars and from women to.
Dude, she's talking about like 3 people who we've been trying to expose, but they keep assassinating motherfuckers. So, I mean, you can't really do shit about the people who are willing to color outside of the lines to gain power. You really can't. And they're untouchable, straight up. And that's how the world works. And it is what it is. And you're talking about a very small minority of men who are gaining all the resources for themselves. And that's just how the game is going.
Lose husbands.
Men built.
Men make decisions for war.
Listen, please,
men kill men.
Please listen to me. Men built the earth. I'm not saying men are perfect, but the entire world that you're
Men have done way more good than bad as a whole.
existing under was built by men.
Yeah, it's
all
true.
of it. So, and the point I'm making is now we're entering a world of new think. And that the problem with new think is it's not tested. I don't give a shit what anyone's opinion is. What I can state as a matter of fact is we had
Brittany Renner is irritated.
5,000 years of history that tells us how the world works with X and Y together. We're now entering a new paradigm. There's no 5,000 years of history. So whatever you believe about how it's going to work or it's going to be.
Guys, hit the super trap, hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App, show some love. YouTube's doing everything that they can to inhibit my growth. So show some love.
Better or worse, whatever. That's just you guessing. Everyone is guessing, right? So we're entering a brand new paradigm and everything's completely fucked up. The point you were making earlier, which is a fantastic one about if I pick a woman who's advertising, et cetera, men always, please keep this in mind, especially if you're a female. People always say, the number of emails I get from girls that say you don't give enough girl game. I'll give you girl game right now. Your man wants status. That's what he wants. You need to find a way to make him look good to the world and to his friends.
So how do you do that?
I'll tell you, one of the ways a man can get status is to get
Not be a hoe, not be on Instagram taking videos of you insinuating that you're about to masturbate. That's fucking disgusting.
the girl that no one can get. That's a very simple way, right? So
I said not ready to mingle. I did right.
Okay, no, but this is the truth, right? If I date a
Too bad you've already been ran through. Brittany Renner is so annoyed by her because Brittany Renner really hates pick-me's. Because pick-me's are the women who have been taking her men. Pick-me's are the women who took the lawyer nigga that she had, okay? The women who are willing to do whatever the man says are the women who take Brittany Renner's love interest all the time. A pick-me was able to take PJ Washington from Brittany Renner. So Brittany Renner hates quote-unquote pick-meshas or anybody who, in these conversations validates what the man is saying. Like, look how just annoyed and disturbed that she is by Denelva's presence, and Denelva, really trying to kiss Andrew Tate's ass in this interview.
simple way, right? So
I said not ready to mingle. I did right.
Okay, no.
So she says, single, not ready to mingle, I did right. And she's basking in her win because she thinks that she did something that made men happy, which the reality is you're a little too old to be running that game now because you've already been ran through. So it really doesn't matter at this point. Denelva, it's giving auntie vibes. Okay. I know you were hot shit in 2015, but your hairline has only gone back and receded even more. Your forehead has only gotten bigger and your jaw has only gotten sharper. And, your body ain't really that curvy like it used to be in 2015. So, yeah, you don't really have that youthful presence anymore. But, it is what it is. She's being a good sport. So shout out to her.
No, but this is the truth, right? If I date
Look, she looks at Brittany Renner for validation. Brittany Renner rolled her eyes when she said that shit. When she said, yes, I did right. Single, not ready to mingle. Brittany Renner rolled her eyes. Watch.
simple way, right? So
I said not ready to mingle. I did
Watch Brittany Renner's eyes.
right.
okay, no, but this is the truth, right? If
She said, she went like, look at that. And then Denelva goes and looks at Brittany Renner for validation, and Brittany doesn't want to seem mean because she feels Denelva looking at her, so she switches her face real quick. Watch it again. This is body language 101. This is how women are catty to each other in competition of a men. Women say they don't compete for men. They're competing right now, and it's all through the body language. Watch.
Simple way, right? So
I said not ready to mingle. I did right.
Okay.
So this is Denelva trying to seek validation, even though she cut Andrew Tate off, which actually works against her, but she's too stupid to know that.
No, but this is the truth, right?
Brittany Renner, look at her face. She's upset with Denelva. Denelva has not yet turned her face and looked at Brittany Renner because she thinks that Brittany Renner is going to validate what she said, but she's highly mistaken because Brittany Renner hates women who look for validation from men.
If I date a girl,
and Brittany Renner didn't even want to make eye contact. She looked away.
She's perfect in every way, head to toe. And then I'd say, I've met this girl. Yeah, she's this, she's this. Oh, yeah, I took her for a date. Even if you didn't fuck her. Did you fuck her? No, I just went for a date. So you went, the attraction goes from this to zero. Done. And it may not for some men, because some men haven't got choices, but men like me who genuinely have unlimited options. We want complete exclusivity. That's what we're looking for, because that gives status.
And Brittany Renner hates that.
That's what you're looking for. So you have to be very careful as a female with all of your actions, all of your interactions with your boyfriend, or when you're looking for a boyfriend, etc., and say, am I going to make my man look better by doing X or look worse? Simple things. I've had endless arguments about girls' nights out, right? Oh, you're insecure. Da, da, da. It's not about insecure. I don't give a fuck if no man talks to you all night long. I don't care if you're going out and you're going to an all-girl club. I don't care. I know that when my boys say, oh, all the girls are going out, and I say, not my girl, she stays home.
Yep.
I look good.
Yep.
That's it. She stays home. She doesn't go out.
Dude, like when I talk my shit and then I actually bring my girl around other women and they're like, oh my God, I didn't know that your girl looked that good. Like it's an ultimate flex, ultimate respect. Not only respect from other women, but respect from your peers as well. And now like the result of that is like now those same women who like, I know y'all see me on the Overdose podcast and like them bitches be like beefing with me and shit like that. But then after the podcast, when they see I got a bad bitch, they're like, oh my God, like, oh shit, this nigga is the real deal, you know?
She doesn't want to go out without me. That's status. It's not about the night out. It's about the status of being the man in the house. That's what a man wants. He wants respect. He wants to be the man of the house. I say she stays home. She stays home. Big G, boom, boom. That's what we want.
Can I ask you something? What does the woman want in your eyes? What do you think? And what's the game you give for the boys?
I'm going to tell you, but before that, I need another Clementine, and I need to give half to our friend here because she just rolled her eyes at me. Perspicacious. I know it's everything. She doesn't.
Nah, she was rolling her eyes at Denelva, but I feel Tate though. Look, Brittany Renner's shocked because she's shocked but intrigued at the same time, as you can see her body language, because Tate is acknowledging her right now. And obviously there is a mutual attraction between the both of them, but obviously, she could only be smashed. She can't actually be taken seriously.
And I need to give half to our friend here because she just rolled her eyes at me. And I'm perspicacious. I know it's something she doesn't realize that I'm a ninja. I detect these things. Even when I'm looking directly ahead, I can detect it. So I'm going to give her some of my Clementine, and she's going to feel better.
Look, Denelva, keep looking for validation from Brittany.
So I'm going to get a Clementine. Would you like some Clementine, my dear?
I'm sure.
You want some Clementine?
I think for me, it's like...
I asked you a question. Would you like some
I would love some.
You want some Clementine?
Yeah.
We're going to hook it up.
Okay.
Clementine's coming. All right. Go on. Continue.
Okay. What?
No, I mean, I just feel like this is definitely a different conversation for me because I'm very open-minded. I love hearing different perspective. And I do feel like this is a newer idea. Like you said, within the last 30, 40 years, this is a new concept. We don't know how it's going to end. I just know from like my experience, other women that I've met as well, it's like the reason for even like relationships, why they're not lasting is because people don't want to put up with the disrespect. And like, even when you were talking about like, oh, it's okay for me to cheat, but not for you. My thing is like, why not have transparency and have it be polygamous, polyamorous, whatever works?
No, polyamory doesn't work. Okay. And it's polygyny, not polygamy.
To you. That's like, to me, where it loses me with the traditional stuff.
I get it.
It's
All
like,
right.
why can't we have transparency?
okay.
If I sign up for that, cool.
So how does it? No man in a million years. Let's all be realistic, right? No man in a million years is going to meet a girl he likes and go, I want to be polyamorous.
Fuck no.
Let's cut this bullshit. So let's be realistic. How does a man show love to a woman? Tell me.
Exclusivity.
The only niggas who are letting, other people smash their girl is Sneeko. And I like Sneeko, but I mean, I think he was still drinking the Kool-Aid back then, and he was letting niggas fuck his girl. So that's crazy.
Wrong. That is how
time, resources, and something else.
Time, resources. So that's a good way to start. So sexual exclusivity is how a female shows primarily that she's interested in a man. He's the only man who has sexual access to me because I can get pregnant, and this man is the only man who can do it. That's how it's done. A man, yes, I'm not saying all men can cheat. I'm not saying all men should cheat. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if I truly love a woman, she won't sit there and go, he shows me his love because he doesn't fuck anyone else. She'll sit there and go, he shows me his love because my bills are paid. I'm independent. I fly private. I go to Dubai anytime I want. I have a Chanel bag. And I'm not talking about just money. I'm talking about resource and a lifestyle as a whole. This is not just me. This is the world and most of the world today. If you go to Moscow and you find a big G, a rich guy, right? He has his wife. She's pushing a Bentley. She has the kids. She's living in a mansion, whatever. When he goes to the club with his boys, you think he ain't with 19-year-old strippers? Of course he fucking is.
Can I ask
but
you?
she's just like, whatever, don't care. I'm the one who has the money. Don't give a shit. So you
Yep.
have to sit there, and to a point, you have to sit and analyze the difference when you're saying disrespect. If you're gonna go through life as a woman and say, I only care about the sexual exclusivity of my man, then what you're gonna end up doing is having a bunch of failed relationships and fucking loads of dudes. There has to get a point where you go, you know what, this guy ticks so many boxes. Once a year, twice a year, he's out with his boys, does some dumb shit. I'm just gonna pretend I didn't notice because my bills are paid. I'm looked after. I can tell he cares about me. If I have a problem, he's gonna fix it. He's ticked so many. That's the smart female move, as opposed to go, I don't care how good he is to me. He fucked that bitch once, so I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna get another man who I don't love who'll fuck another bitch anyway, and then I'll get another man who I don't love who'll fuck another bitch. So end the cycle of dumb shit.
Can I
have
but more mild examples though?
Wait, I have a question. Is there ever cheating that's too far? Like, so if a guy cheats on a girl, is there ever a point where she?
Yeah, there's a lot of cheating. There's completely a lot of cheating.
So, like, if he knocks up another girl, would you say that's too
all right,
far?
all right. So
Yeah.
first things first, I'm a man of my word. I don't even think I'm a liar.
Thank you. And he peeled it. What a gentleman.
I'm a gentleman. Right. So obviously, I'm not saying blatantly disrespect your woman, right? She's your woman. She's your queen. She's the most important thing in the world to you. She needs to be treated in a way that she feels that, right? But it's unfortunate because I keep tying back to this baseline point. But the reason I keep going back to this baseline point is to try and explain to everybody at home how simple the world can be if you go back to the baselines of it. Why do men cheat? Most women don't know. You'll see them all the time. Why do men cheat? Oh, because men are just stupid. And why do men fuck girls uglier than their main chick? Why do men do all this stuff? Do you know why? I'll tell you why. Let's go back to the first thing I've been saying this whole time. Status. Yeah, that's my chick. She's home. Took this one home. Yeah, I got that one. She's chasing me. Status. But it's stupid to females. I get it. But that's the male world because sexual access is an easy indicator of status.
Yep, that's what I keep saying. That sexual access and sexual variety is essential to a man's mental health. I'll keep saying this to the day that I die.
So that's one of the reasons they do it, right? So you have to go back into the baseline of why men even cheat in the first place. I'm telling you, if you're a woman, the smartest thing you can do is look after your man, make him not want to cheat, be perfect. But there's going to be a time across a 20-year marriage you might just need to be a little bit blind. A little bit. Just a tiny bit. Just don't look at his phone. And you'll be cool. You'll be cool. Just make sure the bills are paid. He does his jobs the man.
What if you can pay your own bills, though?
But this is it. We'll talk about that in a second. But I'm not saying allow this for some fucking Joe Schmo. I'm not saying let some fucking loser pick you up, lock you down, and go cheat on you.
Right.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying if he's a G and he's doing enough of his other jobs. As for you saying, what if you can pay your own bills? Then what's the reality you face? Just like I described earlier, I'm going to decide that the thing that I prioritize above everything, above his resource, above the amount he cares for me. You'll see men cheat on a woman and then cry his eyes out trying to get that woman back. He still loves you. It's not the same as if you cheated.
Yeah, and I mean, Brittany Renner found this out the hard way. Like I said previously, Brittany Renner found out that PJ Washington cheated on her while in the beginning of their relationship, and she stayed and ended up having the baby. And it didn't change the way that he treated her. It didn't change the way he treated her at all. He still was like treating her good and all that kind of stuff. But the issue is she started making a mountain out of a molehill, and that's when the relationship started going wrong. Like, instead of turning a blind eye, she started addressing it and rubbing it in his face. Then she started talking shit about him on social media, and it all went downhill from there.
With all his heart, he'd die for you, he'd take a bullet for you, and he'd still fuck that bitch. Doesn't matter. It's a different game for men, right?
Yep.
So you're sitting there going, well, I'm going to prioritize his sexual exclusivity over all of his other attributes. you're just going to end up having endless failed relationships.
Yep.
Fucking too many dudes.
Yep.
And then what's going to happen is your psychology is going to break because females don't like to accept the fact that if you sleep with enough men and you get rid of the stigma around a new dick, your instant answer is constantly new dick. Oh,
Yep.
you didn't text me today. Fuck it. Someone else.
Yep. And that's how a lot of women cope. Okay. That's their therapy. Like I said, men are women's therapy, whether they like it or not. And a lot of times women can't get that emotional support from men, so they get the sexual support. And that man is their therapy temporarily. And they use these men to get over things that they actually need a licensed therapist to get over.
He was rude to me. Fuck it, I'll cheat. He was this. I was getting a new boyfriend. And then you end up just jumping on cock all day and you're fucking done.
Yep. Shout out to Chancellor. He says, Andrew Tate is literally describing Brittany Renner's life with his scenario without directly saying her name. It's genius. Exactly. And then my guy, Why Not, says Brittany's voice is shaky. Denelva, masculine, boss bae programming makes her believe she is near Top G's level. Exactly. You're not even fucking close.
The reality is there has to come a point where you get a guy and he ticks boxes and you're like, you know what? I'm wifey. I got the Bentley. He does whatever he does, but my bills are paid. That's
so
it.
When would you say when would you say it's too far? I'm just curious if there's a line that you would like if he spends money on another girl, if he like
Man, hell nah. You got to trick on these hoes to keep them. That's the Derek Jeter formula. You got to send them with a damn gift basket. You got to send them with a to-go plate, right? So you got to spend money on your side bitches because in order to, you know, keep them on the side. So you do have, there is a little, sometimes I'm not going to say it's necessarily transactional, but you have to put in effort to keep her on the roster is what I'll say. And you're going to inevitably spend money anyway. So that's my point on that.
When does it?
Okay, that's a good question.
Another second question: do you think that men ever fall in love with side chicks?
Very good question.
I mean, it happens sometimes if the main chick ain't doing enough, and that's the reality of the situation, and that's why it's a competition.
And this is a long and in-depth answer, but it's a good question. Let me peel my clementine. But no, but it's a good question. Where is too far? I think publicly disrespecting is too far. So like you'll know
the shit Adam Levine did was too far. Naming the child after the bitch, like that's some goofy shit. Who else been getting caught up cheating? The Derek Jackson shit was too far because he's talking all this blackety black love shit, and then he's over here cheating on his wife. So yeah, he's right. It's just like the public embarrassment of it all.
Oh, let's take the Moscow G. All right, let's take an oligarch, billionaire from Moscow. He has his wife. He has the girls he's in the club with. The girls he's in the club with wouldn't fucking dare message his wife. They wouldn't dare step out of line. Like they know their place, right? So if there's a hierarchy and they know their place, that's one way of doing it. Spending money on a girl, certainly, yeah, because men show love primarily through our hard work, not just through our resource, but through our hard work. If you take a man who's not particularly rich, he shows his wife love by getting up every day, going to work 9 to 5, working his ass off and paying those bills. That's how he shows love. That's why he does it for his wife and his children. Most men are out here working bullshit jobs, carrying trash. They're doing that to show love. So giving money, yeah, that would be a far more scary indicator than just sex. Let me give you all an example. I don't know if you all know my history, but I used to run a webcam business a long time ago. Don't want to talk about it, blah, blah, blah. But I had a bunch of girls who used to sit online and talk to guys and they had laptops, right? This is a long time ago. And I used to sit and say to some of the webcam girls, I'd say, this man who is sitting in and logging in every night and sending you money every day and telling you he's obsessed with you from the other side of the world and missing out on time with his family to sit here and talk to you and send you money. That is more cheating than if he just went out and banged something. If he went out and banged something and came home, then done. But he's sitting here giving you his time, his money, his affection. That's cheating for a man. For a man to sit there and give money and time away, right? Yeah. So you have to stop this idea of sexual exclusivity.
Yeah, it depends on how much money. Sometimes you do have to pay your side bitch off so she don't tell your main girl. That's the reality of the situation.
Yes, that's for females. That's how females show their love to men. It's not how high status, at least males, show their love to females. And anyone who wants to disagree with me, call me wrong, call me misogynist, whatever bullshit. Look at a history book. Every king, every sultan, every conqueror, every emperor, every knight, all of them.
Oh, even the fat nigga from Playback, you know, the little YouTube show, he also cheated on his girl for, I don't know, some bitch who working at Kroger or some shit, something like that, a grocery store bitch. So you even have that. I mean, it's crazy.
had maidens, wives, all of them. That's history.
What level of G do you have to be allowed to cheat?
Well,
I want to know.
it's not about even being allowed to.
Shit, 6 figures. That's really it. Shit, you make 6 figures, nigga. It's a rite of passage.
To cheat. I'm not even saying that. And it also depends on the partner you're with. I'm not trying to sit here and advocate for men to run around and fuck a bunch of women. I'm not saying that.
That's
I'm
what you're doing.
No, but I'm not.
No. Let him
Dude, Esther, shut the fuck up.
explain. Let him land. Let him land. It's about to
Her voice
I
is
want
so
sister, let him
annoying.
land, though.
No, but
Go
I'm
on,
not.
then.
I'm not. What I'm actually trying to do is describe the baseline unfortunate realities of human dynamics. And I'm trying to explain now to the world that any woman can get a man who will not cheat on her if she's prepared to sacrifice a bunch of other things, perhaps, right? In the olden days, it was different. The world was a different place. It was a completely different place, and it was better. Now it's all fucked up. It's fucked up on every level. And men, especially the high status men, most of them have struggled so hard to become high status. They've been through so much shit to get where they are. It's like telling him, if you climb this mountain, you can go to a candy store. And he climbs to the top of the mountain, and the second he's in the candy store, after one piece of candy, that bitch is saying, no more candy. He's like, no, I just climbed this mountain. I just got rich. I just went through X, Y, Z. I finally got here. I'm finally in the candy store. Now you're telling me I can only have one piece of candy?
Okay.
What man's going to agree to that?
Do you think that men owe a woman loyalty if she was there from the beginning?
Shout out to
Absolutely. They absolutely
shout out to Myron for the candy store analogy. And Pearl asked a good question. She says, do you think men owe women loyalty if they've been there from the beginning? First of all, we don't owe you a damn thing. Nobody owes anybody anything. Okay, so let's start off with that. But let's go.
Owe that woman loyalty.
Oh, sorry, sexual loyalty. That's what I meant.
Sexual
No.
exclusivity is different. Sexual exclusivity and loyalty are completely disconnected for males. Nobody wants to talk about this, but it's the unfortunate reality. It's true. I'm telling you, you can get a man. He can go on a holiday, can fuck some stripper, could come home, and you can lie detector test him. Do you love your wife? Would you die for your wife? Would you take a
Right, because the general consensus that women say, oh well, if you cheat, you don't love them. Dude, fucking a bitch has nothing to do with my love for my main girl.
bullet for your wife? That he'll pass the lie detector test. He loves her with all his heart. He'd do anything for her. It's just pussy. It's not a big deal. It's different.
I feel like, I guess my question would be then is like, how do you view sex? Because I like sex at the end of the day is spiritual unification. I feel like I've gone through a lot of different stuff. I've had a lot of different experiences where I did not value myself. So I never had a man that valued me. So it's like, yeah, you rack up guys and guys you shouldn't be texting back or whatever. But
Let me stop Brittany right there. Sex is spiritual unification for women, not men. We ain't feeling none of them spiritual mumbo jumbo feelings. We're not giving off a bonding hormone to the woman at all. Okay. It's quite the contrary, actually. Like a lot of times after you get done smashing the cheeks, you don't want to have nothing to do with the woman. Like the only thing that's like keeping you there is, you know, your love for her outside of sex. But say it's a random girl who's not your main girl, who you never established a relationship with. After I bust, I pretty much want you gone within the next 10 minutes.
But I feel like I understand that there is a difference with how men view sex and how they move around in the world. But it's like sex is a sacred thing, no matter male or female is doing it. So that's why for me, like my biggest, like
Wrong. It's sacred for women.
the hardest for me to understand is like,
She about to cry. She can't understand it, man. This is what you need to understand, Brittany. You fucked up. You dropped the bag. You should have never left PJ Washington. Because that nigga is a simp enough to wife a hoe. Like he just wifed a single mother, getting married to her, bro. Just had a baby with her, dog. And you literally could have been like the woman to like stay with him for real. This nigga just had a baby. So this nigga got 2 kids now. And you were gonna be the only baby mama. She fucked up so hard with leaving PJ Washington. That was the worst move that she could have ever done. And he definitely downgraded too. This is what I'll say. Brittany Renner is a better deal than this woman. And the reason why I say that is because this woman got 2 kids. I didn't even know she had 2 kids. 2 kids with another man, or maybe 2 other men, whatever. But Brittany Renner was a better deal than her. I don't know why the fuck he and he's doing the baby changing shit with her. Oh my God. I know Brittany Renner is fucking punching air right now. He done bought her a damn Cadillac Escalade, special delivery. Push gift came early. Baby, you did that. Thank you for making this such an amazing pregnancy. I love you. Wow. Brittany Renner is sick right now because guess what? Alicia Chanel accepts that high value men exercise options. And guess what she's getting in return? A blacked out fucking Cadillac Escalade. Like, oh man. I mean, she's winning. And she's got kids with another man. So he's supporting children that aren't even his. Why? Because she's willing to accept that he's going to exercise them damn options. And I guarantee she's been ran through as well. So PJ Washington, a lot of these rich men, they really, you know, especially the rich black men, a lot of them are very blue pill. But they don't mind wifing hoes. They don't mind wifing hoes as long as the bitch is doing exactly what they say. And that's the issue. Brittany Renner was not willing to do that, and she didn't get to reap the benefits. And now you done lost the bag. He done proposed to another woman. He's icing her ass out. Oh my God. And this one's gonna make her sick too. This one, I know this picture making her sick. This big ass fucking diamond on her. And the camo Miss Washington hoodie. Wow. And guess what? PJ Washington in the comments, wifey. This nigga, and then she says, my heart. This nigga has no problem wifing a hoe. No problem wifing a single mother of two. And Brittany Renner, you are slow as hell for leaving that man because that nigga's a fucking sucker. And you would have got, if you would have pressured marriage and got married to him and stayed for 10 years, you would have milked that nigga. Just like this woman, Alicia, is going to milk him too. She's going to milk him as well. Okay, so don't feel too bad, but you dropped the bag, Brittany, straight up.
So that's why for me, like my biggest, like the hardest.
Bro says, he says, told you that voice is shaky. She finna cry. Yep. Brittany is just better looking. I don't know. I think that woman is actually better looking than Brittany Renner. I think she's a lot hotter than Brittany, like facially, especially no makeup on. She literally has damn near no flaws on her face, like at all. Like this woman, hold on, let's go back because y'all see the picture that I got of Brittany Renner in the thumbnail. Brittany Renner has, you know, she had acne problems. And this woman, oof, she's a lot more attractive than Brittany Renner. She's like an 8, and Brittany's more like a 6 or a 7. I mean, but her ass is bigger, her tits are bigger, her face is more beautiful, more symmetrical. It's less flaws. She's got these natural, cute freckles. I don't know, bro. I think she's way more attractive than Brittany Renner. It's just that, you know, she's damaged goods. AlphaZo says she getting everything Brittany was supposed to get. Yep. And I know Brittany punching the air and she's struggling to even get $2,500 a month from child support from this nigga. And this nigga buying another woman a caddy. Crazy. Why not says, but still unworthy. AlphaZo says she is divorced from an NFL player. So Alicia knows better now. Shut up, let him do him and reap the benefits. Yep. Alicia is a former runway model, published model, not IG model. Yeah, and that shows. AlphaZo says she didn't have boobs or butt 5 years ago. LOL. She also dated ASAP Rocky. Yeah, so she's obviously ran through. And PJ Washington, like I said, he doesn't mind wifing hoes as long as they're willing to do whatever the fuck he says.
For me to understand is like, this is such a
and PJ Washington, and when I say, oh, do whatever the fuck he says, it's not like he's making her do some like back-breaking shit. No, just, you know, be feminine, take care of the kids, shut the fuck up, reap all the benefits, get awarded gifts, give me pussy, give me head. I mean, basic shit, okay? Basic shit. She's tagging him in all the pictures and shit. And PJ Washington definitely seems reasonable. Like, he doesn't seem like he's some just like dickhead guy who's coming home and beating the shit out of his wife. Man, this woman got hella love for him. She got hella love for this nigga, man. And look, I know Brittany Renner is punching the air. Now, this one is really going to make Brittany. This one, I know this post, she might have had to block PJ Washington after this post. This one comes from PJ's page, and he got her. He tagging her. He got her in the Versace robe with the new Mercedes-Benz. So this is the second car this nigga done bought. This, God damn. Since the day we met, we have been at Brittany Renner dropped the fucking ball. Since the day, and this is the type of shit that PJ was writing about Brittany Renner back in the day as well. And wow, man, she is not smart. And people getting in her comments talking about you don't learn. Oh, this is funny. We got to read the comments. But since or in PJ's comments, my bad, his comments. Since the day we met, we have been attached at the hip, and I wouldn't want it any other way. We have had so many great experiences and memories on such little time. See, PJ is a fucking sweetheart. Like he still really believes in like true, real love, and don't judge her for her past. And I accept her how she is. And you could tell he really believes in that. But he also is a high value man who's going to exercise options. You have shown me love and affection when I needed it the most. You have always been there for our kids. Our kids. So he's literally claiming her kids. That's fucking crazy. This nigga's literally claiming her kids. You go out of your way to make others happy. We encourage everybody to do better and be better. We have grown a lot together, and I'm so glad we met. I can't wait to spend the rest of time with you. I'm forever grateful for everything you do. I love you, babe. Happy 25th. So people in his comments, you don't learn, do you? Yeah, I mean, he doesn't learn. He's a fucking sucker. Somebody said thinking the same shit. He says, learn what, LMAO? He don't even get it. Jesus Christ, PJ. I gotta like that one. We just try to protect you, King. That's all. Chance said it best. We don't want to see another brother lose custody, but that's none of my business. We just looking out for you, King. PJ Washington said, protect yourself. I'm grown, little bro. I don't need you. And see, that's where PJ Washington, and you could tell he reads the comments because he's over here responding. PJ Washington, bro, he's going outside. Glad you speaking up. Niggas be tripping. Bro, flex on them. What's yours always going to be yours? No, but she's other people's. She belongs to the streets. Now people propping them up. Do you, brother? If you ain't got haters, you ain't doing it right. Dude, fuck out of here. This dude's trying to help him out, and they're calling him a hater. You never learn is hating, bro. How is that hating? It's constructive criticism. You just pissed that you will never, ever get the time of day, let alone date a female like PJ Wifey. Dude, PJ Wifey, dude, she's for the fucking streets. You think it's hard to get a woman like that and have sex with her? Like, dude, fuck out of here. He said, my female is everything I need. I was just saying, please don't get into the last situation because I know he wouldn't want to go through that again. Am I wrong for telling him to be careful? No, you're absolutely right. I'm going to put that. No, you're absolutely right. PJ moving like a sucker. It's actually literally embarrassing. It's sad all these dick riders telling him that you're hating when you trying to get him to wake up. Yeah, wake the fuck up, dude. They're saying you ain't going to learn with this woman like this, and you got her pregnant quick. Yikes. LMFAO got to leave the comments. Don't get caught lacking again. I'm glad people are. Oh, he said never did. LOL. Ask the first one. PJ, you got caught lacking. For one, you had a child out of wedlock with, and I don't like how he's trying to diminish Brittany Renner like that, even though we talk shit about Brittany. But at the end of the day, that's the mother of your kids. Like talking about some, oh, ask the first one. Dude, fuck out of here. You made an irresponsible decision, and now you're paying for it. You're paying $2,500 a month in child support, and it looks like Brittany Renner is going to end up getting more. And I know y'all ended on rocky terms, but at the end of the day, my philosophy is as a guy, like, you know, for one, you don't want to burn bridges. And for two, you want to at least keep the relationship between you and the mother of your child cordial. And this ain't it. This ain't it. Let's see. I guess he ain't learned his lesson from the last security guard. I'm dead. Don't get trapped again, nigga. Yeah. He said, bro, just fall for anything. Yeah. Oh, man. I'm glad people are flaming him in the comments. Thank God. Thank God. Yeah, PJ's definitely a fucking sucker. Like he's an alpha simp. He's an alpha simp. And if anybody ever uses that term, just know that they got it from me. I'm the only one. I'm the first one who came up with alpha simp for sure.
A sacred thing, and it's just it's like taking a piss for a guy.
Can I just say something? You sure you weren't making love to somebody that was having sex?
I'm sorry?
You sure that you were making love to somebody that was just having sex?
See, that's
Have I
in there.
No, that's what it sounds like.
She don't get it.
It sounds like as women.
She don't get it. Yeah, you were making love, but a nigga was just fucking. You thought you was making love, but the nigga was just smashing.
They make love to men that are just having sex.
Right.
That's the difference.
That's not the point.
But my thing is, okay,
I think,
not
I
all the
think
time.
so. I think when men hear that though, it's like if it was sacred to you, you would have waited till you were married.
But it's
And
like
that's
Yep.
Right. No, I get that. But the reality.
Yep. Alphazo says she didn't have boobs. Oh yeah, I read that one. Alphazo says she's still gonna cry in the car. You know, she stalks their relationship from fake pages and keeps up with their life. Absolutely. Why not says he's a sucker. Yep. Alphazo says men don't forget when they are betrayed, heartbroken, and spited. Yes. Alphazo says I don't want to sound like a pessimist, but I don't think that new relationship will last. Only thing that will keep it together is that he is an NBA player whose career will last at least another 10 years. Alphazo also says the cracks of the relationship won't show until he's done playing or wake up mentally. Yep. Divorce rates go up from athletes after they stop playing, and that's a fact.
Is that the world is not so black and white. So I understand that there are these things in place that worked and made sense, and now we're approaching an era that
But the world is black and white. It either is or it is not.
we don't know what's going to happen, but there's gray area. You've had sex, I've had sex, she's had sex, we've had sex with different guys. That doesn't mean that we're damaged goods, we're used goods. I understand status is a big part of that. I understand this.
I mean, maybe not Pearl, because I don't think she has a body count over 10. I don't know, but maybe not Pearl, but Brittany, yeah, it's pretty much over. And she still looks good, you know. She still looks good, but I mean, you got over 50 bodies, ma'am. You had 24 bodies in 2015. So, and just by the numbers alone, 7 years later, women on average have 7 different sexual partners a year. So we come into 49 extra bodies, and you had 24 in 2015. So now we're thinking, oh, she got 75 bodies. Like, oh, okay.
Sex is viewed differently, but I feel like you should not. If you're looking at face value, I can understand why you would be judged from your past. But if I'm a guy interested in you, I don't care about what you've done.
But that's the thing. Like men.
You're not a man, so you could never. Yes, men care.
Men do though. That's the thing. Like a virgin's more valuable to a man than a girl that's had sex with multiple men. Like it just is what it is.
There's a limit.
But the modern man's solution is not a virgin. A modern man needs a partner, somebody that's actually smart and can survive in the world of today.
Bruh, the woman is not surviving. If anything, the man's protecting her. Niggas don't want no survivor. I'm a survivor. I want a bitch who ain't never been through shit. Okay?
And that's going to be a lift woman.
The men with the most.
I want a woman who I have to teach about the world. How about that?
Choice, they're gonna pick women that are more pure in general.
The ones that are already self-made, I guess so. But that's the thing. The reality is that there's a lot of men out there, especially in the world that we live in today, that need a partner. So it's time for those masses of men to start respecting women for the role they can play in their lives.
What the fuck is she talking about? Men, we don't, bruh. In order to be successful, as a matter of fact, like, the less time you spend with women, the more successful you're going to end up being.
I think average men expect women to be virgins.
You know what it is?
But it's this rhetoric that actually then is pumped into these minds and creates what people now complain about the misogynistic world.
No, do you know
that's what it is. Even in schools, it's like permeated through it all and perpetuated.
Why is it misogynistic for men to prefer women that are more?
It's not that it's not. That's not the problem. The problem is now. Listen, the maths is very simple. You've got people like Andrew Tate talking about these things with such clarity, and it makes so much sense because it is true, right? And then you have men that are in these situations where just average, working an average job, and they cannot fulfill whatever definition is called to be a man in these.
Yes, they can, and that's what he said. He did say that. Yes, they can.
No,
a 9-to-5 man can do it.
But then again, wait. This is the thing. What we're talking about as a man, and this is why I say it's very.
Jesus Christ! I just got a report that Janae Aiko's father welcomes his 9th child at 78 years old. Are you gonna tell me that a woman could have a child at 78? Oh wow! And then there's another woman in the comments who says, "I'll give him his 10th," and she's a 21-year-old OnlyFans model. And the reason why she would give him his 10th child is strictly based off of the fact that he's Janae Aiko's dad. This is crazy. Wow. Oh, man. That's insane. So this is a 78-year-old man who's not even that attractive. But because he has status by being Janae Aiko's father, he's welcoming his 9th child into the world at 78 years old. You can't make this shit up, guys.
Very important for us to understand the person that we're speaking to. And I'm very glad that you clarified everything that you mean. Not every man is like Andrew Tate. Not every man is going to be able to even realistically demand for certain things from a woman. So the same way women need to compromise if it comes to a man who is going to cheat on her because he's a top G, is the same way men are going to have to compromise and stop blabbing about purity when they can't demand for that.
You didn't get none of what you didn't get none of what
I made my point. That was the whole point.
What point? Well, duh. What? Because you just quoted him. You just said about his thing, and you didn't.
Not only did I get clout, I made my point. I said the average man does not have what it takes to demand for a virgin.
He already said that. He already said
and
that.
I reiterated in my own words for my own content for my page. And
do you
so
know what it is, right? Is that too many women, they see regular guys and they feel they're settling. You're not settling. You're getting what you deserve.
But you can't be asking.
You're not settling. You're not settling.
But the difference is men know this. Like most average men aren't demanding.
The average men never said they were
But the difference wait. The difference is average men know they don't deserve a 10. They know they don't deserve an 8. They know they don't even deserve a 7.
And they still go messaging them on the stories and do this dumb stuff that is just ugly.
Like most men in history haven't even reproduced. And so
Facts. Only 40% of men have reproduced it throughout history. And men in general always like defer to especially these blue vitamin guys who are, getting married and all this stuff, which I'm not against marriage, but I'm just saying like a lot of blue vitamin guys, they'll go into these marriages and guess what they say? Oh my God, I'm so lucky to have her. I don't even deserve her. I don't know how I bagged this one. Oh man, I don't know how she's put up with me for 20 years. It's so like marriage, especially in the West, is like a self-deprecating thing for men, where men are just supposed to be acting like, oh, I'm just so lucky to have her. And man, if it wasn't for her, I don't know what I'd be doing. I wouldn't even know how to tie my shoelaces. Like that's how, and a lot of men who are married think that way. And it's just fucking retarded because we all know that these men can manipulate matter and manipulate the world far more effectively than women, but they're even the breadwinners in their relationships, but they're like, when they're asked about their marriage or they give like a speech at some recital or some type of company event, they're like, oh, well, my wife, she's put up with me for this, that, and the third. And it's like, if you're actually a man in a relationship, you know that you're putting up with the woman way more than she's putting up with you, dude. Fuck out of here. Like, men do so much more in relationships than women. It's not even close. And that's the reality.
It's like men know, but the women are the ones that are delusional.
There's regular men out there. There's regular men out there.
Chris Hemsworth.
There's regular men out there that will have you down.
Yeah, but can I just say, people are watching Tate, not understand.
Yeah, Lizzo definitely was shooting her shot at Chris Hemsworth. And, I have to correct Pearl on this one. Lizzo's not a 2. She's below the scale. She's ugly as fuck.
In that Tate is part of that 1% of
how good
success, and they think that they can demand the same thing.
No,
they can demand purity.
One second. Sorry. I understand the point you're all making, but let's understand something. To the sexual marketplace, females have always been, and still to a degree, are the gatekeepers. It's men will, you can think about it in a very simplistic way. This is not the case, but let's simplify it for the sake of argument. Imagine men will run around and fuck anything, and women are the ones who say yes or no. You are the gatekeepers that have all the power. And this is what's actually truly interesting about the sexual marketplace, because whenever women go, there's not enough good men, then why are you fucking, of course, why would they be good if you don't make them be good? You're a fucking loser. So,
That's a good point.
So women, so you're talking about, I'm saying that, you know, a man at a certain level can't do certain things. If you were with Joe Schmo and he wasn't treating you the way you believe Joe Schmo should treat you, then why are you with him?
Leave.
Right.
Like women have the gatekeeping. So if you get Joe Schmo, he treats you like,
And I'm gonna stop it right there. No, not leave, sis, leave, not that. No, not leave. It's like you shouldn't have let him fuck in the first place. But you being loose with your pussy, you let the nigga fuck. That's really what it is. Like, not, oh, just leave then. No, that's bullshit. It's bullshit.
You're his queen, treats you perfect, good. If you get a fucking guy at the absolute upper echelons of value and you still aren't happy with what he's giving you, then leave. Women are the gatekeepers. You women actually have all of the power. This is what's beautiful about the whole thing.
Yeah.
Women are constantly complaining. You have all the power. You're the ones who get to choose. Do you know who you should be mad at for all this shit? I'll tell you who you should be mad at. Do you know who threw away all the female power in the sexual marketplace? Promiscuous females.
And he's taking direct shots at Brittany Renner, and he's doing it so slick, and she doesn't even know it. Well, she knows it. She's feeling it, but oh man, he's a master.
Now you got chicks who will bang anybody without trying. So why should a dude get up and try?
No,
Do you have any idea how hard it is to actually be? Let me make this clear.
Go on,
Do
sir.
you have any idea how hard it is to actually be, no bullshit, a man? And I say this and women go, oh yeah, dude, that. As soon as most women encounter any kind of problem, the first thing they do is turn to a man. Their man, their dad, the mechanic, the police, a man. If you actually put a woman in front of a problem and go, no men, they're like, oh, whoa, fuck. It's a mental breakdown. Men, day after day, especially if you're a high-level man, let me make it something clear from my life. I'll talk from personal experience. I'm not just looking after me. I'm not just looking after my chick. I'm the guy in about 300 people's phone books that they call when anything big goes wrong. You get arrested in Russia, you need extraction from Ukraine, you need $1 million, whatever it is, Kazakhstan, abduction, they call me. I'm the first phone call. I'm fixing 400 different lives. I'm a problem solver. Chicks can't fix fucking any of this shit.
Yep.
Right? This is how hard it is to be a man. And it's
Dude, this man, like at one of my properties, a pipe burst. And I was hosting like some guests on Airbnb and shit like that. And dude, I tell you what, oh my God, if I tell you like how these, and I don't want to, talk crap, but it's just like the women were freaking the fuck out. And all it was just like water. And, I'm trying to calm them down and all this stuff. And then I had to go in and turn the water valve off. And we tried to turn it off at the street through the meter, but that didn't work. So we just found a secondary valve in the basement that we had to turn off. And, it was ridiculous. But guess what? When I look for plumbers, when I look for people to patch that up, when I look for people to patch up drywall and fix plumbing issues, me personally, I can't even do that myself, by myself. Guess what? I called men. So I would never disrespect those blue collar men, those Malcolms, those mildly attractive, lucrative, communicative, operational, likable men in that way and say, oh, well, men ain't shit and men don't do this and men don't do that, because these are the guys that I'm going to call when I have a problem.
Amazing, because society expects it of you, but so do women. If you had a man, be honest, you had a man and you went to your man and said, oh, I've got this problem. I can't fix this. It's broken. The car tire's broken. And he went, I don't know. You would dry up. Like, you'd be like, well, fucking, what the fucking point are you?
Yep.
That's the truth. You could sit here and go, oh, we call a mechanic. No, you wouldn't. You'd look at your man and go, what do you mean you can't fix it?
I'll do it
And this is
myself.
what
Waste man.
and this is what she's saying about your man will get up and go, and you know what's
Good luck jacking the car up. Dude, every time I've seen a woman try and use a jack, she always uses it improperly and the car ends up falling down like on the jack and damaging the bottom of the vehicle. Like every single time. I've literally never seen a woman use a jack properly.
beautiful about masculinity? A bunch of times a man will go up and he doesn't have a clue how to fix it himself.
Yep.
But he'll go, don't worry, baby, okay. And he'll stand up with no money and no clue, and he'll go out there and fucking try and find a way.
Literally, that's how I was yesterday when those pipes burst. I'm sitting there like, I don't know what the fuck to do, but I'm just gonna do whatever I can, turn the water off, try my best. It's Christmas morning and I'm over here like I had to leave the you know, our little Christmas tree shit, and I had to go and work on Christmas. Like, women don't understand the life of a man. It's fucking hard as shit, dude.
Because as a man, you need to be useful. It is so difficult to be a man. You have no idea the amount of pressure that we're under from society and from the women we even want to associate with. On a whole, it's difficult. So you have to keep all these things in mind. It's hard.
But can I ask you a question? You see what you just said about, the top G, that if they had money, you can fly planes and fly that. Drop it down to if you were earning, like, say, 50,000 a year.
Yep.
Couldn't you be that same person amongst your peers?
100% you
That's
could.
what I'm trying to say.
100% you could. And also you have to.
Money doesn't make you a top G.
No, money's an amplifier.
Why not says, as a man, you know where the stop valves are. Exactly. And I couldn't even find that bitch for a long time. And then I finally realized, oh shit. And once I found it, I'm like, I feel like a fucking idiot because I couldn't find it immediately. But guess what? I stood my ass there and I'm looking around and trying to figure out where the fuck that shit was. And we tried to stop the water at the street and we couldn't do it through the street meter. And so we went back inside the house and we started looking again and we ended up finding it. So, none of the women wanted to do that shit. They were just sitting there screaming and crying and, dude, my Christmas is ruined. Like, dude. AlphaZo says, there was a story about a mother who had a Jack fail car fell on her and the kid. Police luckily rescued her. # don't need a man. Exactly.
So that's the first thing about money. Money amplifies. Men can make money. Money does not make men. If you're a dork and you get rich, you're a rich dork. If you're a G and you get rich, you're a top G. Right? So that's the first thing about money.
But guess what? If you're a dork and you get rich, you're still getting women like Brittany Renner to suck your dick.
I agree with you. But traditionally, and this is the baseline, and once again, when I say these things, I'm not looking to be attacked for being misogynist. I'm just commenting on how I view the world and how I see things. Traditionally, a man primarily gives his attention to a female to get sex, and she gives him sex back to get the attention. That's the swap, right? So if I'm a dude and I want sex from a girl, I give her attention, I talk to her, I hang out with her, I spend time with her, eventually I get the sex. That's how it works. But the higher value you are as a man, the more valuable your attention is, the more valuable your time is, the less you have to give. It's like potency, right? So I can give 5 minutes to a chick, and that's worth 2 weeks of some other dude's time. But that's the reality. So where you are on the scale is just basically how much of your time you have to give. Now, you can still give all your time to a woman, treat her like a queen, be respected by your peers. She can be happy with you. I'm not saying she will be in fact, I'll argue she'll be happier with that man than she'll be with a fucking guy like me. I'm not even out here saying I'll make chicks happy. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying that she'll get
Shout out to Why Not Again. He says, another thing I've noticed, women like to talk about the issue and who's to blame. Men look for answers. Facts.
She's going to want from that man. The amount of attention is linked to his status. But at a true high level status of man, it's 2 DMs. Boom, boom. 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Yep.
10 seconds.
This kind of leads into my next question.
All right, guys, let's take a second to hear.
All right. Let's fast forward through this ad. I respect it. Trying to get that money, trying to get that bag. Shout out to Pearl. But we are going to fast forward through this, and let's get to Pearl's question.
Well, look at society, and you tell me.
Ask me.
Wait, so
Run it back.
Well, look at.
Hold on, run it back.
Monogamous with a low value man or share a high value man?
Would women prefer to be monogamous with a low value man or share a high value man?
Well, look at society, and you tell me.
Ask me.
Wait, so let's ask.
Danelle was like, ask me. Weren't you in a 5-year abusive relationship where you were beaten and cheated on? Safe to say you probably have low standards.
Let's ask the single ladies. What would you prefer?
I would prefer someone who's monogamous. I left a situation where I got the Bentley, I had all that, I had the kids, I had that. That was great.
L, you should have stayed. It was great. Then why didn't you stay?
I want a companion. I want real love. And to me, what monogamy means to me is someone who's committed to themselves.
Then settle. No, monogamy is sexual sexual exclusivity between you and your partner. It's not someone who's good with themselves and dude, that has nothing to do with it at all. Okay, this is crazy. She just be making shit up in her head. You can't change the definition, ma'am.
That's like the answer is within you. And to be honest, I feel like, again, like
This is that same type of rhetoric where, oh, if a man wants to have sex with multiple women, then he hasn't found himself and he's broken inside. And then you say, well, what happens if a woman wants to do that? Oh, well, she's sexually liberated and she's a boss bitch and she goes and she can go, girl, and she's just a solid woman and and nothing's wrong with her. She's just doing what she wants. Why are you judging what a woman does? Like, it's fucking bullshit.
Sex has been lost in translation and what it means. I don't care, man or female. It's been lost as it's so sacred. So for me, I have kind of taken those blinders off where I'm like, okay, he has to be here. I'm okay with dating the trainer in Austin, Texas. That's just where I'm at. Like, I don't.
So Brittany Renner is strictly saying, okay, she's in it for looks now, looks and loyalty. So you have money, you have status, and you have looks. Top on Brittany Renner's list is looks. Then I would say it's status and money. But now she's basically saying, oh, I'm willing to date a hot guy who's not rich, basically.
Need a certain thing because
basically settling for somebody who's below her baby daddy's level. And they say, oh, I'll never settle, but you're settling now because you're not getting a man who's making this much amount of money. All you're doing is getting the physical attributes that you want. Why not says the average woman cannot or refuses to behave submissive. Take lead from the average Joe. So in short, Brittany hasn't learned. Yeah.
Because I know what I'm wanting. Most guys in that percentage are not going to give me. So I would rather have a monogamous man than someone who can do whatever.
So you think the personal trainer is going to be monogamous?
Yeah, they're literally known for, like, the personal trainer is known for even breaking up a marriage and helping a woman commit adultery on her husband. Like, that's kind of what personal trainers are known for. And ask me how I know. I am a personal trainer.
Known for cheating, no.
Well, I mean, here's my thing. Like, I get it. Like,
at this point, here's the thing with Brittany Renner. So she, strictly based off of beauty, she could have been with a millionaire dude, which she already did. She already with multiple millionaires, strictly just off of beauty. The problem is she fucked too many of these guys. So that lowered her value. Now, Brittany Renner, you need to settle for second shift at the plant. Respectfully, you need to settle for a guy who adores you. You need to settle for a guy who literally feels like, just like I was talking about those married guys who feel like they're so lucky to have the. You need to settle for one of those types of guys because that's pretty much all that's left out here. If you're talking about wanting a monogamous relationship with a successful man, yeah, it's not going to happen, especially with your sexual history. Because, like I said, modern Generation Z women, I know she's not Gen Z, but she's pretty much modern woman, had the digital footprint of an adult film actress.
I don't generalize people because I'm one of the most misunderstood people online as well. And I feel like there's a lot more to me, and I don't like to just.
So she's like, oh, I'm not going to judge him because I'm judged. And that's where you go wrong again, Brittany. Life is about judging people and making a judgment call. Okay. Making a judgment call to make sure that this person is good for your life. And the reality is, if you don't look into somebody and judge them and vet them and make sure they don't have, a crazy background, it can bite you in the arse.
Just put everyone in a box. I'd like to get to know people. So no, I'm not going to just say, oh, well, of course he's going to cheat on me. Like, no.
Okay. Would you take a guy that makes $35,000 a year and had a dad bod?
Had a dad bod?
I don't really think that was a great example for Pearl. What she should have said is, would you take a super hot guy who made $35,000 a year for the rest of his life? You can't motivate him. You can't say, oh, well, I'm gonna push him to want more. No, you can't do any of that. He's at 35K. He's capped there for the rest of his life, but he's fucking hot. That was the scenario that I think would have been more apropos for this question. But anyways, carry on.
Yeah.
I feel like for me, I would want someone who.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
I pour into myself and I'm accountable for my shit. I'm aware of what I got going on. I'm not going to have a a mom bod. I'm in the gym. I had a baby a year and a half ago. I'm in the gym 4 to 5 times a week. So I would want someone who can match at least the work ethic. Now, when it comes to money, I know for me, I want to be able to. I do not want to rely on a man. I have literally done that before. It didn't pan out in my favor. Okay.
Because you left.
Because what happens is you get the rug ripped from under you, and then now
You did not get the rug ripped from under you. You left because you found out he was cheating. You couldn't stand in the rain, and you lost your family. You broke up your home. Period. He was willing to wife a hoe, and you pulled out the rug up, not just up from underneath yourself, but up from underneath your child as well.
you fucking get out, bitch. Give me the motherfucking keys. It isn't that.
Good one. Why not says other dudes be pouring into that, right?
So for me, the lifestyle I want, I am responsible for. So I don't look for a man to make X amount of dollars because anything that I want, I'm gonna get myself.
Well, because in my head, I feel like
Or have Kevin Gates, Lil Uzi, or Kaepernick trick on you and pay for it.
a guy's just as likely to cheat if he's in the top 20% of like looks.
Yes, true.
Just as likely as money. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
it just doesn't
Let me
For
ask
sure.
a quick question, just so I can clarify something, because I understand your points. You're saying you want a partner, a life partner. Are you sure? And I'm not accusing, I'm genuinely asking. Are you sure you're not confusing the amount of time the man spends with you with his monogamy? Because they're different things. Because what happens a lot of the time, if a man's out here chasing chicks, he's barely home. But imagine you had a man who was home 7 nights a week. He was always home. I'm talking about like an hour, like during his work lunch. You don't even notice. Then would you even give a shit about monogamy if you had all of his time effectively? Would you really care?
I still would care because I feel like it's still just an hour a day, and it's not really quality time. I feel I really have been in
What?
so many different situations.
No, he's saying that he's with you all day, but for an hour he might go and fuck a bitch at lunch and then come back and he's with you for the rest of the day. So you're getting 23 hours of the man's time, and he treats you all the same, whether he fucks a new bitch or not. But I mean, she didn't understand the question at all. And I think Andrew was just like, it's not even any point in clarifying.
Again, the trainer in Austin to the NBA player baby daddy. Like I have seen all of that stuff. And it's just my personal experience and perspective to where I want someone that sees the value in the Grand Canyon. I want somebody
What the fuck? I want somebody to see the value in the Grand Canyon. What?
who
I understand. Okay,
like,
so that's a good point, and that's
You want a nigga to go hiking with or nature walks? Like, what are you talking about? Want a nigga to go on a picnic with you at the Grand Canyon? What are we talking about? Are we in high school?
So I'll just ask the first question. I'm gonna ask the second question. The realization you've come to is an interesting one. It is something that happens, especially to females as they mature. Don't you think it's strange, or why do you think that 0 women on earth choose those kind of men who they perhaps have slightly lower status, but are more likely to be loyal to them, be monogamous, etc. In the modern world, because like I said, the world's changed. Why do you think 0 women choose them when they're at the peak of their choices?
Yep.
So when a woman is 19 and she can go anywhere she wants, every man wants her. She can go on any yacht in Miami. She can get flown out to Dubai. When she has all the choices in the world, why is she completely uninterested in those kind of men? And then when she gets to a certain age of maturity and there's a whole new generation of girls who have all the choices, and they sit there and go, you know what? I deserve monogamy and and they all of a sudden want to grow up and mature. Why does no woman decide that when she actually is at her most valuable?
I feel like like I said, I don't like to speak for all women. I just speak for myself. But I know for me that I was looking for a man for a lifestyle, something that I was not able to do individually by myself. So that's why it's like, well, yeah, I want to be able to do this, do that. I want to go for the football player that was just on GQ. And in reality, now I realize, well, okay, there's a lot that comes with that. I can
She talking about Kaepernick.
make my own money. I don't necessarily need that type of guy for the happiness that I'm looking for. Again, seeing value in the Grand Canyon.
Honestly, if she would have played her role right with Kaepernick, she could have got him too. Kaepernick liked light-skinned women, and he ended up cuffing Nessa. And if you would have played your role, you probably could have got Kaepernick, but she was doing the most. And I guarantee when she was fucking Kaepernick, she was talking to other guys too, and he saw straight through that.
And it is a lot different than like, okay, here's money for this, here's allowance for that.
And
here's
that's
an
the
hour
same
of my
thing
time.
as you asking why a man that is 20, 21, 23 is not a top G, like a 30, 40-year-old
Well,
man.
no, the point-
Your age actually dictates your sort of maturity to a large extent.
Well, I'm arguing the point. The point I'm trying to make is that what I actually think happens, especially in the modern world, because the modern world's all fucked up and nothing's the way it's supposed to be. the traditional life path of a female is she's 17, she's 18, she's 19, and her value is massively inflated. And I don't blame her. Of course it's massively inflated. Imagine being 19 years old, have achieved exactly fucking zero in your life, knowing nothing. You put makeup on, and sports stars, billionaires, actors, the most important, famous people on the planet, the richest men on the planet are begging for your attention. The ego you're going to develop, let's all be honest, right? The ego you're going to develop is going to be monu-fucking-mental. I'm special, I'm so gorgeous, all this bullshit, right? And then what happens as they grow older, as new generations come along, because the truth is most women are at their peak attraction, let's say in their early 20s. As they grow older, what women become is far more fearful of competition. This is why you'll see a woman who's a bit older go, oh, you know, I really want monogamy. What she's scared of is her dude getting a 21-year-old.
That's why they call men who date younger women pedophiles, because they don't want to face the competition, even though they were dating older men when they were young. I keep telling you guys that elementary school women or girls were dating the middle school boys. The middle school girls were dating the high school boys. The high school women were dating college guys. The college women were dating guys who were in grad school or had graduated. And then after that, now it's like reverse. Now, like, nobody wants them because they've been ran through. So now they have to go back and just get used by younger guys for sex.
That's what she's fucking scared of. She may not know it. She may not say it. But basically, that's what the truth is, because she knows a 21-year-old is going to be more desirable, higher status, more fertile. That's what she's scared of.
Cheating is bad when you're 30 or 27.
So no, but it's not about that. I'm telling you the shift in the female mentality, because when a female is 20, she doesn't give a fuck about any of this. She doesn't want to find a nice man. Now she's trying to, like you're saying, chasing a lifestyle, chasing Mr. Promiscuous, chasing Mr. Famous. Doesn't give a shit until she starts getting scared. Oh shit. Oh, my age begins with 3 now. And then they change, their mentality changes. It's a fear element. That's the reality. And it's a biological fear element. I'll give you an example of it. You know what's amazing about humans? We are still very primal. When men like these two and me, when we walk through the mall,
shout out to Liver King. Primal.
People just move. It's like you can sense when the big animals turn up, right? It's something amazing about humans. If you have a very attractive 45-year-old woman, she's gorgeous, but a gorgeous 19-year-old walks in, look at that 45-year-old woman's face. She's furious. She fucking hates her. She just doesn't like her for no reason. Because women understand, unfortunately, but your age is a massive indicator in your value. In an inverse way to men, men are more valuable as we get older. Every woman knows that. Every woman will sit here and go, yeah, I know a man who's older than me. Of course. But if I say it the other way around, I'm misogynistic. It's just the reality of the world. So then we have to go into the other point. The point is this. When you were at your peak value, you had zero interest in monogamy. But then you find a man who starts.
And this is what I say all the time. These women were sharing men the whole time. They were sharing men the whole time. If you're single and you're having sex, you're sharing that man because you're not exclusive and he's fucking other women and you don't care. So why are you giving him the best thing that you could give a man, which is your womb, to a guy who's not even doing shit for you, and you're allowing him to fuck other women? It's bullshit. So now if I decide to commit to you, now I have to be monogamous when the other guys that you fuck didn't? Yeah, fuck out of here. Why Not says, I was speaking to a girl at work, 18 years old. She says she wants to be married at 30, 304. I told her that's way too old and she should be looking for a husband now. Biological clock ticking. She said her mom had her at 37. Yeah, these women keep saying, oh, well, my mom had me at this age. Mom had me at that age. Yeah, and look how you turned out, bitch.
35 at his peak value. He's finally struggled and worked, because when he was 19, no girl spoke to him. When he was 23, he was broke. When he was 24, he had no life experience. When he was 25, he couldn't fuck. When he was 20, whatever. He finally gets to the point where he's now at his peak value. Him at 35 is you when you were 19. And then you're sitting there saying to him, no, you should be monogamous. It's like, well, you fucking weren't. You did whatever you wanted in your peak. Now I'm finally got there.
Facts. So, and this is another point, that female promiscuity, it honestly, like nowadays, they're trying to like glorify it and praise it, but it'll never work because the men, ultimately, the high value men aren't going to accept that. But they're trying to glorify it. But then now when the men want to exercise the same thing, we're demonized, we're cheaters, we're bad guys, we're fuck boys and all that kind of shit. But when a woman says, oh, I want to sleep around, she's sexually liberated.
there, and I had to work for my shit. God gave you. God and L'Oreal gave you. I had to fucking struggle.
Right.
I had to go through hell to get on this yacht. You got on the yacht with an Instagram DM. I had to buy it.
Facts.
And now you're telling me I need to fucking settle down and
Yeah, no, thank you.
and behave and grow up? Fuck you.
Because
It's bullshit.
you're assuming that the journey is a man that starts with nothing to something, because there's a lot of men
That
that
is
have
exactly the journey of every man on earth. We are born without value.
Yes, the majority of millionaires started with nothing and became something.
Do you?
So there's specificity in that.
Can I just
because
ask-
that's not how it should be for everybody, and that's not how it is for everybody,
Oh my
and not for every
God.
woman either. As well, may I just say?
Can I ask Brittany something, please? You know, like, then you've learned in the past, and now you want to find someone to settle down. With hindsight now, would you have reversed it and like started young, looking for someone to settle down with, looking for those?
And I love this question, but Brittany Renner, she's gonna stand 10 toes on her poor decisions, because if she doesn't say that she would reverse that, or if she says she'll reverse it, then that's proof that she's been lying to her whole fan base.
Those values that now you know. I'm talking that with hindsight.
Okay, well, I actually, from 18 to 22, I was in a relationship. I've always actually been a lover girl, despite what I put out online for.
Bruh, stop the cap. How you a lover girl with over 50 bodies, bruh?
I've never
views.
seen you online.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, that's even better. I have always wanted one person, and I feel like I was so delusional in thinking that, oh, I'm like you said, like I have value, I'm beautiful, I'm this, I'm at my peak. Like, why wouldn't you want to be with me? So going into these relationships, or just like just people, my goal was always to get commitment. Like, I'm giving you my time, I'm pouring into you because I want.
Bruh, you did not want commitment from fucking Kevin Gates. You were just there to get fucked. You was there for him to do that, bitch, bend over, sit up on your toes, knock your legs like, baby, breathe through your nose. Like, that's what you were there. And you cannot tell me that you were looking for a commitment from Lil Uzi Vert either, dude. Oh my God, she's full of it.
Commitment. And the reality is I'd never really understood my value. So I was going through guys, giving up sex, doing this, and it didn't make sense. So I believe in, like, I stand on everything I do. Like, I don't do apology tours. It is what it is. And I think that's where
The fact that Lil Uzi fucked is crazy.
I feel like when they talk about women being delusional and all these other things, it is true. Because what you have to understand,
Like, she talking about, oh, I want the trainer guy. Dude, you fucked a crackhead. You fucked a crackhead, dude. Nigga don't gotta be in no fucking shape.
is that there are repercussions to your decisions, which is fine. So then you're talking about, okay, well, I want this type of guy, I want this, that, and that.
Lil Uzi couldn't even run a mile without coughing up a lung.
You're talking about maybe monogamy. That's 3 to 5% of animals are monogamous. I think that's what it is, right? So your window is really, really small for what you're looking for. And even to go on to the point where you said, where you were talking about, it's like a subconscious fear. I think it's like, for me, I feel like if it was more of a fear, I would have just stayed in my situation. Like, it wouldn't have made sense. Like, I mean, that was my first kid. I thought I waited and did it right. I left because I believe that there's something else on my heart when it comes to love. And I'm just going to have
She about to cry again when it comes to love. And she thought she waited and did it right. No, you should have got married before you carried. So you actually didn't do it right. You did it wrong. So why she keeps saying, oh, I did it right. I did it right. No, you didn't do it right because you didn't secure commitment from PJ Washington before you had his child. So he said he wanted a child. You should have said, okay, well, I'm not going to have a child unless I'm married. So you should have demanded marriage if he wanted a child. Point blank. Otherwise, you shouldn't have gave him your womb. So
would have just stayed in my situation. Like, it wouldn't have made sense. Like, I mean, that was my first kid. I thought I waited and did it right. I left because I believe that there's something else on my heart when it comes to love. And I'm just going to have to trust that. And if that means being alone, having a dog, I have to take that chance, because
there you have it.
Bentley, the ring, the house, and still getting, again, deceived, right? Disrespected, because deceit is disrespect, right? So I cannot settle for that. I can't suck a dick and shut up. And that is where you will lose. That's where you're going to lose. A lot of people don't like my views and what I represent because it is something new. I don't know how it's.
And it's not even that we don't like it. It's just funny to analyze. Like, you're good content to react to. That's really it. Like, I mean, ultimately, yeah, you might be leading other women astray, but all you're doing is making it easier for guys like us to get extra sex without commitment. So, I mean, we really don't give a fuck. As a matter of fact, if I wasn't like, you know, fucking with the red vitamin so strong, I would probably applaud you because it makes it easier for men like me to have intercourse with women like you.
It's gonna fucking end. I don't know what's gonna happen.
What would you tell your 17 if you had to like? What would you tell your 17-year-old self, knowing what you know now?
She should have asked, what would you tell your daughter if you had one?
Looking back and you had to meet yourself at 17, what would you tell what would you tell yourself? Like,
and then what are you going to do when your son reads your book? It's another good question.
Lock it down and wait for the right man. Don't have sex. What would you tell your 17-year-old self?
That the answers aren't outside of you, because I feel like I'd always look for men to answer all of my questions that I've ever had. I thought when I had a man, it would complete me. And I feel like too, especially
She about to cry.
with like my dad not being in my life, you look for somebody to guide me. Like, so that's where for me, I put too much value in someone else having the answers for me. So that's why I'm really big on accountability. So I would just tell myself.
Are you though? Come on. I'm really big on accountability, dude. That's horseshit.
Like, to be patient, to take your time, because I was always quick. Oh, let's try to get in a relationship. Like, we weren't even compatible. There's a lot of just not compatible factors. So I feel like for me, it would be to slow.
And she's talking about PJ. We weren't even compatible. He checked off all your boxes. 6'7" NBA player, light skin, with long hair. He literally checked off all your boxes, and you're trying to say, oh, we weren't compatible. Dude, maybe y'all weren't compatible because you dated a guy who's like fucking 9 years younger than you.
Down and to really get to know people instead of just blindly banking on potential that most likely will never be tapped into, or selling myself short because there's a fear of, well, I don't know, this could be the best that I could get. I might as well just shut up and suck a dick.
And that's what.
Yeah, PJ Washington was the best man that you'll probably ever be with for the rest of your life. And I don't even like the way PJ's moving right now, but you could tell like he's a sweet guy. Pause. You know what I'm saying? Like he's sweet, especially to these Instagram models. Like that nigga's food. So like he's an alpha simp. He is literally an alpha simp. So you could have ate off of that situation, but you dropped the bag. You dropped the ball.
I meant about women nowadays, because exactly what you'd be telling your 17-year-old self is what happened back in the day. So when I'm repeating these things, I'm going, oh, you're old fashioned. But it seems like women do what they like, and then they hit a certain age and say, oh, well, I've got to settle. But it's not settling. You're just getting whatever you can.
You know,
or whatever you deserve.
You know what?
Because if you think back now, you'd be telling people now, rather than say that auntie's old fashioned or auntie don't know what she's talking about, look what she be telling her 17-year-old self, which ain't nothing that I ain't already said.
Yeah,
because
that's fine.
really and truly, really and truly, let me finish. Because what I've always said, and you can check, I'm an older version of you. So where you've been, I've already been on up and come back. So that's why I asked you, what would you tell your 17-year-old self? Because me telling you is, I'm telling my 30-year-old self. Do you understand where I'm coming from? So it's not that I'm old fashioned. It's just that women hit a certain age and then realize, oh my God, it wasn't that old fashioned. You know, it works because it does. But there's no point in waiting till you're a certain age to start thinking about it. You know, even if you're like, you hold your own accountability. So it's like if you meet somebody and they were like 17, 18, and you saw them acting a certain way, they ask you for advice, you wouldn't say, do as I do. You say, listen, this is what happened to me. And this is what I thought. And what I recommend you do is blah, blah, blah. Am I right or am I wrong? If they ask you for your advice.
No, I totally get what you're saying. Like, I totally agree with that. I think that no matter what you decide to do, you have to accept whatever repercussions come behind that. So any advice that I give to anybody is do what you want, but just know there are repercussions, good, bad, or indifferent, that are going to come behind it. So, I mean, and I think that's just where I'm at. I don't even think it's like an age thing. I think it's like, in reality, I have a son, and you really start asking yourself questions. And again, I hate that it took having a child to really look into my life and call myself out on my bullshit.
So if you got pregnant earlier, if you got pregnant at 18, 19, would it?
I was always on birth control. Okay. I was on birth control for a decade. I got off birth control because the person I was with wanted to have a baby. Okay. So again, I thought I did it right, clearly.
So it was a planned pregnancy. It was a planned pregnancy.
Not because I wasn't married, but.
Yep, you're right. You didn't do it right because you weren't married. Absolutely, you're 100% right.
It still didn't work out because it just wasn't my guy. So that's where I just think, like, even if I still would have taken it slow, there just were a lot of people that just were genuinely not my person, and that's okay.
I would just
speaking
like,
of marriage, I wanted to know, do you think we're in a post-marriage society? Because on one hand, we hear that women should wait till they're married to have sex, but at the same time, we also hear from the men that they don't want to get married anymore. So what do we do with that?
Seems like it's true because nowadays a lot of people are looking at marriage as a contract rather than a partnership. And there's a huge difference between that because with a contract, there's so many terms and many headaches and this and that. And
Well, it is a contract.
Well,
Yeah.
there you
Women
go.
are
That's
paid to
why.
leave, yeah.
But that's because that is what it is now. Because realistically, the traditional sense of marriage is not a contract, really, in terms of the law. Once the law is involved, that's when everything went tits up. I think.
Yeah. So the problem is that there's zero advantage to marriage in the Western world for a man. There is zero statistical advantage. If you use your mind, if you use your head instead of your heart, and you look at the advantages to getting married, there are absolutely and utterly none. Because this new idea of new age feminism just basically destroys all men in the idea or in the event of her leaving. And it's very common that women leave. Right? Let's stop the man versus woman attack, et cetera, et cetera. Life's difficult for everybody. We all have different challenges, different things to go through. But if a woman marries a man and it goes wrong, she has emotional heartbreak. Fine. But if a man marries a woman and it goes wrong, he has emotional heartbreak. Plus, everything he has ever worked for is ripped out from underneath him.
Yep.
He has to give that chick money forever.
In some places, you don't even have to be married.
Exactly.
That's why the men don't want to live with the women either.
That's right.
Yep.
So when you make these rules
Cohabitation.
and these laws, right, under the guise of feminism and equality, all this garbage, all you're doing is scaring men away from commitment. And then you have to add in the other hidden element, and the other hidden element is what I said earlier, is whose fault a lot of this is promiscuous women, right? So when society's broken down,
Yep.
if women were saying, if all women got together and said, we'll only have sex after marriage, guess what men would do? Get married. But you don't, right? So now you're in Miami. I go to Miami. I can fuck anything in the club. I don't have to marry any of them. If
Nope.
I marry them, I get wrecked. So
Yep.
let's all use our brains here. What am I going to do? Well, I'm going to be like, well, no, bounce, see ya, no. So men have been scared away from the idea of marriage, and that's a lot of that is the fault of this new bullshit.
I wouldn't even say scared away. I would say educated enough to understand the pitfalls of marriage if it goes wrong.
Feminism and his new crap. They don't give men any tactical advantage. And I'm talking about small things. A man's not even allowed to be a man in his own house. You know, in England, you will get accused of emotional abuse. I can marry a woman, not lay a hand on her. I can just raise my voice at her. That's emotional abuse. I can raise my voice at her because she's going out drinking with dudes. She can go out drinking 6 nights a week with men. And I can say, what the fuck, you're my wife.
And Denelva was staunch in defending. She was staunch in defending Girls' Night Out.
Sit down. She can call the cops, call me emotionally abusive. I get arrested now. Now there's a court case against me. I have to go to court and defend myself. She'll divorce me, take my house. I have to sell my car because she's drinking vodka with fucking God knows who.
But you notice that
it's
earlier on.
insanity.
What do you think of child support?
And that's another interesting thing because a lot
of Brittany Renner's about to get triggered.
These arguments, it goes beyond man and woman, and it goes into the larger sphere as a whole, right? Because we talked earlier about war and how a lot of men used to die, and that doesn't happen anymore. So what you used to have,
I gotta stop him there, bro. There are wars going on all across the world still to this day, and men are fighting on the front lines of these wars. Well, stop letting these women tell you that, oh, well, men don't go fighting wars anymore. Yes, the hell they fucking do. That we have never been, there's never been world peace on this earth ever. Men are going to fight wars till the end of time.
Have in societies, and I'm not saying I have all the answers. I'm just commenting, right? What you used to have in societies is a bunch of men would die at war because men have more dangerous lives than women. There'd be a bunch more women than men. The top G's would impregnate a bunch of women, and the top G's could take care of the women, and that'd be et cetera, et cetera. That's now changed, right? So a lot of the reason that monogamy is pushed is because it's good for society. And it is good for society. It's good for society as a whole to have a man, a woman, a family. They're together. The man provides for the woman, etc. The government doesn't want to pay for all these kids. If you don't have child support, who's paying for these kids? The government does it. It breaks down, right? So that's why child support is enforced in many parts of the world. In certain other parts of the world, child support isn't enforced because they have religious beliefs or genuine family beliefs that keep the families together. But in the Western world, now you need child support because you've broken things down to the point where men don't want to be married to chicks chicks don't want to listen to the man. The man can't even be the man in his own household. He can't even feel respected where he goes. His woman gives him no status. And now he doesn't want to fucking deal with her anymore. So how do you get that kid paid for? Well, then tell the man, or you go to jail. And you just come along with the fucking long arm of the law and you fuck him. And so, yeah, it's difficult. It's hard to answer. Yeah, but it's hard to answer. The true answer to all of it is an idealistic answer. I don't like to think idealistically and talk idealistically, but it's the truth. The true answer to it is to instill in the man a sense of duty in which he wants to take care of his woman regardless, because that's his child. But you will do that. I'll tell you how you do that. You do that by inspiring out of the man by being a very good woman. So I'll give you an example. If I had a child with a woman, and she was always a great woman to me. She never cheated on me. She was a good woman to me. And
She never bitched. She never tried to expose you on social media. Brittany.
Running around being whatever. And she's like, look, I just can't put up with you anymore. You're top G. You're going to do what you're going to do. I'm going to look after your kid. You can see him anytime you want. I care about you.
And I don't like that rhetoric of, oh, I can't put up with you. Well, I already explained how men are the ones putting up with women, but that's neither here nor there.
Please don't leave me in poverty. I'd say, cool, 100%. I'm not a fucking dickhead.
Can I
cool,
say that's a real.
Yep. And Brittany is triggered by that because she blew up her situation and went straight to social media.
Oh man, though, because I was in a situation but I was just in a situation like that to where it's like hearts don't break even, and that's the reality too. It's like if those morals and principles are not instilled in a man, none of that shit matters. So obviously the
But you burned him though. You burned him.
child support stuff obviously hits close home to me because I'm already 50,000. It's just in lawyer fees trying to get him to provide. Yeah. You know what I mean? And it sucks because it's like you play in the NBA.
And guess what? When you end up winning that case, he's going to end up, and this is the thing, when he's going to end up having to be responsible for the lawyer fees anyway. So she's acting like she's not going to get that back.
Hey, like, why don't you want to do more? And it's just because, again, of the relationship. It's personal. It's not about our
personal. That's right.
So it's like, yeah, if you're not.
So I just feel like it's like, why do you get money for making a poor choice?
Well, it wasn't a poor choice because it took two.
I'm not trying to like disrespect you in any way. It's just like, if you laugh,
no,
so
yeah,
why do you get money for it? It just doesn't make sense.
because we made a commitment. So we made at the end of the day, we made a commitment. We have a forever commitment. Fuck marriage. We are forever family. So again, as someone who is literally going through this, if I made more money than him, I would be paying him child support, and that would be fair to me.
But
you say that, but it's not how it always goes down in the courtroom.
this is what's really interesting. What's truly interesting is if you go to other countries.
See, the thing about child support, it's based off of the amount of custody that you have. So whoever has the majority of the custody is getting paid child support. It has nothing to do with money, really and truly.
And I'm talking about civilized countries, right? If you go to Poland or Czech Republic or whatever, these countries, which are in many metrics more civilized than the West, they're safer to live in, they're cleaner, etc. There's no child support laws. So if you have a divorce, the man just takes care of the woman because that's his kid and that's just what he's supposed to do. And that's just it. So what you're saying is you're right about the man having the morality instilled inside of them. And my point is that the reason a lot of this doesn't exist, the reason men don't have morality installed in them is not just about the individual case of the man. It's about society as a whole. It's about women as a whole, men as a whole, the dating game as a whole.
I ain't really with all that. Like, I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about. Like, men don't have morality. What the fuck are you talking about? Are we talking about deadbeat dads? Like guys who aren't in their kids' lives at all? Like, what are we saying here? Because the majority of the time men do want to be in their lives, but the women are making it difficult for them. Like I said, anybody who's paying child support on time is a father who wants to be involved in his life, but is not given the opportunity because the woman is being vindictive.
The life he's living as a whole. And this is the world we live in. This is why I was talking about how dangerous new think is, because now we have this new think, this new world, and we're living in this new world. And the truth is, as a man, now the game has changed. In the game of chess, sometimes it's not about winning. It's about making sure you don't lose. If you can not lose, if you can not blunder any pieces and protect your king long enough, you'll win the game. And there's a lot of men who are now like, okay, how do I not lose? Well, you know what? I become fucking ruthless. That's how I don't lose. I get all my sex because the women are promiscuous. I get laid as much as I want. I don't let anyone fucking tie me into anything dumb. Any bitch wants to get fresh to me or fucking talk to another dude, I cut her off financially. And you just get ruthless so you don't lose the game. But that's because the game's been rigged against men. So the harder you rig the game against us, the more ruthless we're going to have to be to compete. And
Yeah.
it's unfortunate. I'm not saying I have the answers. I'm just saying why men do what
Can
they
I
do.
just say with regards to Brittany, I just think that with regards to child support, you've got a kid, you look after it.
Hey, and I do.
I don't,
but-
no,
but
not you,
that's
the
what
men.
Oh, I was like, I
not
do
you.
look
No,
after my son.
No, not you.
Okay, I was like, hold
no,
on.
that's why I said. No, that's what I said with regards to the
Okay.
child support. That's what I first said. I think that you have a kid that you should look after it.
I
I
agree.
don't agree with men giving the women money, but I think it's disgusting that a man can have a child and not support him.
So do I. But this is another thing. So this is the comments we have to make, right? Because we don't have all the answers. We have to make the comments on it. This goes into the deeper point. Every time a court rules in favor of a chick having $100,000 a month, that puts men off to a level. Like, it's fine if there was a baseline child support, $1,000 a month, $2,000 a month. That's if you have a kid, baseline, regardless of income. If your man wants to give you more, he does. Whatever. But when you come along and start saying this percent of a man's income, do you have any idea how scary that is to a man who works for his money? He works for his money. And you know why it's scary? It's not just because he's giving his money away. It's because he knows he isn't giving money to the kid.
Yeah.
The kid, you can raise a kid on $500 a month in most of the world. You want that kid in Gucci, you in a nice car, going on dates with another dude with my money. I'd rather burn the fucking house down than to give it to you under those circumstances.
Make vouchers for child support.
I just think it incentivizes poor decisions. Like I haven't gotten pregnant by someone, but like but I'm saying, but like you're gonna pay someone who's done that. Like, why did they get?
No, but I'm literally telling you that what if I made more money than him, I would have no problem paying for my child. And their child support laws vary in different states. So in North Carolina, for instance, if you make over combined of $300,000 a year, then you are considered off the grid. So then you have to prove this is how much your rent is. Any bill that my son occupies, I get a percentage of. So on the low end, it would be 50%. If there's a big enough salary gap, it could be up to 97%. In the court, the judge gets to decide what makes the most sense. So if my child's father makes $20 million a year from basketball, he gets to decide if $6,000 is a lot, if $8,000 or $10,000, whatever. But you have to prove that. So it's not like you just it's enough money for a Chanel bag. Like these are my son watched.
She trying to go on a shopping spree. The reality is she's getting paid $2,500 a month, and that's ample money to raise a child. As a matter of fact, she's getting paid $2,500 a month. We've broken this down before. That's $30,000 a year. Over the course of the child's life, 18 years, that's $540,000. It only costs about $300,000 to raise a child from 0 to 18 in the United States. So she's actually making almost 50% more than what it actually costs to raise a child in the West. So she's actually being paid more than what she really needs to raise the child. It's just that she wants to maintain a certain lifestyle and she doesn't want to have to work. And that's what it really is. She doesn't want to have to work, but guess what? That money is for your child. That child don't know what to do with no damn $2,500. So you should be taking $500 for his necessities a month, which is plenty of money. Grocery shopping for me, a grown ass man who eats over 2,000 calories a day. Grocery shopping for me is like $250 a month. So $500 a month is plenty to raise a child off of, and you're getting 5 times that. So I don't see anything to complain about.
Just Peppa Pig.
And the reason why PJ Washington's not quick to give you anything, because for one, the way you resolved the situation that y'all were in using social media to garner public support and people feeling bad for you. And then 2, you was playing this game where you wasn't allowing him, quote unquote, allegedly to see his son, which she's denied. But let's keep it a buck. Brittany Renner was definitely vindictive after they broke up and she found out he was cheating. Had to be.
That's a cable bill. You know what I mean? So it's a percentage of everything. So you're not like just living it up. You're just
choices. And
the man made a choice too, because I can't get pregnant unless he nuts in me.
I understand that, but I'm
then there's nothing to argue.
You're the one that's you're in control of who gets born. Abortion's legal.
Okay,
as soon as he nuts, it's complete.
So now they're like, but y'all be the main ones. Oh, don't let a man tell a woman about her body. Da, 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 da. Y'all are the main ones advocating for abortion. And then when Pearl puts it out there that, hey, You know, you did have an option to abort the child. Now they're talking, I'm sick now. Oh my God, I can't believe you mentioned aborting my child. Dude, y'all are the main ones out here with fucking pussy hats on advocating for abortion. So I don't see what the issue is. Pearl bringing up abortion. That's my dog wagging his tail. What you doing, boy? You need to chill. He having a good dream.
Completely out of his control.
Listen,
Can I just say something though?
Wait,
Just playing
Auntie,
devil's advocate that I had my child and me and the dad went together, and I didn't take a penny from him. And the government wanted me to, but I decided that no, that he was better off that my child, I look after him myself. Anything he wants to give his son if he wanted to is extra, but I worked hard and I done it all on my own because it was this less because it's this headache. It's this
No,
headache.
and
It's
I
my
know a lot of
child.
women that went that
It's my
route.
That's
child.
unfair though that you have to think that he's not going to be a man and take care of his child. Don't you think that's unfair on you?
No, because he's my child and he's happy, and I'll give him what he
his
wants.
child as well. He made that child.
That's why I don't need a man
But the whole
attitude,
point
you
is
know.
you choose who you sleep with.
Listen, right, as
Like,
far as
you
Yeah, but
pick.
he chooses as well. That's the thing.
Yeah,
like,
this is two to tango. What are we
But
talking about?
I'm saying right now it's not fair because women have abortion that's legal. It's not legal for them.
Oh, I'll tell you
they
what's
get no
not
say.
fair.
They get no say, and the same thing with birth
I mean, I
control.
could have done,
Like,
but
you
it
can
wasn't worth my time.
You can get
Why am I going to go and fight a man?
IUD.
Yeah,
It's like 99.
But what if the man wanted the child though?
That's exactly my point. So I was on birth. Let's
Look,
just use me as an example.
My point. I think he should. I think he should take care of it. But I just don't agree with having legal incentives for women to leave. That's my point. He should give you money for the kid. If you have a kid, you should. But I just don't agree with.
See, but the thing is, if men stood up and became fathers to their children,
we're in control of who we.
Actually, they are. I already broke down the child support thing. Any guy who's paying child support is a guy who wants to be in his kid's life. So if he's up to date and current on child support, or maybe even a month or two behind, that's a guy who wants to be involved in his kid's life. So let's get that one straight. For two, a lot of the guys that the women are talking about who are deadbeats and not stepping up and not being a man, it goes back to the woman. You chose that man. You knew he wasn't shit, and you still decided to have a child with him. That's what Pearl is trying to explain.
Sleep with. So at the end of the
that's
day,
not the point, because
if
he
you
agreed,
pick,
he wanted the child.
but you pick who you sleep with. So if you
Okay.
pick a guy that's getting girls pregnant left and
Yeah,
right,
but she doesn't know that he's not
Wait.
going to be there. She doesn't know that.
If she married him,
Yes, she does, dude. If she just did her due diligence. Dude, he's a fucking 21-year-old first-round draft pick NBA player. It doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to see.
she'd be all right.
She trusted this man to be a father to a child, and now she's left with a child, and no one's going to support her.
Marry him.
Don't you think that's
Should
unfair?
have married him first.
Yep, should have married him. Shout out to Auntie. Should have married him.
I mean, you can get married.
Of course.
You get-
I mean,
but
that's
you
what
get
I'm
married
saying.
in that
That's
work.
what I'm saying. It's
You
just
think
like
marriage is what solves problems? Are you guys actually
No,
sitting
what I'm
here?
trying to say, marriage should solve
you
her
don't talk
financial
You've already
problems.
spoken, Auntie. Please don't cut me off. This is the problem, yeah? Stop acting like every woman that leaves a marriage and gets divorced is because she's this and she's that.
The number one reason for divorce in the West is financial reasons. Okay, so I mean, that speaks for itself. It's not abuse; it's for financial reasons. So obviously, there's a level of vanity with modern women, and women leave marriages 78% of the time.
There's a lot of women that suffer and they actually need the support and the legal incentive so that they know when they leave, somebody can back them up because they'll be on their own. Stop acting like men are angels because there's a lot of men that are dealing with a lot of the traumas that they have from a
I know they're horrible sometimes, dude. Get the fuck out of here. So are women. Stop it.
man's world being difficult. The same way that Andrew Tate explained, a man's world is highly competitive. Men are out there suffering. It is hard to be a man. And a lot of the time, the person takes the brunt of it is the woman. So yes, she's well within her right to leave, take her child, and be in a better place. And the government should step in.
Shout out to Why Not. He says, devil's advocate, Brittany's kid was planned, so abortion was never an option. Yeah. And I wouldn't present that as an option as well. I'm just saying, like, these are the same women who advocate for abortion, but then when you tell them, hey, you could have got an abortion with your child and wouldn't have to deal with all this stuff that you're dealing with your baby daddy, and now they get mad. The reality is she wanted to have PJ's child because she knew that would be the genetic lottery for her progeny, and that's the reality. For two, PJ didn't abandon his child. Okay. He loves his child. He wanted to see his child after y'all broke up. You didn't want him to see his child. And then he had to ask social media to get on your ass so that he could see his child, because you was practicing parental alienation, which I broke down in a previous video as well. So let's get that straight. And she could only practice parental alienation for a few days before he ended up going to social media. So he wants to be his child. He never abandoned his child. He wanted to be with his child. He never abandoned his child, and he's not a fucking deadbeat dad. So the fact that she's trying to paint this picture that he's a deadbeat dad is absolute bullshit, because guess what? He's paying $2,500 a month in child support, which is more than enough to raise that child. And guess what? He's bringing that child around that other woman as well. And she even admitted it on Instagram, and she coped with it. She coped by saying, oh, it's stepdaddy season, because she saw that it was easy for him to get a stepmama, but it's hard for her to get a stepdaddy.
To make sure that that man that made her make that decision steps in for that kid.
Can I say something?
The time that she takes to take care of the child is the time that she doesn't have to go to work. So she's already down on income, and she's having to be taking care of the child on her own. That don't make sense. Not every man is a bloody angel, and not every woman is a devil.
Hang on.
Pick
Wait, hang on a minute.
I'm gonna leave. Go ahead.
Hang on a minute.
How do you do that?
When
bro?
did I say a man was an angel?
How do you do that? How do you do that? How do you do that?
Uh-oh, cat fight.
How do you do that?
I'm talking. I'm talking.
No,
I waited.
Yes, you
I waited. Right? So now it's my time to talk.
I actually liked Brittany's question. I wish we would have proceeded with Brittany's question, but Auntie, you got it.
What I was saying to her is that if she had got married first, then she would have been all right. She would have to be fighting for the court. So the same law that you're saying.
And guess what? She left. PJ didn't leave her. She left him. She broke up with him because she found out that he cheated, and she really didn't even find real evidence and real proof. She just saw DMs back and forth to another bitch. So she left, and if she would have got married, she would have left with something.
Saying would have supported her and her child.
And
that is the difference between getting married first.
No,
and that's what I'm saying. And that's what when people was saying.
Shout out to AlphaZo. He says child support never goes to the child. It's bad bitch maintenance. Yep. Why Not says, wow, I never knew parenthood in America was so litigious. Yep.
It just gives you more money. That gives you a divorce and kids.
You just
it's not a good decision, yeah?
Excuse me, but I shut up when you were talking.
Go on, apologies, my auntie.
Right. So what I was trying to say is that there is an incentive when women get married first and have children. Because I'm not saying that you, I'm just saying women in general. If a woman gets married first before she has a child and then it leaves, then it's totally different. Like he said before, she's set up for life.
Yep. And then listen up to the cope that Brittany Renner is gonna listen to the cope that she's gonna hit us with. Listen up.
If she leaves, she's up for life. So if somebody
else
up
for life without marriage, though, that's the point.
No, and
what you want to hear.
No, and as a person, again, let's ask somebody who's actually going through, because none of you fucking know what the fuck you're talking about when it comes to child support.
You don't either, though. You're not a lawyer. You're just listening to whatever your lawyer parrots off. And guess what? I guarantee your lawyer is talking to PJ's lawyer, and they're working out a deal where they can both benefit from it. Because that's what you don't understand about the legal system. While you trying to over here act like you some damn paralegal just because you're going through a child custody battle. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but guess what? Your lawyer is backdoor deals. Your lawyer is making backdoor deals with the PJ's lawyer. So don't act like you know everything that's going on, because behind those curtains, when you pull them damn curtains up, the person who's pulling the strings and making you pay that $50,000 in legal fees, that's your lawyer, and then and then PJ's lawyer working together to run that damn bill up so that it takes longer to compromise on a decision. And maybe also, you know, they know that y'all are in a begrudge relationship. So y'all had a nasty breakup. I mean, it wasn't too crazy, but it was still a nasty breakup. And y'all are still angry at each other, upset with each other. So they know that, and they're using y'all's emotions against each other. So yes, you may be in the situation, but you have no idea what's going on, and you're being played like a motherfucking fiddle.
Lawyers, none of that shit. None of you fucking know, okay? So you don't. The reality is, if I would have gotten married and did everything right and did everything the moral way, right? Yep. Guess what? All I would have on top of what I'm going through with child support is alimony.
And that's pretty fucking good. I mean, she's acting like, oh, all I would have extra is alimony. So you're getting $2,500 to support the child, which can support the child, which honestly, it's like, If he put up 2,500, you should be putting up 2,500 too. But that's neither here nor there. You were supposed to match that energy. Since you wanted to be in a 50-50 partnership, right? You wanted to be in a partnership. Well, you should match that energy. He putting up 2,500, you put up 2,500. Another thing is that alimony is extremely substantial. It basically replaces the lifestyle. So now that you're not married to this man, they have to find a way to make sure that you don't downgrade in lifestyle. So you would probably get paid more money on a monthly basis from alimony than child support, which the child support is even inflated in order to take care of the child at this point anyway, especially if you're budgeting the right way. I mean, that 2,500 goes a long fucking way for one baby. Yeah. A child doesn't cost that much to feed every month, especially if you're breastfeeding. So that's that. And alimony would definitely help, and it would be life-changing because you would get standard of living alimony. So whatever standard of living you were living at with PJ is what you would have received in alimony. So that would have been huge for you, substantial. So you should have gotten married, because if you would have gotten married, you would have got child support and alimony, which would have probably amounted to over $10,000 a month.
So I'm still in the courts fighting, whether I'm married or whether I'm not.
It doesn't matter. But at the end of the fight, women win 99% of the custody battles. So you're in a fight that you're almost damn near guaranteed to win. The only issue is, you know, your lawyers are running up the tab because they know that y'all hate each other and they're using that against you, which you probably should go to PJ's lawyer and ask him, hey, have you been in communication with my legal team? I guarantee y'all are getting played. And PJ doesn't care because he got money to burn and he wants to win because he's a fucking winner.
So that I get what you're saying, because hey, you at least get the commitment to, you know, maybe back up that he's going to be there, but it doesn't ensure anything. Everybody wants a fucking guaranteed thing. There's no guaranteed in life.
Well, you're the one who wants a guaranteed thing because you're still begging this nigga for child support, which you're supposed to be strong and independent and be able to take care of the child on your own.
In different places. When you're in America and you're married and you divorce, you still got to fight for your money. And would you start?
Yes,
not in
you have
England.
to get a lawyer.
Right, not in England. In England, you get a lawyer and it's sorted. That's the difference.
But you
would have to be going there saying, "Oh, I need this for my child, and I need this." You get once you get divorced and you go to court, it's that much.
Alimony and child support are different.
I'm saying she just spent £50,000. She's still fighting. You would have to pay that here. You would not have to pay that here. You would not have to pay that here. You would not have.
I think they're getting into semantics. Like I don't see how it's relevant to bring up the differences between the UK and the US because Brittany and her children and her baby daddy are US citizens. So the UK argument is pretty irrelevant, but
to pay that here. Do your research. You would not have to pay that here. When you get divorced, she wouldn't be going for all the battle that she's going. It'd be simpler in England to get divorced than in America.
She will still
That's
take
what
your
I'm
money,
saying.
boys.
In
They
England,
don't take your money. Don't get married. Have a parental partnership. Love your woman.
Auntie,
Pay whatever you
I
need
just
to pay
want
for
to make
your
a
kids.
point. You know what you were saying? Get married. Even Tate said it himself. Men don't want to get married anymore.
PJ would have married you. Look how quick PJ is to getting married. See, this is what Brittany Renner didn't bring up. Guess what? PJ Renner did, or PJ Washington didn't propose to you, but guess what? He proposed to a single mother of two who was hotter than you. You could have got that man to marry you. Stop it.
Why are you not turning what he's saying? Why are you not twisting what he's saying? You're not even listening to what he's saying.
It's not attractive anymore. It's more at loss for.
The reality is that PJ Washington was very much marriage minded. He literally got married 2 weeks after y'all broke up or got engaged.
You're taking what he's saying and you're twisting it to suit yourself.
What did you say? I'm not. He literally said, Tate, didn't you say that men are scared of getting married now?
What, yeah, okay, but why?
Because, like you said, with child support, they feel like there's no advantage.
And
so
alimony,
you say
it's
just
alimony.
get married. It's not that simple because men don't want to marry you.
Okay, so let's analyze that point.
PJ was marriage minded, and Brittany knows that, and that's why she's punching air, because he literally married a bitch or got engaged with a bitch 2 weeks after and bought her a fat ass diamond ring, probably over $100,000.
And first thing, back to the child support thing. What's actually interesting to talk about is there's a lot of countries in the world where there is no child support system, and it functions, right? So you have to, if you want to pay attention to actually, learn about society as a whole, it's very interesting to study all the different societies and economies in which there is no child support and children don't die. I mean, people get divorced and they still find a way to function. And it's interesting, and it's a very long conversation because it extrapolates about how the whole society works as a whole. That's the first point. Second thing, I'll actually sit here and argue the point that I don't think any man really ever wants to get married. I think that women convince them to get married. And I think that any woman who is genuinely serious about convincing her man to get married could do it.
Yes.
I don't think in the modern world, at least, men wake up and go, can't wait to get married. But what they do is they get a chick who's so good and ticks so many boxes and makes them so happy.
Yep.
She'll sit there and say, you know what? It would mean the world to me. And he'll go, oh, for fuck's sake. All right, then.
Yep. And that's what it is.
And that's what happens. So I still think you can convince 99.9% of men to marry you.
Absolutely.
The point I was making is
men are very much marriage minded, even though we have movements like MGTOW and Red Vitamin, dude. Men are very much red vitamin or marriage minded, and men are very much looking for wives. That's why you got the passport bros. A lot of those guys are going over there and cuffing the first bitch that they see.
the society isn't convincing the man to marry you. It's not like it used to be where the man believed he had to be married. Society's done the opposite. So it's your job as a woman to make it clear to him that it is worthwhile.
Yep.
Once again, how would you convince a man it's worthwhile for him to say, that's my wife?
And all Brittany Renner had to show for it was, oh, the way I'm going to convince him is with good head and good pussy. That's most modern women's argument.
Status. That's how you do it. This is
a
misunderstood hack to men as a whole. Status. If you can convince
PJ Washington doesn't look good walking into a room with Brittany Renner because of her past. Status.
That man, but by marrying you, his status will increase amongst his peers. He's going to do it.
Yep.
And for anyone out here who disagrees with me, the things men do for status, let's actually analyze how baseline men are. What is status? Status is respect, right? Men kill over respect. Gangs kill each other over respect. A man will smash another man's face in for insulting him. We will die for respect and status. You tell me we won't get married? We'll die for we'll go to the front line of a war. And the only reason we
and the reason why Brittany Renner is quiet because she knows that PJ was marriage minded. You just needed to shut up and suck that dick like she was speaking about. But she couldn't do it.
We don't walk away and abandon our post as artillery shells rain. It's because we're afraid of being mocked for being a coward. We'll die for status. So status is what it's all about. It's what it's always been about. You want a man to marry you, status. And it's the same thing with nearly anything you want to do with a man. I don't know anything about your personal life. I'll be honest. I don't know, right? But I'll tell you this now. If this dude, this NBA player, believed that he would be higher respected amongst his peers and amongst society for taking care of you properly, that's what he'd fucking do. He doesn't feel that because either he's rolling with the wrong people or you've pissed him off in a way or something public's happened. I don't have a clue, but something's happened where
she publicly embarrassed him. That's what happened.
Feels like if I take care of her, I'll look like a bitch. That's what he's scared of. If it was inversed, he had no problem giving you money because that's how men function. I'm telling you right now, as a man, I'm telling you what I would do. If I had a chick with a woman, right? And she went on the news, top cheese this and fucking, like I said, I have no idea what you've done. But I'm just giving my personal.
She literally did exactly that.
Made up a scenario. Oh, yeah. She would have gone on the news, top cheese this, and he fucking lied to me. He's a piece of shit. Da, da, da. And then I bought her a Bentley. Women's were like, well, look, she insults top cheese. She insults him, and he's a simp. Da, da, da. But if she was like, you know what, he's misunderstood. He's a good guy. It just didn't work out. Blah, blah, blah. I'd bet she'd be in a mansion. Right? And would that be me being a nice guy caring about her? Or let's be honest, would it be me being a selfish piece of shit dude and saying, what makes me look better? Men are all about status. It's how we function. It's how we function as a whole. So society, this is where it extrapolates and gets interesting. When society with this new think has destroyed all of the baseline humanities and baseline understandings of how men interact with women. And now all the things we previously understood about what made a good man, what made a good woman, and how we should act together and how we should interact has been erased. Of course, men are acting like dickheads, and of course, women are doing wrong things because nothing makes sense anymore. You've taken the chessboard and moved all the fucking pieces around. Nobody gets it. It should be very simple. I'm a man. I work hard. I take care of my woman. I'm the man of the house. She treats me with respect. She would never insult me or raise her voice to me in front of other people. She's a problem. She brings it to me in private. We act as a team. We work together. If we break up, she was a good woman to me. She fulfilled her roles the best she possibly could. I'm still a man. I'm going to take care of her. But all of that is gone. All of it's gone. All of it. And it's gone because of all the ideas we were discussing earlier, the feminism, the new age bullshit, the fucking dudes left and right and center. All these things, all these baseline things have eroded society to the point where now you have men ignoring their paternal instinct. You have men who will sit there and go, that's my child, but I fuck her.
Yep.
That's actually a massive observation.
Yep. That's literally what Brittany Renner pushed PJ Washington to do.
To make about how fucked up society is, and it's all, and it shouldn't be that way because men in a lot of the world are not like that. And so you have to look at all these small things. The small things we talk about, it's no big deal. She goes on boats in Miami. It's no big deal. It is a big deal because now that dude ain't gonna.
Literally, once Brittany Renner broke up with PJ, she was in the club twerking the next day. You don't think that has anything to do with why he's being so difficult paying child support now? Yeah.
Want to fucking pay child support because you were on those fucking boats with the other team.
And the thing is that
do you think that men
that was well said, Sagittarius.
Thank you very much.
Do you think that men marry for like high status families? Like I'm thinking of like Ivanka Trump.
All right, so we're gonna stop it there because we've been going for 4.5 hours. Guys, I appreciate everybody who joined the stream. I'm gonna do a part 2 breakdown of this and Pearl's original interview with Brittany Renner, and then I also will break down the aftermath of this podcast where it was Brittany Renner, Auntie. Well, was it Auntie there too? I think it was Brittany Renner, Esther, and Denalva. And they got into a spat as well. So I do want to break that down to just show you how catty these women are and to show you that like they talk about this female solidarity when in all actuality, if they don't like a bitch, they don't like a bitch and they're going to be as ruthless as possible toward that woman. So anyways, you already know what it is, man. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Send your relationship code to the email down below with a screenshot of your CashApp so I know you're paying your ties, man. Y'all need to be on your more freaking dealing with the BS. And you already know. Reclaim your
Want to become an elite level athlete? Well, look no further. The Reclaim Your Throne Elite D1 training course is all you need to take your performance from subpar to the creme de la creme of athletes all around the world. The purpose of this course is to give you a comprehensive weight training, speed, flexibility, recovery, and endurance program that is meant to prepare young athletes for collegiate and professional sports. This course is packed with over 2 hours of creative, action-packed lifts narrated and coached by yours truly to assure increased strength, speed, flexibility, recovery, and endurance. Hey, I get it. Training alone can be tough and can even make you feel misguided or somewhat unmotivated. But with this course, I walk you step by step through each and every lift to make sure you're using the proper form to prevent injuries and that you're hitting the correct muscle groups to render maximum results. So what are you waiting for? It's now or never. So go ahead and get the training course today so you too can reclaim your throne.